Hello and welcome, everybody. My name is Kismet. Thanks for being here. Sorry I've been out. I think the toughest thing I struggle with my conditions, my disabilities, is the ability to be consistent. It's a torture for me because I'm typically a person who never thought of that before. I never thought about being consistent. I always was. Never missed a day, never late. By the way, did you know that I used to work for a place? I earned salary plus overtime, and if you never missed a day, you got 2 weeks bonus pay. They gave you the money anyway if you didn't take the day off. So they still gave you 2 weeks bonus pay on top of that. And I got it every single year. That was pretty awesome. That was before I had so many allergies and stuff like that. That's pretty tough. Is the mic far away? Yeah, a little bit. It actually was pointing toward me this time. There we go. I'm just probably not talking as loud as I usually do. My voice is getting better, but I've been kind of being reserved with it because I've been having these allergy issues. I feel like I'm coming out of those allergy issues, though. Rest up. I had a long night on Saturday, and that usually throws me off when it comes to streaming during the day. So I try my best, everybody. And the best thing you can do is get up every morning and try your best. That's it. That's all you can do, right? You can't do any more or less than that. Well, you could do less, I guess, but you can't do any more than trying your best, because that's what it's all about. Getting up, doing what you got to do. You know, I could sit and lay in the bed every single day, but I don't want to do that. I would rather get up, hang out with you guys, play some games, have some fun. See, all day yesterday while I was being incredibly dizzy. I don't know. Sometimes it really comes on. Like all of a sudden it's like, oh, where's this coming from? Why am I so dizzy? It's usually from allergies about this time. And it was like a surge of allergies or a surge of dizziness. And then I just kind of rest, and then I get up and I'm done. Now, also, I'm pushing myself because I'm doing a lot of videos that are rolling out. You guys may have seen some of my videos that came out. The Goddess Guide finally came out. And then also the Rule of 8 came out. So if you're interested about that, you can check it out on the thing, on the YouTube. My brain just doesn't work right. It just doesn't work as well as it used to. Yeah, you go on to YouTube, and again, the Rule of 8 rolled out. You can check it out on there. You can also check it out on the Discord. By the way, there's a section in the Discord for guides, right? A whole bunch of Kismet content right there you can check out. Check out those guides. Check out all that other cool stuff like mega builds and all sorts of fun stuff I put up there for you guys. Very, very fun. Now, again, we're going to get into some Satisfactory today. Now, we're going to run into a power problem, but we've been working on our power because I knew I was going to run into that problem, and so we ran a crazy ton of oil to a train, which, you know, I love trains. I love working with trains in the game. Very, very fun. And then that oil is coming in at like 1,200, so a lot of oil, a lot of ability to go in and boost our power so we can keep our factory going. So that'll be our big thing today. We need MOAR PoWa. And thank you, Subi, for the kind words in the chat. Good morning. Hope you're feeling better. This is Subi. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm just not talking as loud, so I moved the microphone closer. And Rotisserie G coming as this afternoon on. Happy Cheese Lovers and Butter Crunch Day. Cheese lovers, like Cheese Lovers Pizza. Now, look, now you're making me... I'm trying to be good, and you're making me hungry for pizza now. If you were a salesman for pizza, you'd be good at it because, man, now I'm hungry. But I'm trying to be good. I eat like a fiber bar now in the morning, and then I have like a little snack in the afternoon. Then I eat dinner with the family. Trying to be much better, and it does help when you're not eating so much heavy food all the time. It does help you keep going. I'm going to be going to about 3 o'clock. I might just shift my whole entire schedule to end around 3. Because that works out pretty well because I'm having trouble after the stream just doing anything because my brain just goes, oh. I mean, it's already, but it's even more so. So I'm going to go about 3 and then I can rest, and then that usually re-energizes me to get going because the stuff I do today, you guys don't see it for like a month or 2 months. Like you know, the goddess stuff and all that stuff, I started that months and months and months ago. And so that stuff, you know, it takes a while to roll that stuff out. So I do it and I queue it up, and then, you know, it takes time to process and get up there and do all of that stuff. It's a lot of work. Oh, we're coming in with the love already. That's Mr. Non You coming in with that 42 months. I'm going to replay that again. That's Mr. Non You. I hope you're doing good this morning. I see you bringing in that cookie lurker love. Hey, River Dog. Hey, good morning to you. Thanks for being here. Awesome supporter, as well as my awesome mod, River Dog. He's always had my back. You know, I've met River Dog in real life. I've actually met him at TwitchCon. River Dog, pretty awesome guy. So let's get into it, everybody. I don't know about you guys, but laying around in the bed sucks. Trying to not be dizzy. You know what's more fun? Hanging out with you guys, talking to you guys in the chat, and playing some games. Let's do it. Rocking the water. Been very good. You know, I haven't drank soda in forever. Whoa, biddies flying all over the place. Look at them biddies. I haven't drinking soda in forever, and you know what? I don't ride that roller coaster anymore, which is that boost of caffeine and then that crash and that boost of caffeine. And I'm a little bit more like this, but it's still a roller coaster. And then when my dizziness comes on, it's like, God. That's not good. Boom, here we go. Mr. Non You coming in with a 42 months, getting us started this morning, everybody. Thank you so much for all the sub love. We're getting back up there, everybody. We're getting back up there. Whoa! Oh, it's a home run. Oh, look at that, River Dog. I mean, that's Mr. Non You. You got a home run. You knocked it clear out of there. That was awesome. Thank you so much for coming in and supporting the stream. Appreciate you all big time. Now, here's what you don't want to see, everybody. Look at this. You're like, no, this is awesome. What are you talking about? You totally want to see it. No, what you don't want to see is you don't want to see these things. You don't want to see the red. Oh, gosh, because my factory turned off last time right before we finished. And what a bomb, what a bomb. All the stuff is turned off, including all of our transport and all of that stuff is kicked off. But right back here in the corner, I've got this little connection here. And what it does is something pretty awesome. All we have to do is take out this connection. Hear that? Starting back up again. We can check this out. There we go. And what this does is turns off the rest of this factory, but it restores my ability to go ahead and use my transport. It goes ahead and lets my train start going in, because, you know, if your power goes off, your trains turn off too, so watch out for that. But what you want is you want your ability, and eventually when we have switches, I'll make it where I can just flip a switch up in my base and it will turn the whole factory that I really don't need in the moment off. Now remember, these things are always running. So when you have a hypertube, remember these things are running everywhere they are. So these are going to really actually be a lot of power over a certain amount of time. If you think you've got, say, 50 of them, right, running all over the place, let's go ahead and do transportation. And they're costing 10 power. That's a lot of power, bro. that's 500 power, right? That's getting it going and all. Oh, Undead Nightfall coming in. Hello, I'm kind of happy today. I also get my SMG Plaque Diamond today on Cold War. Way, congrats! Congrats! Always good to rack up those achievements. Big congrats on that. Now, did we go in here and we unlock everything? I think we did. Yeah, we did. We did. We got our tier 7. Ooh, our tier 8s are coming. Oh, man, have you seen some of the new stuff that they got coming for Satisfactory? Oh, they're so good. They're so good at this game. God, I wish every game dev could do what they did. And that's put in the greatness first, put in the fun first, and then worry about all the, you know, the fancy graphics and all that other stuff later. Not that they don't have beautiful graphics already. But, you know, you put in the mechanics of the game and you work on those mechanics and you work on what the game is first. And then you go in and you do the fancy graphics and you do all the fancy stuff. But this game is awesome. Now, over here, it's doing aluminum. And I can probably guarantee you this box is probably incredibly full right now. Oh, yeah. See, look, I can just replace every single thing I have now with the fastest belts, which is awesome. So lots of aluminum going in there. On this side over here, let's go ahead and switch to our skates just to go a little faster. There we go. On this side over here, we've got a train coming in. Now, we hadn't quite finished our train. Our train is running, but we got to go in and we got to get all this stuff pumping out of here. Now, we are trying to decide in which direction our train was going. And I honestly forgot what the last thing I was doing last time. I'm sure it was something important. Let's see if I wrote anything down. Let's see. Oh, I wrote down all the oil nodes. I see. 180 oil equals 3 refuse, 8 fuel gens. All right. And then we're doing 540 oil and 600 oil. So basically around 1,200 oil being extracted right now. And we were setting up our trains. And I think we were doing a test. I think that was the last thing we were, around the last thing we were doing. As we were doing a direction test. Should I do a push-pull train or should I do a train that goes around and around and around? I prefer push-pull trains because it goes there and it comes back, right? As opposed to taking that extra journey of going all the way around. Now, if I wanted to go and get other stuff, like all the materials that I'm using, I can do that as well. I think the other thing I was going to do was run this down to the lower level as well, but I kind of feel like filling this in first. Trying to get warmed up here. There we go. Let's get that filled in. Now, what I wanted to do is I want the oil to come in, and I wanted to fill these up. There's 2 of them here. So we're going to have 2 cars for that. And then to run down the lower level. Instead of running it up from underneath, we're actually going to run it from up above, which is pretty cool. And so we need to go down there. Let's get our jetpack on. And we need to go down there, and we need to work our way up. Now, we did learn, by the way, our base thing. Now, I don't even know if there's a train on this. Is there a train on this one? Did I leave the train there? I don't think I did. I think I took the train out because we were testing it. Let's start by putting a train in, and then we'll get into running it all because we want it to get started. So what I have is I have 2 stations, and those stations are facing this way and that way. And you're like, well, Kismet, why are they not facing in the same direction? Well, if I was going to have them go around like this, then it would be facing in the same direction. Well, I forgot, there's one underneath this too. Yeah, there's our other oil train. And it's great for oil, because oil is typically far away from your base. It's great to run out there, grab the oil, and bring it back. Now, I could actually put 2 trains on the track, and actually there's no collision yet, so you could actually run the train through the other train if you wanted to. I don't like doing that. I want to actually use the mechanics for the future, because I feel like in the future, it's going to, bam, your trains are going to crash into each other, and then you'd be in trouble. So best to always build for the future. Not that this whole entire game is going to break anyway, because they're going to revamp the aluminum, and I don't mind at all. See, some people, they get all upset and they build some giant mega build. I can't believe it, the game broke. Oh my gosh, I have this saved and I spent all this time on it. I can understand the effort and time put into stuff, but remember, when you're playing an early access game or you're playing an alpha game, that's what comes with the territory. So you got to go into it with that mindset that you might have to start again from scratch, and I love starting from scratch, so that's why it doesn't bother me. But that's just me. Not everybody does. Some people, they want to build something up and they want it, to be epic. And there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with wanting your stuff to be awesome. All right, so let's go ahead and put our freight cars in. And now I'm going to actually put it off to the side here a little bit. And I can't remember what direction, if I have that going in the right direction. Now, the way you know what direction your actual station is going, it has to do with this sign back here, by the way. If the sign is on that side, then that means that it's actually facing that way, which is what we want to do. Now, what we did last time was we did a bit of a test to see which direction is faster, because I have it going in kind of a big circle here. You can see, is it faster to go that way and come around and then go to the station, or is it faster to go this way? And we decided this way is faster. So we're going to get on the train, and I'm going to get the train to go. I love the trains. Trains are really fun. And it really feels... See, the thing about trains and doing stuff that's large is getting that feel of weight when you're starting it. It's getting going, it's getting going, it's getting going. And the animator they have is exceptional. He's incredibly good. Incredibly good when the thing flies up, goes up there, the way the thing works, the way the trains work, where it feels heavy. See, there's a lot of subtlety to that. That is not actually easy. It seems easy. Well, I just animate the train just goes. Nah, there's a lot of subtlety in how trains start and how they stop, and that momentum that they build up. If you're going 120 miles an hour, you ain't going to stop like this. You're going to have some trouble. So let's go over here and see which direction this train station is. I might have to flip it around the other way so that it works with our push-pull trains. Now, I might add another train on the inside there to grab a bunch of our stuff and whatnot, and start converting a lot of these resources that I'm grabbing via a... oh, I do already have it over here. See, no collisions. Did you know you can go backwards? You actually can. Okay, it's over here, but it's not running. Well, then we'll take this out. Now, why is it not running? That's a good question. Let's go see. First thing we want to do is tell these things to load. Okay, those are loading. And this is loading. Again, remember, this is like 1,200 oil going in here. And that's actually facing the right direction because the sign is away from us. So we know it's facing in that direction. Let's go ahead and look at our timetable. Probably have not got it on autopilot. Yeah, I got it turned off. And then there we go. Brenda C, it's already set up. Turn it on. Go do your thing, baby. Go on. Go on. Shoo-shoo. No? Now, sometimes you got to troubleshoot. That's just the way it is, right? So right now it says, oh, well, it's not working. I turned the autopilot on. It says the next stop is Brenda C, which is where we are. But sometimes the train is beyond the track and it doesn't start up. So I can go ahead and move it out just a little bit and then pop off of it. And then it like will kick in sometimes. Usually what you want to do is you want to move it beyond the station, right? You want to get it beyond the station, like say out here. I'm going to jump out and wait for it to kick in. All right, it stopped. Now, also, you want to look and see if you got power. Power is going to be coming from the tracks itself. And so let's go ahead and turn this off. That's basically off. When you click it, it turns it back on again. All right, we turned it off. All right, no, that was on. Turn autopilot on. Weird. Okay, that's pretty weird. Autopilot on. You gotta love early access games. All right, whatever. I'm gonna say that's on then. Autopilot on. That was weird. Okay, when your train's funky chicken, here's what you do. You take your train out, bro. You take your train out. Here's the rule of just about anything. You got an iPhone, you got a Android phone, you got a computer, you got a laptop, you got whatever it is, you got to restart. Do it again. When I see something funky like that, I'm just going to take it out like that and put it back in. Now, I did have two trains, so that might have confused it. I need my trains to be going in opposite directions. One to be going that way, one to be going this way. Like that. There we go. And then it will recognize that there are trains on the tracks themselves. And so maybe we confused it with our dual trains. And then we go in and we say, okay, we want to create a timetable. So we'll say plus, plus, like this. We'll left click on there. And actually we'll left click on the top one. We'll say Brenda C. We'll go ahead and turn the autopilot on. There we go. Now autopilot is on. It'll say no timetable. Don't believe it. It's lying to you. And then off it goes. There we go. That's how we have to do. Now it should come in. It should load the oil. And then it should go back the other way. Let's see. Now we need to be on the train because otherwise we're going to be stuck over here. We're going to be in for a little bit of a walk. Now, you always want to take the time to wait for it to do its thing. If you don't take the time to actually see it happening, then usually comes back to bite you. You come back later and the train's not running. You're like, oh gosh, train's not running. What the heck? Right? Animation this game's. I'm not doing nothing. It's not me. It's running. All right. Ha ha. We're off and running, everybody. Undead Nightfall coming in. Hello, I'm kind of happy to get... Oh, yeah, I already read that. I already read it, but that's okay. I'll read it again. All right, here we go, everybody. We're going on a little train ride. Now, down there and way over there, I'm extracting some resources. We got some more oil over there that we want to grab as well. That'll put us easily over 1,200. Down there, I'm sure there's crazy tons of resources that we could run into a central area and then run it up to our train level, which is what we're going to do. We're going to start tapping as we need it. We don't need to go do it right now. Now, if I had like 20 people in here, then we would do something like that. But also, I'm not trying to get too much where I'm doing everything, right? It's not like I'm going through and tapping every single node. That's what I would do, by the way. I'm that type of player. I'd go tap every single node, bring every single node in, run every single node, that kind of thing, but not in early access. I don't want to get too far ahead to where I miss some of that fun of when it actually does release. So I just kind of tinker in game. That's how I enjoy doing it. Oh, there's some sulfur over there. We did learn how to get rid of those things that were blocking our sulfur, which is nice. And here we go. We've got a dual train running for our oil. Now, what is supposed to happen is the train's supposed to roll in the station, and then it's going to go ahead and unload. Now, I got to make sure that this actually says unload. It does. This one here, we got to get to it before it starts to go. The second it starts to go, oh, did it unload? Oh, it's already full. It's already full. That's why it wasn't unloading, because it's already got tons of stuff in there. All right. Now, we also want to have a fluid backlog, as I like to do. And what it does allows me to come over here and just look, right? It allows me to look at the fluid buffer. You know what they don't have on the fluid buffer that would be great is the ability to see what your levels are without actually going into it. You know, that would be awesome if it had like a little window. Am I just asking for too much now? If it had like a little window where you just kind of look and you could see the actual fluid level, or it had like a little indicator on the front, wouldn't that be awesome? That would be awesome. I'm always asking for more, right? I mean, they've already done a phenomenal job on this game. Again, if you've never seen this game before, the name of this game is Satisfactory. Incredibly fantastic. I would call it an 11 out of 10. Incredibly fantastic. Now, I'm not in no way in sponsorship with them. I'm not related to them in any way. They actually rated my channel once, which I greatly appreciate. But other than that, they're not official sponsor of the channel or anything like that. So you know you're getting it straight right here from Kismet. Now, I'd love it if they want to sponsor the channel, send me some codes to give out to you guys. Hey, I'm all down for that. But I'm okay. I'm good. I'm good. Just throwing out some love. Hey, thank you, Crazy, also for the host. Appreciate that. My awesome mod. Good morning, Crazy. Thanks for coming in, showing the love. Hope you had a great stream, man. Now, do we give Crazy a shout out? Did we give him a shout out in the chat? I don't think we did. Let's give Crazy a shout out. Now, everybody do me a favor. Someone who's always had my back for years and years and years. The awesome Crazy. He's also over there playing some Stardew Valley. Make sure to click his name, hit that follow button, check him out the next time he goes live. Show him some love, everybody. Incredibly awesome dude. He lives up to his name, and that's why we love him. He has a few times. It was a few times, or one or two times. He came with us to TwitchCon. I can't remember anymore. I'm getting to the point now. I can barely remember what I was doing yesterday. But he has come and joined us at TwitchCon before. I love doing that. I love taking my mods and letting them, do something that they might have not normally done had I not spent all that time raising funds and doing all of that stuff, bringing them to TwitchCon. So, very, very fun. So, show them some love, everybody. Yeah, fun seeing you. The new update in Stardew. Yeah, just the once. We'll go again if it's not in California. Yeah, I hope they put it like in Texas or something like that at some point. Because then all the people who are like all over the country can just go to Texas, right? But the reason why they have it in California is because it's easy for them. That's why they have it. Now, the San Diego Convention Center is my favorite. That's where I first went to TwitchCon. And then the last one was there. And then they were going to have it again last year in the same venue. And see, the San Diego one's very different than the one. I think you went to the Long Beach one, which I think was the worst venue. You had no cell service. The traffic's terrible in Long Beach and whatnot. Not that the traffic can't get bad in San Diego, but the one in San Diego is way better. Way better. The convention center is better. And, I used to do fly-throughs for convention centers. In fact, the second largest convention center in the U.S., the Anaheim Convention Center, which you might know more for like BlizzCon and things like that. I used to do fly-throughs and animations and all sorts of stuff when we were working that and all of that. back in the day. So I know a lot about convention centers. I know, crazy, huh? And I can tell you, San Diego one is amazing. The Anaheim one is incredible as well. At the Long Beach one, I don't like the layout. I don't like the layout. I don't like the fact that however they built it, they made it where cell phones don't work all that well in there. So you just have like a dead zone of your cell phone. So you're trying to communicate to your mods, you're trying to communicate to your community, and you can't do squat in there. But as you guys saw, I went around and I broadcast inside the San Diego one live on stream, which was pretty awesome. Big thanks to all my sponsors like Stream Elements and all of that. Allow me to, you got to think that I'm just some random dude. Just some random dude on the internet. And all these companies say, Kismet, we like what you do, bro. We like your message. We like your positivity. We're going to show you some love. I don't have any magical formula that you just sprinkle on your cornflakes and that makes that happen. Other than pure resilience, right? And some people are going to say no. Some people are like, Kismet, you're too old, or Kismet, you're not a young, good-looking guy, or good-looking girl, whatever. And you can tell sometimes in the way that they talk to you, in the way that they treat you. You can see it in their eyes. That they're like, no, we don't want to sponsor this guy. He's too old, or he's not, he's not the number one, league player or whatever. And you can tell that they don't see beyond that. That's the limitation of their thought process. And that's okay. That's, they got to do right by their business. That's okay. But I do appreciate everybody who comes in. I can't even remember what the heck I'm doing. I'm getting copper plates. That's what I'm doing. Copper sheets. So yeah, that does happen. You're going to get that kind of discrimination in that way, where people treat you because, he's older. Well, we don't want to sponsor that guy. Right? And then sometimes you really get surprised by people. You're like, oh, Kismet, yeah, man, I love what you do, bro. I got your back, right? That's what I love about my sponsors. My sponsors are if they sponsor this old guy, they're awesome. You gotta give them the love for that, right? They didn't just go with the easy choice. They went with a bit of a tougher choice, a bit of a risk, in the fact that, I'm a bit older and I could die at any moment. So I do appreciate that for all my sponsors to come in and do that. That's a gutsy sponsor, right? That's why I appreciate all of mine. Who take that risk and say, Kismet, we like you, bro. We like you. See, that's what they're basically saying. We like what you do, right? And we feel like your brand aligns with our brand, right? You're not going to be controversial. You're not going to be taking our brand and running it through the mud and all of that stuff. That some people make that mistake, right? They make that mistake of just, really going the wrong route. Everybody makes mistakes. It happens. It happens, but you keep making the same mistake. Well, then it's happening a little too much. All right, what I'm looking for is where the heck my copper sheets are. I can't even remember. Where do we do our copper sheets? Well, the best way to find out is to jump down here in the run level, as I like to call it, or the sandwich level, and see where we're running those copper sheets. And I know I'm running them somewhere because I'm using them in my production. Let's go over here. We got lots of screws going. And this is why it'd be great if you could label stuff. Right? If you could label... Oh, I can see it right there. There it is. All right. Well, it's over here in this section. Wow, I forgot. Way over here. All right, there it goes. Now, here's the thing about stopping your production. When you stop your production, most likely in your constructors is a little bit left over of that thing, right? Now, the way this is feeding, it's feeding out, and then the first one over here is the one that's probably getting the first round, which means this one's going to be the one that has the extra right there. Very nice. And then, so if you're looking for extra and you're like, I don't have it running into my box, like I could run it up into that box up there when that runs out. But that'll hold us over for now. And we're good to go. Oh, speaking of train, let's go. Kamikaze! Yeah, I got a lot of optimizations coming through for the game. I can't remember, did I upgrade the game for those optimizations yet? I don't think it's come through yet. Whoa, train! Off it goes. It doesn't kill you, everybody. It just goes right through you. Right now in early access. Don't worry. They said they're going to add that to collisions and stations and all that, or switches and all that other stuff at some point for trains. And I'm sure that stuff takes a lot of work to get that going on. Now, we need some copper sheets so we can run ourselves some pipes and stuff. So I had to run down there and get some of those. We're going to get this fired up. Now, another thing we're going to get fired up, I almost forgot. Oh, my gosh, everybody. Almost forgot. I got so sidetracked talking to you guys that, bam, time to get some Stream Raiders fired up. That's good. We let some peeps get in the channel sometimes and before we get going. Let's go ahead and start with some scrolls. I'm actually looking at 26,000 gold spent on my peeps. Let's go Centurion first, so we know we're going toward that. All right. We got 300 left. I say we go with... how are we looking here? This is 43 of 80. Probably want to go with the one that's the highest. The one that's closest to level 30. There we go, because this is level 26. So go ahead and get that. Now our tank's already max. We got our healer already max. And now we're very close to getting our Centurion. Now what do we got for quests today? We've got melee breaker. Kill 3 melee units. All right, we'll give that a try. Win 20 campaigns. Still got 3 days left. Oh boy, oh boy. 8 per day, let's say. So, oh man, I wish I'd been here Monday and Tuesday. I'd have that done. But such is the way it goes, right? So I think today and then tomorrow, I think we can crush that. And then I'm still working on my 5 units at level 30. If I get my guy up there, I think we'll be good. All right, where we leave off? Oh my gosh, we're almost to the boss. All right, we're going to start with a 4 skull, though. That's a rough way to start the day. But we'll get in there. Now, again, my Centurion, once I get him to level 30, I'll have that other one unlocked. And then the other ones right after that, by the way, I've already have done. So those ones are going to instant unlock as well. So let's go ahead and start off with the Centurion today, level 29. He's going to get in there and get it going. I forget what kind of Centurion this guy is. Let's see. Specialized armored unit that boosts the defense of other nearby armored units by a wider range. 4, resists 70% of range damage. Oh, wow. Wow, he's like a tank. But then he also boosts other peeps. Awesome. Ooh, I like my Centurion. Cool. Yeah, and he takes 70% less damage from range. Very nice. All right, cool. That's going to be helpful. It's like a combination of a tank and a flag bearer at the same time. Cool. Now come and join us for some stream runners, everybody. You can find the link right there in the chat. You can find your captain, me, Kismet, a little game we play on the side while we're playing Satisfactory or other games, whatever it is. Really fun to play. It's great. Everybody in the chat works together. We all battle together for everybody's benefit, so it's very cool. I like games where we all work together. Now, if you notice way up here at the top, everybody, it actually took me a long time to notice these icons. But look up there. It actually shows you the icons of what that is, right? That's actually fluid up there, which I think is pretty great. And then, all right, let's try this again. Now, of course, our 3 lines in are our input, and then green arrow is output. So let's try that again. Bam. And then this one right here. All right. Now, you notice I'm using the 600. I might as well because this is going to be a lot of oil. It's going to be an insane amount of oil. Now, when the train comes back, if it's not already back, no, it's not back. When it comes back, it's now going to start to put more in there because this eventually is going to drain out of there. Now, one of the things that I've done is I'm just draining this one right now. Look at that. See, look, the train's going to show up before I even drain the one out of there. So I'm going to try to drain the one out and then switch it. And so what I'm going to do is try to do a double extra storage. So this one's going to have double, and then this one is going to have a double storage. By the way, did you know you can actually stack these on top of each other? Oh, I'm out of plastic. God, I'm always out of something. Oh, here it comes. Now look, before we can even fill these suckers up, it's already brought a bunch more to run in there. So we'll let that run. We'll grab some plastic over here, and then we're going to do another double. Now, why are we doing that? Well, you want to have a fluid buffer because what it's doing, and the same thing with if you're extracting ore. If you're extracting ore, that runs into a box, and it's doing something while you're busy doing something else. Let's say a great example, limestone, right? So you get your limestone extractor going, you run it to a box, and you don't have enough stuff to make your constructors yet. Well, here's the thing. It's now extracting. It's now backlogging into that box. And then when you go to do your construction, you can add an extra constructor to get rid of your excess. Always a good idea to have that extra constructor. And then when you're at speed, everything's running, and you don't have any excess, then you turn that last one off just to save power. And it's really useful. And then all of a sudden you have a bunch of excess. Well, you know what you do? You flip that last one on again. Eventually it uses up that excess. And then bam, you're off and running again. which is great. Or you're running it into the awesome sink for all your excess as well. Depends on what you want to do. Now, what I wanted to do is I wanted to get all into this box, and then when it gets into this box and it has excess, then that's when I want it to run into the awesome sink. But we need power, and that's what we're working on right now. We need power to run all of this stuff. And we need some plastic, which is, speaking of stuff in a box, right over here is where we've got our plastic. We got a bit extra of that. And we're going to run back over here. Get back in this. There we go. And get this going. Now, this is awesome. Look at this beautiful sun sky and moon overhead. Okay, now I like to leave a little bit of space when I'm doing this kind of stuff. But did you know you can actually stack these vertically? Which I think is just awesome. It's awesome. The only problem with stacking them vertically is the fact that it is gonna take a pump. But I think it looks way cooler. And of course, the first thing you'd want to do is you'd want to go ahead and take that pipeline and run it into the top one, like so, and then run it in the bottom one. Now, the problem, if I run in the bottom one, then it runs toward the thing, right? So you really don't want to do that. You want to go ahead and actually have it run around the other side like that. Now, of course, it's clipping through the thing, which, you know, I don't like. But we can control that with our pipeline support. So we can go ahead and just put it right here. And we can say, okay, where's that at? Let's go ahead and bring this up. Stack it pretty high. Let's say something like that. And then we're going to go ahead and run that out at 600 into the top one. There we go. And then we're going to run it from the top one down into the bottom one. Right, now we have a double backlog, but we definitely need a pump here. Now I'm going to use a Mark II just because I feel like it. Also, what I'm going to do is go ahead and grab this power and run it to the pump over here. And there we go. So now we're really stacking that. Now I could also just set that down into a lower level and have it come up here, right? And just run it straight. Another thing you do is just lower it so that you don't need the pump. So it just runs down into the thing. You just create a lower level and let it actually come up through the foundations. It's really up to you. But I absolutely love that. I'd probably love it a little bit more if I had a bit better pipeline there. So let's go ahead and do this and then back by 2, 1, 2. And then let's say something, let's actually move it over here. Yeah. So let's say 1, 2, right there. And then we'll go ahead and run this all the way up into there. Now, this is not going to serve any purpose other than to make it look nicer. And so we're going to go ahead and try to run it. It's a little too close. I thought that might be a little too close. All right. A little too close. So we're going to go ahead and bring it out. And then go, say, this here. Now, the whole goal of what I'm doing right here is to create a nice little corner. Like that, right? Now, it's still a little too close to the thing. You see it's not perfectly straight. So again, now normally a 2 will do it. But I find on these particular ones that you normally go 2. Well, just double that out. So 1, and then 2, 3, 4. And let's go ahead and give it a little bit more there. Might have a little bit too far, but we'll give it a shot. Have it come out. And in there. See, a little too far. All right, well, let's go ahead and try to find that perfect spot. Again. 1, 2. Try 3. It's not always straight. And the reason why it's not always straight is because of where you put your original stuff, right? Oh, it was 2. I don't know. Maybe I didn't do 2. Hold on. Let's try it again. Coming out. 1, 2. Now, 2 is typically the magic offset to create 90s. And again, this is just a cosmetic thing. There we go. Just a cosmetic thing so you can make it look nicer. And you can go ahead and do your cross. Now, if that's in the way, what we're going to have to do is do the same thing. But then this time, line it up off of this. Like this. There we go. No green line. Thank you very much for that. And then center it this way and then back by 2 again. So there we go. 2, 3. And we're at 3. Oh, out of place. Out of plates, out of something. Always something. I'm not sure if I got plates up here. Let's go see. Now what I can do is just hit F to look in this box and see how many plates I have in there. I have 1,500. So F is your key that allows you to take stuff out. Allow you to know what's in the box without having to go into the box, which is super useful. So let's try that again. 3, 4, 5, and then 6. There. There's a 90 there, and then a 90 there. There we go. Now you can also just say, okay, cool, I like it, and then literally just take all this stuff out. Like this. Now see, once you establish your angles, then you can use those angles. So what I would do though, is this part right here is the most important part. You don't want to take that part out. What I would do is I would take this part out and this part out, and then use this now as a template to make sure that that's perfectly connected between all of those. And there you go. Now you got a pipe running along up there, which has 90s and whatever you want to do, right? So you don't have to use the lifters. The lifters can be just, or the supports, they can just be temporary. All right, like that. We can take this out. Now I'm kind of a stickler. I like to go back in and make sure that all my stuff is connected, and make sure that it is all running and whatnot. That's just me. Sometimes stuff goes awry, stuff doesn't work, and so we go in and we try to make it work. All right, what's our lift right here? I'm sure it's not going to be 50 because that's not even close to 50. There we go. Yeah, it's about 10. So yeah, so there you go. You can do a lot of fun stuff with that. But the whole point of this is so that it goes out the back and it goes this way. Now you can send it up over the top. There's a whole bunch of different ways of doing it. Now, I don't like stuff to float. So that's going to drive me crazy. So we're going to go ahead and try that again. Like this. And I'll show you even different way to do it. Now, when it comes to piping, running it along the ground, I don't typically run stuff along the ground. But when it comes to piping, you can do it pretty well along the ground like this. Now, one of my favorite things to do is a vertical run. Now, you got to watch out, though, because I still want it to output over here, right? I want it to output right here and not be blocked, because this one wants to come out, right? And so I don't want to bring that down to where it's at this level. So what can I do? Well, actually, as you're going, you don't even need to do your lifters. In the early game, you want to, just like you do with conveyors, you want to go ahead and just use your normal lifter. So we can just go in here, bring this nice and straight, use our lifters to go up as high as we can, like that. And then I'll show you another great little trick. And so you go in here and you use your, again, pipeline supports. And you got to go in nice and straight. And again, we'll move it out just by a couple, just so we have enough room to run that one down. And we're going to do something like that. And we'll try to match about where that's at. There we go. And then we can just do straight up vertical, right? And we can actually tell it too. R, we want it to be straight vertical, like that. Pretty nice. Not bad. Could be better, right? Could be more aligned. So it's not up so high, and then it just goes straight vertical at the end. We can also have this come out, by the way, and go right through here and then go down that way. So a lot of good techniques that you could do. Again, one of the things we could do also is, now that we have this aligned, is we could then start again. Sometimes I just build stuff, it's just temporary to align stuff. So we can align it like this, right? Got this nice and straight. You're looking at where that is. It's about halfway through the thing. Let's say right there. Bring that all the way up. And then let's try it like that. Cool, right? And then see, we're using a vertical lift here too. So we got a nice vertical lift there. We got a nice vertical lift there. It's really up to you. It looks, to me, it looks 1,000 times better like that, personally, but that's just me, right? And I could change this one over here too. If I didn't have an eyelash in my eye. Blinding myself. I can go in and just say, you know what? I'm going to take this from the top pipe instead. And I'm also going to change it from vertical to default. And then we'll have a nice straight pipe. You're like, whoa, Kismet, did you know that was going to line up? Yep. Yep, I did know that was going to line up, because this right here at maximum height is the exact same height of this, because they thought that out, which I really appreciate. I appreciate how much they thought that out. Thanks for the lurker love there, Crazy. There you go. I know you go for a bad year. Yeah, I know. Well, hey, maybe you'll give it another shot if it's in San Diego, because San Diego is much better. All right. Let's see. So we run that up in there. That's going to fill that up, and it should be coming down here and filling this up. Probably been doing that while we've been chatting about setting it up. Oh, yeah, that's filling that up big time. Now, again, we're going to need that pump right over here. Let's get that pump in there. It's going to help us out a lot. Put that in there. Now it's above our head, too, so we can run under there. We can do whatever we need to do. I try not to block my physical presence, and so I can run under stuff. I can get stuff running. That's going to be about 10 to 15 head lift. Should be just fine. But remember, every one of these pumps costs you power. Okay, so guess what we're going to do over here? You guessed it. Exact same thing. Exact same thing we did over there, except for we can't quite line those up like we did. So what we're going to do is we're going to create the opposite of what we did over here. So again, we'll have the output like this. We'll go ahead and run this out about the same distance. Let's say like that. And this is about halfway. Run that all the way up. That'll get us lined up. You're like, Kismet, why don't you use the top one to start with? No reason. It's a personal preference, I guess. And then we need to look at this and say, okay, how far offset is that from that one? And we can see it's kind of sitting on this foundation on the edge. And so we can kind of try to line that up with the same, right? So let's say right there and right there. Now, one of the biggest problems of what we're doing right now is we're separating the two lines. And when the two lines get separated like that, and I want to run the lines down, now they're going to be way separated, and I have to bring them back together if I want to run them down the same line. Whenever I'm running stuff, I try to run it as close as I can, so I only need one wall to run it along or whatever it is. It just makes it easier to manage. So you're like, oh, wait a minute. Okay, hold on. Stop. Now, this is a point in which you should say, okay, this is not what I want, right? And I do think all this stuff out ahead of time, by the way. We take all this out. We say, okay. We got the idea of that. We know how to do verticals. We know how to do all of that, except for I'm not digging it. And the reason why I'm not digging it is the fact that these particular items over here, we'll take all these out now, and I'm going to lose all that oil, by the way, but that's okay. We've got plenty. That these particular items need to be together. They need to be in one spot. Now, the problem with these inputs and outputs is I have no power over where those things are, right? I have no power. I can switch them to the other side, but I can't take these ones and switch them to that side and that one and switch them over there. You know what I mean? I can't switch the inputs and outputs, which actually would be a cool feature. But for now, we can't switch them. So we have to make a choice, right? We have to say, okay, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to make this even easier. We're going to go ahead and turn this like this on this side. And let's move forward, or no, backwards a little bit. Yeah, right here. Let's turn it this way. And then we'll turn these in both directions. And then we'll leave ourselves a bit of room. So we can literally just go like this. That's 1,000 times easier, isn't it? See, just deciding in your directions can make a huge difference, right? Otherwise, you can just run it, right? Just run it straight. And then this one's going to run down. Easy peasy, right? That's 1,000 times easier. And then you go ahead and do your Mark IIs in there like that. Very nice. We'll run our power up to there. And there we go, right? So as this automatically run in there, it's going to run from the back. And so we've chosen right here as our run level, right? That's going to be our run level, which we're going to run down into there. And we'll make that as our kind of final answer for here. And then we'll go ahead and run this way. Now, again, we want the same thing to happen, but in the opposite direction, right? So we can go ahead and run both of these down. Now, you can see that one's offset a bit further back. So, no, we don't want that. Let's go ahead and get our buffer again here. Let's line it up on the edge. There we go. Let's double it up because we need a lot of oil fired up in here. Now this one's going to be tough because we got to get it to go around this area. So we're going to have to finagle that like we just did. And we're going to go ahead and say, okay, we're going to grab this. We're going to run it over here. Now again, we got to get past the clearance. So I would suggest just to run it this way and to count, say, 2 this way, turn it this way, move it forward by 2, click it, run it all the way up as high as you can, and then, easy peasy. How much easier that is, everybody? I mean, just small things like that that make a difference, right? It does make a difference. The way you're running it, directional runs, all that stuff. That's really what I'm trying to show you here, is the way you run it is just as important as what you run, right? Is the way that I was going to run through. Look at that, how that perfectly goes through there. That's awesome. Sometimes that just works out. And then here we go. So what do we got for head lift? Now, what direction does this one go? I wasn't even looking when I was putting it in. That's pretty bad. All right, I think I have it right. Yeah, there we go. All right. I'm just amazed by that. Awesome. Run. There we go. Okay, so that's going to run up into there, and then we're going to run it from the back. Again, we're trying to get it all to end up on the same side. Now, I could put it side by side. Another way of doing it. But what I want to do is I want to run down there. And I want to use a single foundation, or a single wall, I guess in this case, to run down. Now, one of the problems is it's going to be in the way right now, right? If I want to kind of run it down. But I can do something like this where I go ahead and offset and say, I put this in here. I don't want to take it out. I just want to offset this and run this. Let's say over to there. We take this back out. That back in. Okay, so we have it. Now, the way I have it set right now, it's in the center of the run. I don't want to do that. I don't want to interfere also with my train down there, so I got to watch out for that. But we're going to say, we're going to go on the inside here, and we're going to run that down along this wall. Like this. Now, we do have some different attachments that we can use, and you can unlock. Oh, mouse, there we go. Right here, we have wall supports, which we can go ahead and put in. You click once, right, and there you go. Except for it's going the wrong way, right? You're like, all right, hold on. Let's go ahead and let's see if we can rotate it. Put it in there. Ah, okay. So now we got some wall supports we can use for our pipelines. We've also got the ability to go in. I know it took me a while to figure this one out, but you can also put your junctions in there if you want. I typically will use the junctions just because they space a bit better. So we can go ahead and do this. And do this, but you could just use walls, thing like that. There we go. And I'm trying to just center them. Right, and let's get our jetpack on in case we do a little off the side. But you can see I'm trying to center them, and they're not quite centered. So let's go ahead and try that again. Let's go in and use number 2 here. Once you get it down, then it has a tendency to kind of center a bit nicer, and then you got it on one wall, and we can run it down. But for this example, we're going to go ahead and use our pipeline supports. Now, you unlock these pipeline support, these wall supports, via the Awesome Shop or a lot of these pieces and parts. But you can just as easily do it with that. And so we'll do it with that. All right, we got this one. Go in there. And this one is go in there. Easy, right? Yeah, pretty easy. Pretty easy stuff. And then down we go. Now remember, this is 1,200 oil right here, roughly. We actually have some more oil to go gather later. But we're going to go ahead and just run that down as far as we can from up here. And gravity is going to help us, because gravity is going to run this down. Whee! Off the top rope! Ah, jetpack. There we go. So we run it down as far as we can, and you can see we got a pretty good distance on it. Watch out behind you, because you might just like off the top, which I have actually done live on stream. And let's go ahead and bring this down some more. And now our train level is rocking and rolling. Another cool thing, by the way, is that you'll see that it matches up perfectly from up there to up here. And that's because I always start with one foundation, and that foundation is for everything I do in the game. It's like the Rosetta Stone of the entire base. Whatever direction it's going, wherever, however far I go, if I go 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 away from my base, that's going to be the center of my particular base. All right, so let's go ahead and run this down. Now, when you're running it, one of the things that it doesn't do, that would be awesome that it did do, is that if you had the pipeline wall support, if it just actually just switched over there. But what we want to see is how far down we can run these, right? Which is about right there. So we'll just say, okay, you know what? Let's go in. Let's do it again. Pipeline wall support. And we'll go ahead and run it there. We'll try to eyeball. Yeah, that's not great. That's not great. In fact, let's go one up here. That's not a great position. And that needs to go in just a little bit. Always trying to eyeball stuff. Eyeballing stuff from real far away is tough. Because you can see, look, one is up a little bit higher, the other one's down a little lower, though it looked from the lower side there that it was in the same spot. Now, here's what I suggest to do. Leave the other one in. Leave the other one in so you can see where your spot is. And then if you're very close, you can go ahead and take that one out. And now, oh, if it'll let me. There we go. You can take that one out, and now they're more aligned, right? And this one needs to go more to the center. And so we go ahead and say, okay, this one's more center. There we go. Now it's looking a bit better, and then we can run this down. One of the cool things about this game is it actually lets you connect it to the other side from down here, right? Normally in a lot of games, you have to get up there where you can see that side so you can connect it. So it can be a bit tougher. All right, now we're coming down. Now, what I want to do is I want to continue my stuff here, except for I want to go in that direction. So what we can do is we can turn around the pipes so they're going the opposite direction. And we can use that by, oh, I don't have my stuff. We can do that by using some wall holes. So we can go ahead and turn it in the opposite direction. I could run it right here, but you know, you're going to run out of space. That's usually what happens when you limit yourself in that direction. So let's run over here, and always when I double click it, it doesn't work. And when I single click it, it does work. And then I go to double click it, and then it doesn't work. And then it's back and forth, back and forth. All right, we need a bunch of stuff over here. We're going to go ahead and need this. We're out of our plates, probably a bunch of this stuff. We're going to need rotors. Let's try that again. What were we making? Wall holes. Plates, screws, what else? Yeah, we got all of that. Okay, let's try that again. I like to be on my blade runners when I'm running around on the base because it makes me go faster. But we're trying to bring that down and run it into the wall hole. There we go. All right, so we want it to go this way. So we're going to go ahead and put two of these in. Now, how do I get that around the other side? Now, I could have just ran it on the other side. I could go in and say, you know what? I want to change that. I want to run it on this side. But very easy to fix. You just use the wall holes. Let's say right here. Again, very tough to see from back here. We're going to try to line it up, center it as best we can. Yeah, something like that. So in there, in there. All right, too easy, too easy. So we can control the direction no matter where we are. And again, remember, it's coming down, so the force of gravity is actually helping that run. Plus, it also has two pipes, which are two pumps, which is really helping it as well. Now, this is going to be our new little area here for our additional plastic that we need, as well as additional oil. Power that we're going to need as well. And we're just going to go ahead and just fill in a bunch of this, take a minute. I just love how these foundations go in. It's so subtle, so awesome. It's awesome every time. And I played this game for probably hundreds of hours. Just like my 30th playthrough. I can't even remember how many times I've played through. But it's great every time. Every single time I go to do these foundations, I think, that's just so good. It's just so well done. It's just that, once you get that down, it's just so great. Now watch as I hide my run levels here. You won't even see that. under there. Won't even know it's down there unless you went down there. And there we go. See? Don't even know it's there. Now, what do I want to do here? Now, all this other stuff over here is running just fine. We have a bunch of stuff running here that's running both the things that we want to do. On this side, we have, I was working on a bit of running these from one to another. So we're running plastic from there. And then also over here, we're also running fuel. So we can tap those into the same line if we want to. And we can use those over there to do some of our production. So we're going to run some of this back this way. And that'll be for that. But right now, we can change the direction of that. Instead of running it on this side, we can just run it down, run it this way, and then run it back to here. So this will be some of it, right? This will be some of our production. And what we need is, to find a good balance, is we need to do some plastic, because we need to up our plastic production on this side. And then on this side, we're going to do 1 fuel, 2 fuel, and then 3 fuel over here. So how much oil do we need to make all that happen? Well, 60 times 3, right? So 120, and then 60 plus 60 is 120, and then another 60 be 180. Need 180 over there plus 20 here, and then that's 200, and then 220. Now, let's remember how much oil we got coming in. 1,200. I need 220, and it's coming in with 1,200. Right? That just gives you, just scale that up in your head, right? It's like, dang, because that's a lot, bro. Yeah, that's a lot. So right here, you can see these are all running, and these go in right now at 15, right? So at 15, we can say, okay, what's our output of our fuel? We'll do that battle here in a second. Output of our fuel is 40, right? So 40, 40s, 80s, 120. So 120 divided by 15 is what? Hey, Siri, what's 120 divided by 15?
120 divided by 15 is 8.
Is 8. All right, so for 3 of these, now remember how I was talking about the rule of 8? Well, the rule of 8 applies to a whole bunch of stuff. Hey, JC Hunter, thanks for coming in. Appreciate you backing me up today. The rule of 8 is an idea of finding the equilibrium in the numbers. If we know that 3 of these equals 8 of the other ones, we could literally use that as a template, right? So we need 120 oil so that we can go ahead and output 8 fuel generators, right? And then we can just do that again and again and again. And that's actually what I'm doing right now. On the other side over there is 3 fuel generators, right? 3 refineries that are generating fuel. And those are going to 8 different power. So we know that right now we have a power problem and we need to boost our power. So that would probably be among the first things that I would do is work on my fuel and then run the fuel into our power line. Now, we're going to go ahead and run this out, and we're actually going to run our power a long ways. And so what we need is we need some more of these power over here, and we need a total of 8 of them, right? So we're going to run it along the back here, and then we're going to go ahead and double these up like this just to make it easier, and then we can run it in a single line. So we got one there, and let's go ahead and see if we get another one over here. Now, one of the cool things you can do is line these up, right? Oh, not quite lined up, right? You got to look for that green arrow. And so this is a little close anyway. I would probably push this out because it's really close to our run line there. I would push this out a little bit, again, aligning it to the grid here. And then when you go to put the other one in, you go ahead and align the input, and then you're looking for that green line. You can barely see it there, but you can kind of see it under there. So that they're lined up across. And then I could do it way over here. I could do it way closer if I want. I could run the line underneath. Really finding that offset is a cool thing. Now, I would probably put it at least half of foundation away. And that's because what you're going to need is you're going to need these to connect together. But you're also going to need a T-section, right? To go through there like this so you can run your actual line down the way. All right, so let's go ahead and keep that a-going. So again, remember, we're going to do 8 of these. Now, we're missing some rubber there, so we need to go get some more rubber. You're always constantly out of resources. But what we can do is we can tell it, hey, wait, we're going to produce more of these. So we'll go in and we'll say, okay, we're going to produce a whole bunch of power. Here we go. Fuel generators. And we'll say, oh, we're going to produce 7 more of these. And so to give us the to-do list over here, and let's just clear the list just to make sure and then let's go ahead and do 7, and it will tell me how much of each of those things that I'm going to need, which I think is made specifically just for me, because I totally forget. I totally not going to do the math. I typically run back and forth to figure that out. Now, while I'm running over here grabbing these resources, let's get our first battle of the day out of the way. Let's go. How many peeps we got? Whoa, already starting off with 50 units. All right, let's go, baby. Let's do this. Oh, we're doing the pincher move from 2 sides coming in. I think we're going to get this going on. There we go. Get in there and get them kills. Oh, too easy. Too easy, everybody. Oh, look out. We got another win there. Let's grant some rewards. Bo Nitox getting some love. And Subi starting off the day as MVP, as he probably does every day. All right, let's get into it. Boom. It's boss time. Well, you turned in the stream at the right time, because we're going to start off with a boss battle right off the top of the stream here. Let's get the flying rogue in there. Where am I feeling? I don't know what it is about the bottom left corner that just kind of allows us to rock this one. Let's do it, everybody. Bottom left corner. Let's get it going. Again, the game is free to play. It's on mobile and on desktop. It's called Stream Raiders. You can follow along with us and play along with us there in the chat. Very, very fun. All right, let's go ahead. Again, I was picking up my resources, but I was having so much fun watching you guys do that I didn't get it done. All right. Oh, wrong way. I'm trying to get it go in there. There we go. Computer, motors, we got those. We need rubber, which I most likely don't have down here, I don't think. Oh, I got a little bit. Most likely that's up above. Now, this is a whole bunch of extra resources that I have from tearing my factory down. And then when I tore it all down, I put it in these boxes so I could just grab it whenever I needed it, which is like right now. So I'm trying to use this stuff up down here before I go ahead and use anywhere else. There we go. Bam. Look at that. Just sitting here ready to be used. All right. Now, the interesting thing is I tore my factory down, and then I rebuilt my factory, but I have more resources left over because I built it a lot more efficient, and I didn't have to build as much stuff to do more than I did before, right? And that's what you want, right? You want to do the same thing, but with less materials and to be much more efficient. And that's typically why I redo my factory, just for that reason, because I know at some point I'm going to get some better ways of running it, some better ways of doing all of this, which is pretty fun. Now, we've already done some underrunning in other parts of our base, so in here we're going to just do some topside running, which is fun. Underrunning is when you run it from underneath, or we can also run it from up above, which is what we're going to do on this one. This one needs some more foundations out here. Watch this, everybody. Oh, it's so great. It's so great. It'd be even more great if I had more concrete. There we go. All right, we're going to run back and get some more, but look at this. Now, again, we're just going to keep doing this again and again and again, and we'll be rivaling nuclear power. Now, I do have the ability to go out and make nuclear power and all of that. We'll get into it. No rush. No rush. Taking my time, enjoy the journey as you go along. So we need to see if we got any extra concrete down here. I know one of these boxes does. Sometimes I don't even see it. Really? Wow, that's always astounds me when I don't have any concrete. Now, I got some other boxes over here to use as well. Nope, there's some right there. And so we'll run over there and we'll get that going on. And we'll just go ahead and grab all the concrete out of here. Again, look. They just a bunch of it laying around from when, that was a long time ago too. That was probably, 50 or 100 hours ago. A long time ago for all those resources. All right. I'm going to hit F like Frank, and I'm going to hit middle mouse button, and that allows me to pick up my foundation. So I don't actually, notice I don't have it in my bar there. I didn't have to go in that window. I feel like one of the things that if you only learn one thing in my stream, and that is using the pickup command. It's like an eyedropper, right? If you ever use Photoshop or any kind of program where you pick up like a color, well, this actually picks up the item that already exists. So if you've already got an item that already exists, like great example is I did it with these power generators. I just hit F, middle mouse button, and bam, now I'm making a power generator, right? That's something you want to get into a habit, and it will actually probably I'd say 5 to 10 times speed up your build speed. It is incredibly useful because you're constantly switching, right? And you're very often doing the same thing, right? The same repetitive thing. You're making foundations or you're making the same item in a long row. And right now our biggest hurdle is power. And actually every minute of every moment of this game is all about the power. If you have enough power, then you're able to continuously add on to your factory. If you don't have enough power, then you're going to struggle. And it's a kind of a real good balance between, okay, I need power, but then also I need to make the items that allow me to make power, right? So you need to make the particular items like heavy modular frames and so on, and especially lots and lots of concrete, to be able to continue to expand and continue to add more power, right? So it's like they're relying on each other. So once you get that kind of rhythm down, where you get that reliance down, you're going to be set. Boom. Let's just get a bunch, take that out, just so we have an instrument. I always like to leave one slot empty in case I decide to take something back up again. It doesn't start dropping those boxes. I hate it when it drops those boxes. I really do. I really don't like it. All right, let's go ahead and do this. How we do? We do a little bit more here. I say we do another row. Again, we're covering up all of our run lines under here now. Now, I could go in, by the way, and I could run all the lines, and I could flatten it all out, and I could do all of that. I always feel like it's better to do it as you go. Because, you know, you don't want to be doing something that takes 5 hours, and you do the 5 hours of that, and then you got nothing else done. I mean, I just ran foundations for 5 hours, right? That's not very useful. What I like to do is build in the moment. So, of course, I'm also thinking it out, like what am I going to do next, that kind of thing. But I build in the moment. If I want to build fuel generators, then I'm going to build fuel generators first as well. Thank you, Wretch Dude, and also CHV coming in, dropping that Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons here at the Kismet channel. Welcome, everybody. Come on in, relax, take it easy. My name is Kismet. We play a lot of fun games in here right now. Playing some Satisfactory. Incredibly fantastic game. Love this game. I highly recommend it. It was on sale on Steam for like 20 bucks. It's like stealing it. It's like stealing it. It's so cheap. Oh, God. Now, look. No matter how much you try to line stuff up, there's always something that goes awry. Look at this. That is not lined up. That is not lined up, so, oh, God. Okay, take that out. Now, there's something awry here. Is it this side that's not lined up? Is it that side? I try to snap it as best I can. I went in and did what I could, but sometimes, you know what you got to do? You got to take it out and just do it again, everybody. If you're worried about lining it up, if you want it to look beautiful, right? There's two stages of this game, I find. There is the, okay, I'm learning how to make it work. And then there's the, oh man, I sure want this to look way better than it did before, right? How do I make it look beautiful? And there's there's 100 different ways or 1,000 different ways of doing exactly what I'm doing here, right? You can run it from underneath, which we've done before. You can optimize it by running it across like what we're doing right now, right? And then you can put your junction cross in the middle. Now, see these white lines that are going along here? They actually can act as a centering agent, allow you to help you center your junctions in there if you're standing in the right spot, just like that. Because it doesn't auto-center it. And so you basically just have to eyeball it. So I get about the center, and it gives me a rough center across there, right? And I could run the pipe first, and then put the thing in, and then put the cross connections. And this way I'm just going to do this, because all I have to do is do this, do that. Bada bing, bada boom. All right, that's done. Now, we got to get all of our output from over here. We've got to get rid of our resin. And we've got to go ahead and run our lines. Now you're like, oh, Kismet, you're going to run that underneath? Well, I am going to run it underneath, but not what you think. I'm not going to run the fuel underneath. I'm actually going to run the fuel at the top level. And then what I'm going to run underneath is actually the excess. Because when you're producing fuel over here, it's going to actually have a byproduct, resin. Now you can feed the resin back into the system and use the resin and make other stuff out of the resin. I don't bother. I go ahead and just get rid of it. Now, I need some aluminum sheets, which is funny because I got a whole box full of it up there. And probably my aluminum process is actually turned off right now because I have so much. Now, I don't know if I brought any aluminum down here. It would be kind of unusual. Oh, let's get some more plates while we're at it, too. Right over here. That would be unusual for me to bring, oops, wrong way. Would be unusual for me to leave aluminum down here, because normally aluminum is something I'm constantly using up. Now you're like, well, Kismet, why are you going to run that at level 5? You don't need that at level 5 or Mark 5. Well, I get to a certain point in the game, and I just use that particular thing, right? I'll just use level 3s no matter what. You don't have to do, 60, 120, 60, 120 belts. And I've done that before many times on stream, shown it, how you can do that. You can control the speeds of them if you need to. But I find eventually you don't need to do that. Just run it at its maximum speed. If you've got a whole box full of this stuff, hey, bro, you're off and running. Run that stuff full speed. Let's do it. There's no reason not to, right? I mean, unless you have a problem with your resources, that's the only time. Get our jetpack on, and let's just right off the side here. Whee! Oh, so awesome looking. Now again, this one you can see is bottom feeding from underneath on our feed level. Too cool for school. All right, now we also got some run lines down here, and this is the constant problem, is that you're running stuff and you're building it, and then it's going to run in your run lines and all of that. But I can control how that goes, so I can just put a pipeline support there like that, or I can go ahead and say, you know what, this actually is going to be an item because it's going to be resin. And I can go ahead and just put my conveyor pole. And what that does allows me to get in between all of this without hitting that. Now, another cool thing you can do, I love these, and that's the conveyor wall mount, like that. So I can go ahead and run it down and run it along that wall mount, which you'll see here in just a second. So let's get to it right over here. And again, I'm just going to use level 5s because I can. And we're going to go ahead and just run that down. Now, another thing we can do before we run that down is we can go ahead and merge it if we want to. But in this case, I'm just going to run it all down like this, and we'll merge it along that edge. And let's go ahead and add foundations down there, middle mouse button. See, I don't even need to have it in my bar. I can just merge it like that. Okay, now the first one doesn't need a merger because it's just going to merge over to here. So it's kind of pointless to put a merger in that one, unless that's your jam. You're going to add some more stuff later on. But it's hard to see if this is actually lining up to the lifter. And so we're going to go ahead and go down here, take a look. Okay, that's good. And then we're going to have this merge across to this one. Again, so we'll have a double merger. Now we'll take this wall support out because it's a little too close. And again, you're going to see the problem we're going to have, right? We're really close here. We don't want to run it in this line. Go ahead and run ourselves a nice wall support up there. And we can go ahead and try to run our conveyor. Again, we're just going to run at maximum speed. Clipping. No. No clipping. Now what we can do on this last one here is we can go ahead and say, you know what? Don't like it. I'm going to go ahead and... actually, should have left that for a second. I'm going to go ahead and leave this right here. That one's not off. That one's offset incorrectly. We have to fix that one. And we're going to go ahead and put that like that, except we're going to put it up by 1. And we're going to make sure we got it going in the right direction. Take this out. Now, you always want to put these in last. Lifters should be the last thing that you put in. And then I'm going to put it in the upper level. Right? And that's going to help us with our run line later on. Right? So now we can just run that over there. And we don't have that problem. We can just take that out too. Because, hey, why leave it there, right? And then we can run this up into here. And now we got all of our stuff running. Now, again, this one doesn't need a merger until it gets to here. And now all that stuff is nicely merged. Now, this one right here, take it out because this thing's all offset funky. So I just start over. I was like, okay, no. Okay, let's do this again. All right, bring that down. Make sure we've got that offset correct. And you're going to... It's really hard to see because it doesn't snap to the item. It'd be nice if it snapped to your lifter. Just like, snapping to it in an easier way, but we do what we got to do. Lifters in last. Then again, we'll run our lines again into there. This one doesn't need a merger over there. It'll merge here, and then it'll run up here, and then those two will merge into this one, and then that one will run over there, and then we'll run our resin into our awesome sink. Now, we already have a whole system set up for the awesome sink, including our rubber running there. And you can see right here, we've got some resin coming down already. So the smart thing to do is say, okay, where's that at? and where's our current resin line, right? So we can just go ahead and merge right on that line right there, and then try to run this from over here, right, from right there, and try to merge that into that line. Now, very rarely does it work out, everybody. You always got to, add a little something, something to get it just a little bit further. And so we'll do that. Ooh, we got lots of machinery running here. And there we go. So we're going to run that extra resin into a pre-existing line, which is already going in the Awesome Sink. Now, here's the thing I would do, though. At this point, since I have the ability to upgrade these lines, I would definitely upgrade all of these lines. Just so your stuff that's coming in here is going much faster. Especially at the end here. Now, this is going to lift upwards, so we're going to go ahead and put that conveyor lift as a 5. Now, the faster your belt is, the faster it goes into your Awesome Sink. So everything to do with your Awesome Sink, I would upgrade that to its whatever maximum speed you have in the moment. That's what your Awesome Sink belt should be, right? And so we can also go back and speed up all the belts back here too if we want to. But really, when these connect together, it may exceed our belt speed. So that's when we want to use our maximum speed belt after that. We can go figure out all the math, but it really doesn't come out that fast. It's not like that's gonna, be 780, which is what that speed of that belt is. So it's not like you have to worry about it too much, but if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it at maximum level, and if I see there's an issue, if it starts to backlog down the line, then I know that that is not going fast enough. Okay, now the other thing we wanna do is we wanna go ahead and we wanna run all these lines out. We wanna merge them, and we wanna put them right into here. So I'm going to go back to my pipe set down here at the bottom, right here. We're going to go ahead and run that out. Hey, Grimshard, how you doing? Thanks for hanging out. Never thought I'd say this, but time to unlock Predator in Fortnite. Okay. I don't know what that means, but awesome. All right, so we'll go ahead and run our line. Now, this line we know is going to say start from right there, right? Now, let me turn my light on. And we're also going to go ahead. Now, there's 1,000 different ways to do this. We can bring it over first and then run it. But I like to just run a pipeline first, just run it straight off the thing. Now, the problem with starting the pipeline is you need to start with a pipeline support, all right? So we'll go ahead and start back there. We'll go ahead and just run ourselves a pipe. And this is kind of very much reminds me of 3D when you're using subtraction. So what we do is we go ahead and we just create a pipeline. And that pipeline is going to run along here. Now, you got to make sure that these things don't accidentally line up to your inputs or outputs. It's going to screw you up. So I ran a little extra long there, just so I can go ahead and line that up as best I can. It doesn't snap to that, which is a huge bummer. So I kind of run it over here, try to eyeball it as best I can, or I just move my cursor down to try to align to it as best I can. Like this. Same thing over here. Again, putting in our junction cross. Then we'll connect these together. Get up there. There we go. Now this end piece here you no longer need. And there's a little tiny little pipeline. Don't need that. Oh, how convenient. This happens to run right to there. Right? Very nice, right? So now we've connected all of these together and we just take out all the excess, right? When you're doing subtraction, both in a program like Illustrator or a 3D program, what you're doing is you're taking a piece, like say you take a square, and then you add a circle, you put the circle down, and it will cut an arc out of that square, or vice versa. You can cut a square point out of a circle, right? It's called subtraction. And that's basically what we're doing. We're making one thing, and then we're connecting it, and then we're subtracting the parts that we don't need. Like, I don't need this junction at the end. Don't need it there, right? I just take it out and then reconnect the thing at the end, and there we go. Nice 90 there, or at least somewhat of a 90. And there we go. We're off and running. Now, if I don't like that, I say, no, I don't like that. I want to take that out. I could always go back in again and redo that like this, and then do it the other way, right? So we go in, line that up, say, I don't like it. And let's go ahead and run it this way. Like that, into that junction, and do that. Now, I like to leave the junctions because I might add stuff later, or I can do a whole bunch of refineries in a row, and that's super useful as well. but I'm kind of running out of room over here. And what I'm doing is I'm creating a template, right? This is what I call the rule of 8, even if it's not exactly 8. But in this case, it is 8, right? So again, the rule of 8 coming up again. It's 8 power, right? 3 refineries, but our end goal is the 8 power. And the same thing when we're doing our reinforced iron plates, it's 8 constructors. That's why I call it the rule of 8. And once you learn, there's a lot of equilibriums in the game, which is, 8 of this and 10 of that and 8 of this. And if you bring it in at this speed, then you need this many things. In this case, when it comes to oil power, 3 refineries, 8 fuel generators. All right, so that's looking good. Now, up above here, you can see we've got an upper level. And I'm going to go ahead and bring that upper level across and put that up above what we're working on. Kismet, how the heck are you doing that for so far away? Well, this game has very subtle building. It's probably one of the greatest building games ever. And you're like, whoa, that's a big title, Kismet. Yeah. And the reason why is because I can just go to the edge of this and it knows I want to go that way. Or if I go to the edge of this, it knows I want to go that way. It seems like a simple mechanic that every single game would have, but it doesn't. It doesn't. It's just, you can't just sit in one spot and just build out your foundations so incredibly easy. I mean, it's an 11 out of 10. That's awesome. It seems like a very inconsequential thing, but it's really not. It's really a powerful thing to be able to build, because that's what you're doing. You're building, right? I mean, 90% of this game is building. You also got, exploring, or at least for me, it's building. Also got exploring and all sorts of other things you do. But for me, I'm doing a lot of building, right? Building and setting stuff up and running power lines and doing all that stuff. And the more wonderful that feels to me, the better the game I feel. Now, another thing we can do over here, by the way, everybody, is we can go ahead, fine-tune this a little bit. Maybe do a little run like that, just to make it a little fancy. Or what we can do is we can actually offset this to do this, or we can just take this out altogether. All right, and just say, you know what, we'll run this, but we got to watch out for our clearance. And then it just has a single line, so you don't have that extra bit of stuff at the end. Yeah, you do. And we could also align this. We could move this over a little bit to try to align it to this if you're really a stickler. I'm good for now. Now we want to get our refineries going, and we want to get our oil going back here, because again, we need to also get our other stuff going. So as you can see, we've got our bit of stuff going here, and we're doing the same thing we're doing over there, where we're using a connection between the two, like this, like this. Now here's what I would do on the last one, is I would just run a line, again, like we showed earlier, just like that. A little crooked there. It's not running directly off the center. Running a bit offset. So it doesn't matter which direction, by the way. You go the other way, and you're going to have the other way problem. Like that. Right? Like, how do I fix that? Well, the way you could fix it is you could go ahead and take this out and try to run it into there, except for it's not going to be a perfect 90, right? I mean, you might be like, I'm okay with that, Kismet. You can be okay with that. But you can also go ahead and run it like this. Line it up as best you can, offset it by 2, and then you got to choose one direction or another because it's not perfectly lined up off the edge. And that's okay. Now we're going to go ahead and run that like that. Now on the last one here, what we're going to do is we're going to add a vertical connector, right? Now we could add it there, we could add it over here, which is probably where I would add it. It's just around the corner here. And then what we can do is take this and run this over to here, right? And we'll have to readjust the direction of this. So let's go in. Let's take this out. Let's say, you know what? Change my mind. Don't want that one there. I want to go ahead and run this down to here. Then I want that to run over to here. Now, if I keep it up in a certain direction and have a little bit of a drop at the end there, it's going to help me out in the long run. So we'll go ahead and say, line that up off of there again. Lining it up off of there. Let's say 1 in. That's 1 in there. That's lined up there. 1, 2 this way. That's just so you can get it to be 90 this way and 90 that way. And see, it's a nice little 90 there. And then drop that right in there. And there we go. That oil is running. Now, of course, none of this stuff is running. Why is it not running? Well, I don't have power connected to it. Now, the funny irony is I need this power to power the other stuff that I need. So the first thing I don't want to do is I don't want to work on this over here. That's why I'm not working on that first. I'm working on the power first because that's what I need. I need more power. So prioritize what you're working on. So to have more power, though, I need to add more connections here. So look at this beautiful vertical connections they've added to the game. It's just so awesome. Let's say one in from there, and then we'll look at it from this side. And then we'll say one in like that. And then we'll just do the same thing over here. I love these vertical connections. My favorite new thing in the game. They added these recently where you can go ahead and just connect all the lines up above like this. And then I could take this and say cross connect this. Those are off and running. Now, of course, since we have already ran our excess down there, our excess is already going to be running into the awesome sink. You can see it's starting to produce that fuel. Now, that fuel is going to run through here, and you're going to see it eventually pop in there. There it goes. And because it's already at the same level, right, we don't need any additional pumps. We've already got this pumping down into here. Don't need any pumps for that. Don't need pumps on this direction because it's on the same level. So it doesn't cost us additional power. When you're doing this type of power, power costs power in here, right? So if I am doing refineries, well, those refineries require a certain amount of power, right? So each of those is right now burning 30 megawatts. So 30, 30, and 30, right? So you got 90 power being used to produce the power. Now, here's the thing. One of these produces 150 megawatts. So that means that one of these, or almost, well, half of it, a little less than half, or 90, 80, actually more than half of one is being used just to get that going. So now really I've only got 7 of them running because the first one is being used to run the thing, right? Well, it's actually not being used right now because it doesn't have any power lines. So we got to go in and run our power lines up because this will not start up until it has a power line. You can see it doesn't quite reach. And so we'll add an additional thing across there. I love these vertical power lines. I think they look 1,000 times better than what putting them on a wall. Here it start up. There it goes. Now it's not connected into the rest of my power lines right now, but we're gonna at least get it started up. Now I suggest to stand here because look, see how offset it is, even though it looked like it was straight. Same thing here. Oh God, it's so offset, right? So you might not want to do that. You might want to just line yourself up and then run it as straight as you can. Right there. There we go. Much nicer. That's just a cosmetic thing. Again, a lot of the stuff I do is not only building, but also making it look nice, right? Making your factory super efficient, especially your power lines. Look how nice they look when you run them like that. Very, very nice. And so we'll get this side working, and then we'll go work on our other side. Get those things in there. Let's get lined up so we can see how we're doing. Now I've already kind of figured out my offset in the other direction, which you can see is kind of offset from the center line in by about 1. And so I'm using that same template all the way down. I'm trying to line it up and then offset it in. And there we go. That's 150, 150, 150, 150, right? So that's basically 600 power that we just added. How can we see that power? Well, we can actually tap in to our power lines. Now we need to cross connect this because it's actually not running to my power. Now it is. Now it's back chaining into my actual power grid. And what I want to do is I want to go somewhere else. I don't want to do it right there because it may not be affecting my And I use a total power grid, by the way. I don't use separate sections for power. But I can go ahead and grab something like a power pole way over here. There we go. I can go ahead and bring a power pole over here. Oh, it's going to let me. A little too long there. Say right there. There we go. Run a power pole over here so I can just come over here and check what my power is. Did it go up? Yep, it did. See the gray line went up? That means that it's actually powered in my main system as opposed to being its own little power system, which you can totally do. You can make little power plants all over the place. So you don't have to make everything central if you don't want. Typically, I don't like to run everything into a central place. I feel like it's just a huge amount of work for very little return. But it depends on if you're playing more of a long game or a short game. If you're playing a short game, it's much easier to do it at the node. So say I was going to make stuff out of iron ingots. Well, I would go to the iron node, set up the production of the iron ingots at that area. In fact, I could even set up the power if it was nearby oil or nearby coal in that area and just have it making iron ingots all day, right? Because that iron ore is not going to be anything but iron ingots, right? Unless you're going to make steel, then you would use it as raw. But then you would go and you would run your coal and your steel together, and then bam, you could do it right there at the nodes, either at the coal node or the steel node. Luckily, if you have the steel and the coal nodes right next to each other, then you're really rocket. But there we go. So now we're up to 4,000 megawatts. Now that's only one side. We still got the other side to do. Let's do it. Let's get that other side fired up. Now remember, we're using 120 oil right there, right, just to get this going. Right here, right? So we're using 40, 80, 120. So we're using 120 oil out of 1,200. We have 100 times the amount of oil than we're using right here for this power. So we can do this times 100, roughly. Pretty crazy. Or sorry, times 10, not times 100. Times 10. Times 100 would be nice. Times 10. So it'd be from 120 to... 120 to 1,200, so it'd be times 10. So we do this 10 more times. You know what I mean. Sometimes you got to fill in the blanks because Kismet's brain just like misfires. That's how it goes. And let's see. Oh, where am I feeling on that? Hold on. Let's go over this way. And let's go look at what we feel is our... Oh, no, actually, it's right there. Okay, so we'll go ahead and go on the line for that. And see, once you figure out where your one direction is, then you just check your other direction here. Run that up to there. These are all going to start up. Now again, remember, it's not going to help your power grid unless you connect them all together. Then run them into your main power grid. Go. And connect that across. And then we'll go double check. Walking over here. And let's take a look. How we do? Did it jump again? It did jump. All right, what are we at now? 4650. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's twice as much as nuclear power. Nuclear power is about 2,500 each, and it has a lot of waste material that you can't get rid of. You can't get rid of the radiation. That's why oil and coal is actually better, because you can awesome sink a lot of that, right? But nuclear power, you're going to get a lot more power for it. We'll get to nuclear power. We'll get to all of that. But for right now, we got that going. Now, here's a cool thing we can do. We're going to do that battle here in just a second. What we're going to do is we're going to go and turn back on our factory so it continues to make all the things we want it to make, like motors and rotors and all this stuff. By the way, about 75% of all the factory stuff you see over here is going all toward motors. That's it. That's all it's making. The entire line is just for motors, which I think is incredible. That's an incredible amount of machinery. All this machinery you see, yeah, motors. Now, of course, we got a whole bunch of other stuff running in here too. Like crystal and all of that stuff. We'll get into all of that. Silica, you can see we're running there. Where we going? We're going over here where our main connection is. Now, I always have what I call the main connection. The main factory connection. And that's where I can go in, sever that connection. It turns the whole rest of the factory off, except for my transport. I like to have my transport in a separate line. But if I connect this, all the factories should turn back on. Now, I see some red lights over here. And the reason why I see red lights over there, and again, this pole also serves as my ability to see what my power is in that moment. All right, so there we go. And so I've also got this side off over here because I've taken out the cross connection. Now what I would do is I would go ahead and put in a pole, so you basically gives you an idea of where you can disconnect. So it's the only time I use poles now. It just says, look, I could just disconnect that thing if I run low on power, or I can go to that pole, disconnect that one, and then that one's turned off. And I would color them in with a separate color like red or something like that, so that you know it's a central pole. You know this is the center of that particular part of the factory. Because there is no on and off switches, there's one on the pole, as you saw, to actually turn it on if it kicks off, but it won't. It basically won't allow you to turn that section of the factory off. And there's a bunch of mods that I've heard about that will allow you to do that. Again, this game, not only awesome from the start, but also the modding community is amazing in there. And I don't use mods. I don't use even alternate recipes. And the reason why is because everything that I'm doing, you can do, whether you just started the game or you're an old pro, right? Because I'm not using anything that you may not have yet. I'm basically building just like any person would progress. And that's why I do that. All right, so there we go, up and running. Now this over here is waiting on resources, I can tell you, or it's full. Yeah, it's backlog. Backlog, oh, you can't see it yet. I'm just looking at the lights. You'll see when we get done with this battle. Battle time. Ooh, 71 units. Now we're getting it going on. Oh, that's a boss win. Oh, boss chest for all you guys. Give you guys some love. Holy mackerel. Look at that. Wrench dude. Or wrench Dade, I think that is. The dude or Dade? Dade, I think it is. Look at that. 30 scrolls for your Centurion. Wow, you made out like a bandit. At coming in, also getting 30 scrolls for his monk. Wow, congrats. Subi again, MVP, twice in a row. Very nice. All right, let's start a new world. Man, look, we didn't even go into battle mode in these battles, and we're already in the bonus levels now. Look at that. We got all the standard stuff. We got all of the skins unlocked. And now we're in. I wasn't even trying that hard, everybody. That's what's awesome about Peeps and Mod Channels. We weren't even trying that hard, and we still crushed it. All right, we're gonna go low side. Let's keep the battles running. Try to keep the battles running as much as I can. Sometimes I do get sidetracked and do other things, but such is the way it goes. Oh yeah, I always kind of feel about midway here, because you want to push through here and then get into there. All right, I'm using my archer in that round. This way he'll get a scroll. I do kind of like to rotate in my different peeps. So each time you put down a regular unit or an uncommon or a rare, they are going to get a scroll each and every time. So you know that the more units you put down, the more they're going to level up and get more scrolls along the way. So you want to definitely put down as many units as you can. Put down one every 5 minutes, usually, depending on their cooldown. I would start, if you're new to the game, I would start with your archerer first. So you put your archer down, and it takes like 10 minutes for him to cool down. And then in 5 minutes, you'll be able to put down another unit while your archer is still cooling down on its time, because it takes 10 minutes. You put down, say, a warrior or a tank, and then bam, now you got 2 units down. Now the next time, in another 5 minutes, when it comes up, guess what? Put down another archer if you want, right? Depends on what you want to put down. But here you can see that we got some green lights way off there in the distance, and we have some yellow lights here. Now yellow lights mean, hey, I've got power. I've got the resources that I need, maybe, and I am full. I can't do any more, right? Which this is run out of room for black powder. And then over here, this one over here, we can see it's run out of steel pipes. So it needs more steel pipes, right? So it could either be that it's full or it's out of that particular resource. But we'll go ahead and let that run. Now, I don't know why it's out of steel pipes. I might have diverted the steel pipes out of there. Yeah, it looks like I can see the steel pipes are cut there. What am I using? Oh, I diverted it to use it over there, because I don't really need any more bombs. I've got a whole box full of bombs. Now, what this is doing right here, this is running a whole bunch of this crystal over here for my silica and other things like that. I love running it like this, by the way. Super efficient way of running it, where you're running a simple line of splitters, and then it's running into multiple machines. Or you could do it the other way, where you're running it in the back, and then when you're merging it, it's merging together. It's really up to you what you want to do, but it just looks super cool too. I dig it. I dig it a lot. All right, let's go ahead and get our jetpack back on. We also put a ladder there and climb up the ladder. But you can see it's running all that stuff in there, and then it's running that all up to use up there, by the way, for our aluminum. That's what that's all doing, working together. So there we go. So that's all going to be running. We got our factory back up again. And again, let's see how we're looking. All right, we've got enough power now. We got enough power to keep our factory fired up. Now, anytime I see a little red line right there, it's telling me something's up. Now, these actually I just put there just as a kind of temporary thing, so we'll take those out. That's actually not really doing anything, so I don't like seeing those red lights. I like it to see all green lights or yellow lights, either way. Look at it working way down there. So it's like in a big long line. I see, this is my favorite thing, by the way, is to actually watch the conveyors working. I like to watch them working and running all sorts of different ways, and you're watching all your stuff run from here to there. It's really, really fun. I got a 50 Flying Rogue and a Centurion and a 30 Musketeer Scrolls from that chest. Wow, Rotisserie G. Holy mackerel, rolling in some serious loot today. Well, now you're glad you joined the stream, didn't you? There we go. Drakeworth coming in. Says, long time since I've found time to be on your stream. Reminds me of some of your Fallout 4 base builds. Right, yeah, right, Drakeworth. Oh, man, if you remember my Fallout 4 base build, you've been around for a while. Let's take a look. Let's take a look and see how long. How much love you've been sending to the stream. Holy mackerel. Wow. He's been following since May 23rd of 2016. Well, thanks for coming in, Drakeworth. Great to see you. Yeah, man, I love building Fallout 4. But Satisfactory has even better building. Has even way better building. In fact, Bethesda should figure out what these guys are using and use what they're using in future Fallouts. That would be awesome. Incredibly, incredibly well done, this game. All right, and again, this is just, it's still in early access, everybody. It hasn't even been released yet. They haven't even finished the game yet. They're still working on Tier 8, which we're going to get this year, which is awesome. They've been, teasing a bunch of stuff we're going to get this year. But this game's already great. It's great right now. A little bit of storyline, finish up Tier 8, and bam, this thing's ready. I mean, it's already better than a lot of $60 games. Again, this was on sale for like 20 bucks. It was already a better game than some $60 games that have already released. It's already better than that in early access. Now, of course, they add servers. Forget about it. Then it's just, I might as well not even chart it anymore. It's just an insta-buy. It doesn't even need a 1 out of 10 rating because this is an 11 out of 10. This game is fantastic. If you're a builder, if you like to build, you like to do factories, you like to do all of that stuff, this should be your jam. Now, speaking of my jam, let me run over here and just double check and see if we've backlogged a bunch of oil, and I bet we have. I bet we have backlogged all 4 of those, and also our thing is probably backlogged with oil. You need to come back and check it every now and again. Okay, the bottom one is. Let's check the top one. Yeah, that one's full. Whoa, uh-oh, now we're going to die. Oh, I missed it. Oh, sometimes it happens, everybody. Sometimes it happens. I was like thinking, man, I should do my jetpack, and I thought, not going to do it in time, just going to die. That happens. It happens if you die, it's going to happen along the way. Now, where'd I die at? That's the question. No, I died up a level. Whoa, hey, hold on there, bro. Now, you can actually turn around the hyperdrive. You go a little too far. Like that. I think it was on the sub level. Yeah, I was on the sub level up there. Hold on, we'll just run up there. Now, here's the thing. If I die in my factory or if I die nearby my factory, no big deal. I can always just run back over there and grab that particular stuff over here. So what happened was I was jumping across there and I didn't have my jetpack and I thought I did. And so I hit the space bar to try to go and it didn't go. I just went off the thing and then I realized I didn't have the thing and then down I went. Now, it'll actually track where my loot is. So it's sending me over here toward this crate. And you can see that all my stuff's right here. Now, the most annoying thing about picking up your stuff is putting all your stuff back in your inventory. Now, I always keep my coffee cup, number 1. This, then your chainsaw, keep your vehicle on there. You got this going on, then you got your jetpack. There we go. All right, now we got all of our stuff on. No biggie. So we fell and we died. Oh, well. It happens. Much would have been better if I had my jetpack on. Now, I can't jetpack all the way back up there, so we're going to go ahead and run this away. Get all this stuff lifted all over the place. So cool. Cool stuff. Let's run back over here. we'll head back up there. Now it's faster if I actually go down to go up because I hit my hypertube. And now it'll send me up. All right, here we go. Let's see some rips in the chat, everybody. I don't see any rips in there. Good time to use your rip emote. For all you subs in the chat. Again, if you're not dying from time to time, you're not pushing yourself enough in any game. I find if you're not out there, you know, pushing that limit, seeing what you can do, seeing what you can survive and what you can't survive, and building up them skills, that's what you got to do. And sometimes you just fall and die. It happens. It happens. No big deal. Just keep it going. Now, one of the things you can't do, by the way, you can't hit F and see how much fluid's in there. That would be a cool thing. Be able to see how much fluid's in there. But let's try that again, but this time with the jetpack on. All right, let's go check that bottom one. Bottom one's good. Top one good. See, now I tried to do this and then jetpack. That's what I was trying to do. But fail. That's why you should look and see if you got your jetpack on first before you start these crazy adventures. There we go. All right, those are all full, as I would imagine. And then this is full. It's another buffer in here. Oh, it's actually not full. Not completely full. That one's completely full. Because the other one actually is producing less oil. But that's okay. We got so much oil. It's crazy. Okay. So that's all working perfectly. Those are all filling up. They're running down to here. We're using 120 out of 1,200 right now. So we're rocking and rolling. Now, we got that going. We got some extra power. We're ready to go. So now what we want to do is go ahead and get some more of our stuff going here. Now, all of this work, by the way, is purely so I could get more plastic, right? And more power, too. But mainly, the goal is more plastic. So we're going to go ahead and line that up. Let's say like that. Oh, wow, that's perfect. And then line that up over here. Now, I've got a big old stinking tree in my way that I can't cut down or get rid of. So we'll just deal with it. I don't like it. They said eventually going to be able to take these out, though. Okay, these are actually separate. These are already running. Those are already running there, so let's run these together. Huh. Run it this way. What? Alright, something funky chicken going on there. It's not allowing me to cross-connect that. That one works. Here's how workaround. You run this like this, then you run it down. Right? So if it won't work across that way, you run it down and you're good. Alright, those are firing up. Now again, these are already connected, so these are just going to start right up, right away. Bam. Good to go. And again, we're going to have that heavy oil residue, and then we're going to have our plastic. Now, we already have this going pretty much the same thing down the line, except we're also doing rubber down here. And we can see that it's running that excess down, and it's running into this one here. Now, when you're running plastic and whatnot, so in this case, we're going to go ahead and run plastic. It's going to be 10 extra for our fluid, and there's 10, and then over here 20 coming out, and then 10 fluid. So that's 30 fluid coming out of there. All right, 30 excess fluid. 2, 3, yep. And then we're running that into this one, and we're converting it into oh, actually we have 4. We have 4 going there, and that one's connecting and then running to here. So 4 of those, which equals 40 heavy oil residue, right? That's the byproduct. And so we're turning it in, we're turning that into, from crude oil into plastic, like so. And let's see here. We got this running. That's running to there. Oh, we got this in the center. Yeah, we got that in the center. That's right. So this is running in the center, and that's 40 per. So we got 1 there. We've got 2 more over there. And then 2 over here. So we have a total of 4. And that 4 is coming in at 40 and then going out. Very nice. That's being completely drained. So coming in at 40 per minute, creating those petroleum cokes, running the petroleum coke out, and then running it into the awesome sink. which is very close to this way, running this into this awesome sink over here. We're doing the same thing over there, but we have rubber there. So we're basically doing 4 of those, right? 4 of those, and then the excess is being converted and getting rid of. So we might as well do the same thing over here, right? Do 4 of these if we had enough copper sheets. We got any copper sheets over here? Ah, a whole bunch of them right there. Whole bunch of them just sitting nice and easily nearby. There we go. Hey, what's up, Wombat? Hope you're having a good day. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Oh, not that one. Not that one either. Where are you at? It says this one. Oh, I apparently went in the wrong one. Let's get a bunch of these sheets out of here. We use a lot of these. Put the one that just has 1. See, there was a stack there that had just 1 of those things. Put that back in so it stacks with the rest of this. And take out your full stacks. So you're not just wasting your space with just a small stack of that stuff. And I usually do that when I'm grabbing resources. So let's run back over here. And again, let's do the same thing. So we're going to do 4 of these. Oops, gotta put it the right way. So just as I put it down. Again, I wish it would change the direction based on what I'm picking up with my cursor. That'd be great. When you hit F and then you hit middle mouse button, it actually picks up the not only the item, but also the orientation of the item. That would be awesome. All right, so these are all now going to be next to each other. And then the last one that I'm going to do is going to be that excess. And of course, I'm out of that. We'll see if we can catch a train. Ah, missed it. I got the inventory instead of the actual train. I tried, everybody. What you do is you try to hit E and then hit E again to get into, or hit E just to get into the train as it's going by. That's okay. We'll walk. All right, we need more motors, which is really not a problem. I have a lot of those laying around. Not down here, definitely upstairs. There's a little bit right there, and a little bit there. Again, trying to use up all the stuff out of this box. I could just run in the awesome sink at this point, but I'm trying to use it up. Good at just doing his thing, putting oil over here too. And now this is the type of game you just keep scaling it up and make bigger and bigger things, right? Which is awesome. That you can just keep adding stuff to this game endlessly. Which I think, you know, it's like one of those games you could add to for 10, 15, 20 years. And still be as awesome 10 years from now, or even more awesome than it is right now. Okay, so we're also going to go ahead and take out all this stuff in front of here. Like that. And like this. And then, of course, we want to run all of these up here. And we want to do all of our various connections. Again, we added more power so that we could go ahead and add. That is so weird how it's not going back that direction. Oh, it's already got a line. Oh, it's already got a line there. Okay. So that's running that. But you're like, hey, Kismet, it's not working. Yeah, it's not working because I have to run the piping in the back here. So we got to run this into here. Now, one of the things we have a problem here with this junction, the way it's coming together. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and run this like this. And let's see, the last one is actually going to be our byproduct. And so we'll kind of fine-tune this a little bit. We'll take this out. We'll take that out. We'll do this. Now, it'd be nice if these were lining up across. So if we just did this, right, say one from here, and then able to go like this and like this, wouldn't that be awesome? You're like, whoa, Kismet, how'd you do that? I thought of it ahead of time. I figured it out ahead of time, and that's what makes that work so well. Now, the last one is going to be our byproduct. It's actually going to come out on this side. That's why I have it turned around the other way. And then we'll go ahead and do this. And there we go. Now, we've got our pipe running down here. And so we can go ahead and say, okay, we're just going to go ahead and do a vertical pipe right here. And that's going to go ahead and just feed this right into there nicely. And that's going to feed the whole rest of the line, including the first one here. And you're going to see these start up here in just a moment. after I tell them what to be, right? You got to tell your stuff what to be. Otherwise, it just sits there and goes, duh, the whole entire time. All right, there we go. Now, this one at the end is going to be petroleum coke. And again, this is the same template you can do over and over and over. And that's why I call it the Kismet rule of 8. Because normally, it works out to the number 8. Quite often. Okay, so what's coming out of here? Well, we've got our stuff coming out of here. We're going to use some level 5s. We got our, oh, look, and we just saw it go by there, too. Our plastic. That's my brain is trying to kick in there. Got our plastic running there, so we'll run our conveyors down for our plastic. Like that. Now what we want to do is we want to go ahead and run our lines between here and all the rest of these, right? And so I'll go ahead and start down here at the end. I'll go ahead and run this out, and I go ahead and turn it and then move it by 2. And then we're going to get that nice angle there. Be a little bit further forward. Again, it doesn't always work out to 2, or maybe the way the grid is kind of set up. See, it should be right there. That's where it should be. It doesn't matter what it should be. Only matters what it is, right? And sometimes the way you have it on your foundations, it's not going to snap to the grid right. So you're just like, I'm just going to do whatever I need to do. And that's what you do. I go back and readjust it and align it to the grid if I wanted to. But I'm good. And again, same thing here. We'll run this out. 1, 2. Maybe out just a little bit more. There we go. And then run that into there. Try to get as nice 90 as we can. That's a pretty good 90 there. All right. Now we can also use valves, by the way, to keep this from backlogging and only going forward. I find that they're mostly useless in this kind of thing. You can go ahead and run it. Now look at that. We got a power pole in the way to take that out. Line that up. Now you got to get rid of this excess. If you don't get rid of this excess, your production line will stop. And again, you can go ahead and run it back in and use that resin for something else. I typically don't. I don't want my production to stop for any reason. And if I run this stuff into the Awesome Sink, it's just going to run and run and run. All right, and then we're going to need some power. Now this one's turned around the other way. So I got to go to this side over here. In some of my foundations here. And then we're going to go ahead and just run this up. And then we'll go ahead and cross connect our power. All right, and then now that one should start up. And it's now going to produce a bunch of petroleum coke at 120 per minute. And then we're like, all right, well, now we're in trouble. We got to take this petroleum coke and we got to run it down underneath here. Now I have what's called a sandwich level, or a what's called a run line level, where I'm running a bunch of lines underneath my actual factory. Now why would I want to do that? Well, I can do that because I can tie in a bunch of stuff together. There's no actual factory machinery in the way. So you can go ahead and run your stuff. Now this is one of those things that you definitely want to understand the logistics of how it all works together. Now our main thing right now is we want to get this petroleum coke to run into our tank. Look at all the stuff running all different sorts of directions. I love that. I mean, a lot of people call that spaghetti, but in this case, it runs where it needs to run, do what it needs to do. And you can come back and fine-tune all this. But look at that. See that petroleum coke? So this petroleum coke is going right there. So I could go ahead and say, okay, I want to merge in to these lines and run this other petroleum coke over here, right? And so there's already a merger there, so I can just try to tap in right there if it'll let me, or over here, right? Or I can just take this out, add a merger here, right, in anticipation of running it, and then run this one up here into this side, run this back into there. So now that one's still working. And then from way over here, I need to get that other stuff running. So let's get up here again. Up we go with our jetpack. Let's get up here. Let's get to the end here. And let's figure out where we're going to run that excess. Now remember, the output of this is a solid, right? It's a petroleum coke. And it's going to fill up, and then it's going to backlog. It's going to stop our production for right now. But don't worry, we'll fix it. And so the first thing we want to do is get rid of this excess, this petroleum coke. So run that down. We'll say, okay, we're here, and we need to get way over there to that right there. Now, it would be awesome if we could just go in and say, okay, well, this will just run straight there, right? It never does. Very rarely can you just like, boom, hit that across there. But that's okay. I need to get it in between all of these things here. Now remember, no one's going to see this down here. No one sees this part. This is the lower part, right? This is just for you. Now me, I'd go back just because I'm a stickler. I'd go back, turn this around, do it a little bit higher so it's up out of the air so it's easier for you to get through. And then we'll go ahead and take this, run it over here to this lifter or stacker. And then take that and run that nicely over to, I ran out of aluminum. Again, you're just constantly running out of stuff. Doesn't matter how big your inventory is, it's just never enough because it's always something that you need. All right, let's run back, get this going on. Now, one of the things I can do now, by the way, is I can downscale the amount of stuff that I'm carrying because I really don't need a lot of these and a lot of that. So I just carry, say, 2 of these now and 2 of these because I'm not running my lines. Probably downscale a little bit of that. I'm not running my lines at level 3 anymore. I'm running them at level 5. And so if I'm running them at level 5, I want to downscale what I use for level 3s and upscale the ones I use for level 5. This way, instead of carrying, 1 or 2 stacks, you carry 5 stacks because you're going to be running long lines. You're going to be running a bunch of lifters. You're going to be replacing stuff. So you want to kind of shift as you go along. Same thing I do with plates and rods. In the beginning, I have lots of plates and lots of rods, and then I'll shift to doing steel beams and pipes. And so I have a lot of those instead. And then now we'll go ahead and shift to a lot of aluminum. Boom, like that. Because we're running a lot of aluminum lines. And I'd probably take 2 stacks back out again just to make it easy. And back we go. Hey, what's up, Thors? How's everyone doing today? Doing good. How you doing? Oh, you doing okay? All right, awesome. Well, good. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Hopefully you're having a good week. Sorry I've been out, struggling. As you do when you have medical conditions that make it tough to even get out of the bed. I do my best, everybody. I just get up every day and try my best. That's all you can ask of anyone. And there we go. Look how easy that was, right? See, if you know that little trick, how to lift that up and over, you can run your stuff in there and watch that going at a very fast. It's 780 that's coming out of there. And that's then going to run up here into the Awesome Sync. Now, the Awesome Sync, of course, produces tickets, which you can then use to unlock stuff in there. I got 28 in there right now. I can probably unlock everything else in the game with that much. Plus, I think I have a bunch more. But I'm really not worried about the tickets right now or unlocking items. I'm just getting rid of the excess. So I'm really worried more about the plastic, right? Producing the plastic that I need down here. And so now that's the next thing we need to do. We've taken care of the excess. We've taken care of all this extra stuff that's running in there. Now we got to go ahead and tie in our plastic. Now, next thing we want to do is look around for where our plastic lines are. I believe they are over here. Yeah, right here. And so I need a lot more plastic. That's why we did all of this work, everybody. We went and looked for oil. We went and did all this stuff. And we did all this stuff just so we could add more plastic to our line. Now, right now, this plastic is being run over there and being used by multiple things. And we need even more plastic because we're going to be doing our higher end stuff, our tier 6 and tier 7 stuff coming up. So we got to have a lot of plastic. So we know that plastic is running right there. So again, we'll go right here. Well, hey, it's right here. I could go ahead and run it under here and merge there. Or I can just go ahead and say, you know what, I got kind of a lifter here. And I can just tap in and merge it over there. I can make it a little bit easier. And so we'll go ahead and bring this over. We'll use that as our tie-in. Now what I would do here is, just because I know it's behind me, is I would actually turn these around. I would turn these around the other direction so it's kind of aiming in the direction I want it to go, like that. And then we'll go in. I'll fix these other ones here in a minute. Let's go ahead and get this one going, and we're just going to aim it that way. So this comes down, all 4 of these merge, and then we're going to aim it. We're going to probably hit up here, and then we'll hit it across over here, right? So let's say the inside one. We'll say here, across to there. This is going to come out of here, go up to there. And then this you always want to redo. This is the last thing you want to do. I know I say it 1,000 times on the stream, but I don't think I can say it enough. Because that's the #1 thing that screws you up. And look at that. There goes those. Very nice. Oh, we can just go ahead and leave those and just line these up like this. Use our green line. Let's put in the rest of our foundations here so we don't fall again. You're like, what do you mean again? Yeah, I just fell and died earlier. I'll do it every stream or two. It happens. Alright, and then we're going to use our green line to try to help us line up. I'm also looking at how it's sitting on the foundation. And let's say that... Actually, I should turn these around. It's going to be very hard to see if they're lined up. I feel like that's not quite... Yeah, see, that's not quite perfect. So you definitely want to be able to see that. And these also need to come in this direction so they merge with this other stuff. I could make it higher, by the way. I can lift them up and then bring them down. But that's okay. That's the purpose of this level, is to run this. Now, the last one I don't need to do because the last one is just going to merge into this one anyway. Like that, and then like this. This one in here. There. Now, again, these are not going to be running, so I need to go in and I need to take these out. Add these back in so that they are running. So again, this one, not running, right? Take it out. Lifts are the last thing we do. Now this one over here is running because it's just running around that corner into there. So what I'm going to do is actually take this out again anyway. Line that back up. And then run it like that because I'm just a stickler for running my stuff. So I just absolutely know it works. Now, first thing we do is we wait till this produces some plastic. All right, that's good. Goes into there. This one over here, watch some plastic come down. There it goes, and there it goes. All right, over here. Oh, look at this. Look at this. For somehow we got that offset. That's not good. Let's go ahead and fix that. I don't know how that happens. Sometimes it does. Again, double check that, take that out, rerun this. I always double check everything that I'm doing. Make sure each step of the process is working. There we go. Now it's running down, running into there. We saw some come out of there. And now we're producing a crazy ton of plastic. Now, you're like, oh gosh, Kismet, you created tons of plastic. Well, no, that was the backlog that had built up in the thing. So really the plastic's going to more run like this. This is the plastic speed. Right? 2 from there, 2 from that one, 2 from that one, so on and so on. So initially it's going to run whatever is in the thing because it's going to build up while we're working, which is what you want it to do. You want it to build up. Okay, so now we're using 40 heavy oil residue there. But let's see, we've used 120 on that side and we have 4 of these. So that's 60. We should write this down. Let's go ahead and take all the rest of the stuff out. There we go. And so we're 30 plastic times 4. And that's 60, 120. So we're using 120 there. And then it's 40 times 3 equals 120. So we have 1,200 approximately oil, and we're using 240. So it just shows you how you can scale up your base. Now, the thing I would do now is, now that I have a lot of stuff, is I would scale up my power and keep scaling up my power, scaling up my power. And again, we're out of 600 that's coming out of this line, we're only using about 240. So we could really scale this up. Now, doing it over here is probably not the greatest idea because you're just basically going to run into space problems. Over here, not so much. Over here, we got lots of room. And so we could tap off that, run it over our train, and run it over to this side, and we have lots of room to build some more. Now, we're going to get serious now in our power, and we're going to run that battle here in just a second. And so we got 240 that were used, And I'm not sure which one of these is 600. I should have probably figured that out, right? Which one is the one that's 600? But it doesn't matter. I have more than enough in both. So we'll say this one's the 600, right? We'll just guess. So 600, and eventually that will be 600 because I will actually go tap that other note. But we're going to say, okay, 600 minus, hey Siri, what's 600 minus 240?
600 minus 240 is 360.
360. Then we take, hey Siri, what's 360 divided by 120?
360 divided by 120 is 3.
So 3. So 360 divided by 120 is 3. And you're like, well, Kismet, what the? I don't understand what you're talking about. That means I can make 3 times the amount of power that I'm doing right there out of the rest of that oil. And you're like, oh, Kismet, you going to do that? Yep, right now. But first, we're going to do this battle. Because the thing about this game is once you master that power, you are styling, brah. You are so styling. Now, while you guys are watching that, I'm going to go ahead and start building it down, and you'll see what I mean right over here. Building a bunch of stuff. And I'm out of resources. That's funny. All right, open the captain chest. Grant you guys some love. Let's see, Rotisserie G and Subi getting some love. Subi again MVP. Look at you guys going, crushing it. Low sides where we're going. Let's get those battles going. Try to turn them over as quick as I can. Centurion. Oh yeah, Centurion right here. Right there. Let's go for that. Let's go for it. Okay. Now, I was running over there, and I was working a bit, and I ran out of resources. I need some more poles. There's a little bit here. Again, look at all this resources just laying around. None over there. All right, I got to run way over here. Let's go ahead and switch back to here. You're like, Kismet, why don't you use your car and all of that stuff? Very rarely do I use my car because I feel like it's longer to put the car down, get in the car, drive the car, go wherever you want to go. Now, if you have an extra car, you can kind of leave that one laying around as well. But I typically don't. But since we're already way over here, we're going to go way over there. Let's go for a little ride. Now, if you notice the yellow foundations, those are my roads. And in this case, I have a 3-wide road. There's like a central road, like a freeway that I make in my base, which is the central kind of area in which I'll run. And you can see right here, it does the same thing right here. All of a sudden, it just kind of widens out to 3-wide over here. Right now, we got that in the way, but we're going to consider this our 3-wide. One of the things that's on that 3-wide is our train. You see which is going down the line. And so what I've done is I've gone in and I've marked out where my fence line is. Now, you're like, oh, Kismet, you got a road over here, too. Well, actually, that's an old road. We don't need that road anymore. And here's how I uncolor foundations. I just take them out. And I just put it back in again. And so we're going to say that's no longer our road. We're going to offset our road back over there. There we go. And our road is going to be right here. So our other little sub road will be along there since we already have this set up. And we can go in, try to put in our fencing. Now this is not going to fence there because that's in the way. But we'll go ahead and just call it that. And it loves to do my fencing sometimes the wrong direction. But I like these fencing just so you can say, look, this is the start, this is the end, this is the perimeter of what we're building, right? We're going to start right here, and we're going to build a whole lot of power in that direction. And now I know where the corner is, right? The corner of what I'm building. Now I want to take a refinery, and I want to start that corner right here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring that oil from over here and run it. So I'm going to offset it a little bit forward so I can have some run line space over here. Now another thing that I can do to make this nicer, instead of running it over the top, is I can do what we've been doing and do some under running, right? Under where it runs underneath. Now I need to look underneath here and see if there's something in the way, which there is right now, right? We've got all these run lines. So, you know, you can do a combination of above and below. So in this case, I'm going to do it above because this is already running down. So if I run it down again and then run it back up again, I'm going to need additional pump, which takes additional power. Really not necessary when we could go ahead and tap into this, or we could tap into it earlier, by the way, over here, and cut that in half and run that over there, which would be great. Now, let's go ahead and continue on. Now, before, what we did is we did 3 refineries, right? So we did 1, 2, 3. And using the Kismet rule of 8, we know that 3 refineries will then go on to create 8 power plants. And each of those is 150 each. Hey, Suri, what's 150 times 8?
150 times 8 is 1,200.
So that's 1,200 power, right? So 1,200 power just from what we're generating here. And so we'll go ahead and we're going to do that again. So now we're going to produce 2,400 power. But you know I'm not going to stop there. We scaling up, everybody. Now again, power, mastering power is your biggest thing in game. So if you're like, hey Kismet, how can I get lots of power? Well, here's how you get lots of power. You find your coal nodes. Those should be the first thing that you're looking for when you want to get perpetual power going. Obviously, you're doing your biofuel in the very beginning. But you want to get your coal nodes going on. And once you have your coal nodes going on, you want to look for coal nodes that are close by water, which is the exact reason I have my base right where I have it, right? Because underneath this base is 3 pure coal nodes. And what's right next to those coal nodes? Water. Water plus coal equals a crazy ton of power. And that's how I made all of this, is using that coal power. And then I switched over then I added, not switched over, but I added more oil power as well. And now we're working on our oil and scaling that up as well. Now, one thing you're always going to constantly be looking for is concrete. Actually, I think it's over here. Is concrete. And see, I often forget to use my vehicle. I normally pick it up right away, but I often forget to use my vehicle, and thus my vehicle is usually laying around somewhere, where it's right now it's laying out over there. So I often forget. That's why I typically pick it up so I don't forget it when I'm running around. And you're like, Kismet, how'd you pick all that up of the same type? I held down Control and then left click. It'll grab the same type of thing. I wish it did that in a lot of other games too. You just hold down Control and click on it, and it would put that one type of thing away. Be awesome. All right, there we go. Let's keep going. Over here. And let's go ahead and add out another line. Okay, and again, scaling this up. Now, normally what I would do is I would separate them in groups of 3, but we're just going to run this nice and easy. So we'll call that 1 set, 2 sets, and then 3 sets of 3. Again, we already know the magic numbers. We know the equilibrium. Oh, now I'm out of the other thing. Let's go see if we got some over here. So now this is cool. You hit F like you're going to take it out. It tells you what's in that box, and if it's not there, I just get in my vehicle and tool my way over this way. Now, one of the smart things to do is to bring your stuff forward. If you're going to do a lot of building over there, is to grab all your resources and move them to wherever you are, so you don't have to run back and forth as much. But in my case, I'm trying to use up all the stuff that I've got in these boxes. There we go. Trying to burn up all this stuff. This is my favorite vehicle in the game, by the way. It's so awesome. It's so useful, especially early game. I use it a lot more early game, you'll see. There we go. In No Man's Sky, sometimes I shoot myself by clicking the wrong mouse key. That sounds like a bug. I don't know how you do that either, but maybe it's a ricochet. Maybe you're shooting a rock and it's ricocheting and hitting you. We'll just RP and the reason why you're dying. Yeah, it does. It's just kind of weird. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we got one more. There we go. All right, so we have 3 sets of 3. And so, we know that each set of 3 equals 8, right? The Kismet rule of 8. So we go in and we go 8, 8, and 8. You're like, dang, Kismet, that's going to be a lot of power. Oh, yeah, you know it. And that's what we want. Now, watch how easy this is to do. Right, just like if you're running inline splitters like we do down below here, or mergers, right? Just like when you're running them inline there, you can run them inline here. What I do is I'll go ahead and start with the first one right over here. Now, you're like, Kismet, you're using the 600s and not the 300s. Well, I use the 600s because why not? I mean, I got the resources. I might as well run it at its maximum level. It doesn't cost me anything if I do or don't, but I just prefer to do it. Now, I'm going to go ahead and run this as close as we can. And the reason why I'm going to do that, let's say right about there, is the fact that I have nothing going in here, right? This is going to be fuel, and so I only have one input. I don't have any parts input. We do the first one, and again, we're about midway there. Now, when I'm running this, I got to watch out that I don't accidentally put it right here in the front of this, or it's going to block it, and I won't be able to merge it in. So I'm going to back it up just a bit. Let's say right to there, and then run it the rest of the way. Now again, great little trick here, by the way, if you do have all these and you're just going to run these and nothing else, is to line it up off of this, right? Eyeball it over here, and then back by 2. And then you got a nice 90 right there at the end, right? So it just kind of terminates it there at the end. And then easy peasy, right? So I'm pressing number 2 down here, which is giving me my junction cross. And I'm just going to go ahead and do all the junction crosses first. I'm just getting up on the pipe. I line myself up because it doesn't snap as best I can there. And there we go. It kind of snaps off of this. You're going to get that green line. But when you put it on here, it doesn't always like a line. Sometimes it gets offset. But, you know, we do what we can, right? We do our little workarounds until they add that stuff to the game. Also, it depends on where I'm standing, too. If I'm standing in the center, usually does a pretty good job of staying there. Again, this is like an inline splitter or merger. You're just very easily putting all this in here. Oh boy, that's gonna be a lot of stuff. All right, now we got to go ahead and pull this over here because I love these vertical power lines. They're just the greatest thing ever. I love them. All right, so let's get one of them in there. Let's say this one. We'll go over here first. Oh, it's on the other side. On the front side. Where are we at? Right here. Yeah, too far back. Again, I'm just trying to get the forward. Let's say, yeah, let's say there, about middle of the foundation, and then we'll line it up by the front, and then it gives us kind of an idea of where that's going to be. Tee that out a little bit. Run our stuff across. Look how easy it is to do. I mean, it's shockingly easy, as opposed to other games where that would be a lot harder than that. It would be so much tougher to try to get that going. Plus, also, every time I screw up, like right there, I misclick or whatever, and I take it back out again, I don't lose any resources. It gives you all the resources back again. So it's not like, oh, I screwed up, now I got to go, hold on, I got to go collect. I got to stop what I'm doing, go collect a bunch of stuff, come back, and then redo it again. And by then, you forgot what the heck you were doing in the first place. And that's why this is so great. Now, another thing that this is going to do is initially it's going to use a tremendous amount of power. This is going to be a lot of power when it first starts up, but then it's going to make the fuel that makes the power, right? So you got to get it started first. That's the hard part, getting it started. Now, I should have enough to get all these started. And so let's go ahead and tell it what we want it to be. This is all going to be fuel. Now, one of our biggest problems here could be that we are exceeding the amount that can go in a single pipe. And how would we know that? Well, our output is going to be 40. We got a whole bunch of these going. But what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to combine these onto a single line just so that we know they're all at speed. But we could just add it up and say, you know, how many we got here? We've got 9 across here. We're going at 40. Hey, Siri, what's 40 times 9?
40 times 9 is 360.
360. A little too fast for our smaller ones, but more than enough room on our 600 ones, right? So we can do that again. Now, the output of this, same thing. Now, we've got a byproduct. Remember, we've got a byproduct here. We'll want to get rid of that byproduct. Now, again, what we can do is go ahead and take a look at our feed level down here. Ooh, we got a little free-for-all drop there. And we go ahead and just take out the front line of this. Holding down Control, by the way, F and then Control allows you to take a bunch of these out if you're not familiar with the game. Like that. Take out your foundations. It's still sitting on foundations over there, so it's fine. And then, again, all of this down. Now, see, this is not a great place to do this because I don't really see where the underrun level is. And so let's go over here. I got my jetpack on. Too scary. And then we'll go ahead and make our foundations down here first. Oh, I hear a train. Cool every time. I don't care how many hours you've played in this game. That's cool every time. It's so great. It's so subtle. It's so based on where I have my little cursor is how I'm building. It's so great. All right, up we go. There's our jetpack here. Get up here, man. We really need to extend that out. End up falling off of there. Extend that out a little bit. There we go. Okay. Now, let's just go ahead and use our fastest conveyors. Why? Because I have a lot of resources and I could use it to my heart's content. And again, first I switch to level 3s and then I go to level 5s. And that's it. I just switch from one to the other because I feel like level 2s and level 4 conveyors are a lot more difficult. They require a lot more power, and they're actually not worth my time in the early game. I feel like steel is a much more worth my time because I can run those level 3s. It's going to run it faster. I can combine lines together, which means I'm running less lines in the end, so it takes me less time. All right, so now this is outputting the fuel here. And again, we're going to do the same thing we did before. We'll go to the end here. We'll go ahead and line this up as best we can. We'll turn it, and we'll go 2 to the side. And we got ourselves a nice little 90 to start us off. Boom, all the way to the other side. Here we go. And the same thing applies here. Watch out you don't end up with this thing right in front of there. Back it up just a little bit. Let's see, where were we at? Kind of right there. And let's say right there. And then all the way to the end. And we look at this one here. We say, okay, it's coming down this line. And that line. Line it up back by 2. And we get our 90 there. All right, easy. Now, see, we go in the same way, we come out the same way. Now, the next part is going to be really, really fun. But it's going to require a crazy ton of resources, so make sure you got a lot of resources backlogged before you get into a gigantic project like that. This is going to be a big, big project. And so we'll finish this part first, and then we're going to go ahead and do our to-do list. get all this going. Can't wait till they add the snap to that. Add the snap. Now, sometimes I do get focused. Don't worry, I will get back to my chat here in a bit. We still got another 12 minutes on that battle. But I do like to stay focused on what I'm doing, because I have sleep apnea and vertigo, and I easily get distracted. Let me say hello in the chat. Bo in the chat. I hear a train coming. It's rolling round the bend. There you go. It is. I tend to worry when you ask Suri to do the math, right? Yeah, I asked Suri to do the math because she just sits there. She costs me like $1,000. You know, phones are expensive. You're like, well, Kismet, I got my phone for free. No, you didn't. Here's how advertising works. Hey, you get this thing for free, but we got this other thing over here that we're not going to tell you about. Is either a contract, or we're going to add it a little bit extra to your bill, or something over here, because believe me, they going to get that money. They ain't in the business to lose money. They ain't in the business to make money. So when something is free, there's always some reason, right? Maybe it's advertising. Maybe they're trying to gain the market. Sometimes you do make out like a bandit if companies are trying to capture a certain part of the market. You do get it for free, but they get advertising out of it, and they get to say, hey, we've got 20 million people who are part of our thing, and we are, winning the war against so-and-so as well. Those are the best free things. The things where it really doesn't cost you anything in the end. Those are fairly rare to find, but you find them every now and again. Great example, PayPal, back in the day, they would pay people to use PayPal. Yeah, and it was a genius. It was a genius idea. So people actually did get free money to use their service. And then they used the service, became like the gold standard, and then he sold it for millions of dollars. That's some smart marketing. Now, it could have went the exact opposite way, though. He could have spent a bunch of money, nobody used it, and then the company could have went out of business, right? That could happen as well. So keep that in mind, entrepreneurs, to think out of the box sometimes. Because sometimes you're like, well, if I give away money, then I'm not making money. Well, sometimes you give away money and it actually makes you money in the long run, because you're going to have an advertising budget anyway. You got to have an advertising budget. Otherwise, you're going to be in big trouble. Okay, so now we got to figure this out, right? So this is 8 times 3. Hey, Suri, what's 8 times 3?
8 times 3 is 24.
Now, I know what it is, but I just, get Suri to help me out. Okay, so we need 24 fuel generators. I'm not kidding. That's exactly how many we need. So let's really crank this up. Look at that to-do list over there now. Now, one of the things I always forget if I already had it there before or not, but I can actually go in and type it too. I don't have to type it completely out right there. I can just say 20. I don't have to press it 24 times. I can just type it 24. And look at how much stuff we need. All right, we need a lot of stuff. So let's go back over here. Like so. Find our little vehicle. And by the way, this could be fired up too while we're waiting. We can go ahead and run our line, say from here over to there. And then we can also run our split line into the top of this. Doesn't really matter where we're going to run it. It's going to backlog eventually. But I would run it up because you don't want this to be in the way of your train, right? You don't want that to get messed up. So I'm going to go ahead and run it up a bit like this. Now, I don't know why this is not aligned, right? Just like it's offset. That kind of stuff drives me crazy. I don't know why. So I'm not going to use that. I'm going to use it over here. And we're going to try to get it up and over. Actually, we could probably align it off of this a little bit better. We're going to try to get that up and over our train. Not quite far enough. All right, so we'll go ahead and go like this, and we'll say up. We'll say 3 up. Out of plastic. It's always something. Where'd our vehicle go? Oh, we'll get some plastic while we're over there, too. All right, now let's stop at our extra resource depot and see what we got in here. Any of that stuff we need from this? Nope. Oh, there's some wire. We can use that. There we go. Now we got all of our wire. Any rubber in here? No. We got computers in here. We can use that. All right, we got more than enough computers. Probably actually too many. Downscale those a little bit. There we go. Just so we have extra slots for other stuff. Heavy modular frames. Oh, we got some in here. All right. And what I do is I take the heavy modular frames out and then put in your full stacks. Like this. There we go. We need some more motors. So I seriously doubt I have a lot of that down here. A lot of rubber in this one. All right. So we'll sort that. Take it out. And then take what we got. Oh, God. We're going to need way more. Now, at this point, my inventory is getting really full. So I got to say, okay, hold on. We got to downscale some of this stuff that I'm actually not using. Beacons, rotors. And so you get rid of all this excess stuff that you're not using. Like this could be a full stack. What else do I not need in here? Probably going to run some more lines, so we'll keep that. But we need motors, and we need rubber, and we also need plastic in there as well. Oh, we got a purple slug in there, too. Purple guy. We could be doing some more boosting. Okay, so not in there. And actually, did we check all of these? I think we checked them all. Just double check before I run away. There we go. Okay. Back over here. Again, we're trying to use all this up first before we use the stuff that's up by the hub. Plus, more conveniently down here where it's easier for us to grab. We don't have to run all the way up there. Okay, what are we looking for? Again, rubber and motors. No rubber there, no motors. Nope. 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 A little rubber there. Have that rubber out of there. Man, that's a lot of rubber, too. And they only stacked to 200, so it's going to be a lot. All right, we got what we could out of there. Again, like I said earlier, about 70% of my factory right now is just making motors. That's what it's doing. Now, that's what you want to do, though. You want to build it up so then it equals that highest in item of that particular run. In this case, it's motors, because I need a lot of motors in this stage, and that's why I got those backlogged. In fact, I got them so backlogged, I got a whole box full of them up here. And again, when I take this out, it's then going to start that part of the factory back up again, which is going to allow me to get this going on. Now, I got a bit of a problem here that I am kind of maxed out on my inventory space. And so what I can do is just go ahead and offload a little bit of this. Let's offload some right in here, because I'm not going to be able to put any more in that other one. We'll say 2 of those. There we go. Now what I could have also done is put a lot of this stuff down in the box down below so I'd have more room to grab it. But we're just going to grab pretty close to what we can here. So we're off by 200. So what can we do to get 2 more stacks? So I could probably take out some of this other stuff for 2 more stacks. Let's go back over here. And let's say, all right, we take out a little bit of rods. We can take out a little bit of this. That'll give us 2 more stacks. And we should be ready to rock and roll. There's going to be a lot of these. And then boom, boom. All right, we did it. We got all the stuff in our inventory. Not easy to do, especially when you're still working. Speaking of working on inventory, I got to do my my MAM. Got to finish that up today. We'll get into that in a bit. Now, really what I need is I need some transport out there, too. I think I do have some, but I think it's a bit far for where we need to go. Let me actually go back here and get my vehicle. Yeah, definitely need to add a transport from over here to over there down the line here. We'll get into that later maybe. Right now we just want to go ahead and get this fired up. How are we doing on the battle? 2 more minutes on our battle. What about this train? Yeah, there's a train running right there. It's running along there, bringing in the oil. I got another train up above, up there, also bringing in the oil. A lot of oil. In fact, 1,200 oil coming down approximately from right there. Okay, did I get more plastic? I did not. I knew there was something I was going to forget. We'll work on that in a bit. First, let's go ahead and use up our resources for this. So we're going to need 24 of these. Now, there's multiple ways we could do this, right? We can go in and we can go ahead and say, okay, let's just run it like this, right? Which is not how you want to run it. You want to run it where you can double line run it. So I would go ahead and say, let's just get it nice and close on this run. Let's say something like that. That's going to be pretty close. But I think we can make that work. It's all going to run into here, and then we can run that line. And then we're going to do it on the other side. We're going to turn it this way. Again, we got to have enough room to where we can go ahead and run the line across from here to here. And then put in across, right? That's pretty good right there. Looks good. So let's go ahead and put in one side. Now, I strongly suggest in this game, if you're going to do something, do all of that one thing, right? So, we got 24. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and run 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And you're like, well, Kismet, why are you running 6? Because I'm going to run 6 and then 6 again. That'll be 12. 6 and 6 again. That'll be an additional 12. That'll be 24 right there. Let's get it going. That's going to be a whole lot. Now, what we can actually do is go to the back here, too. I think it's probably easier to run these from the back so I can see how they're lining up. There we go. Now, you can't hold down the control key to try to help that line up. It does sometimes help, but not always. Sometimes it actually is to your detriment. And you should see the green lines in both directions, both coming from off of that one and then off the one that's next to it. That's going to be super useful. I hope you don't mind. I'm going to try to speed up a little bit here, though these are pretty awkward to put down. Now, you might also be thinking, Kismet, why don't you run this at 24 all the way out? Well, the reason why you don't want to run it at 24 all the way out is the further out you go, the more the ones at the ends are starved for that particular resource, especially when it starts back up or starts up the first time. So I don't want to do that. I'm going to actually split it at the very beginning and then, or have it piping at the very beginning and then running all the way down into here. This is some hardcore stuff right here, bro. Oh, really? And I'm out of plastic. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. But we'll go back for some plastic later on. And then what we're going to do is we're going to use the back of this one as the beginning of the next one. Now, I can leave an offset, but we'll go ahead and just make this super dense. And I like to leave room for me, the operator, or the technician, I guess you could call it, for me to run around. Now, these actually have some room behind them, so you can actually just run along and jump along those if you want to get behind them for whatever reason. I also need to go over here and get some concrete, and then I need to get some plastic. So while I'm doing all of that, let's go ahead and run this battle! Battle time! Let's go. I'll even mute the sound so you can hear the sound of the battle. All right. Oh, I'm driving without even looking. Open the catch chest. Boom. Subi, LOC, Rotisserie G, all getting some love. Rotisserie G coming in MVP that round. Nice job with 5 kills and 7 assists. Let's get going. We're going to go for that green one. Now, there's a bunch of gold up there, but we want to try to get that loyalty chest. Ooh, time for the flying rogue. Yeah, let's go a little bit lower. Let's fill this as kind of a good spot for a whole bunch of peeps to push in at the same time. Great spot. Thank you, Kenrick Ryan, for the follow as well. Thank you so much for dropping that Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Team Tycoons. A little side game we played called Stream Raiders. Whole chat's playing it together. It is free to play. You can find the link in in the chat. Find me, your Captain Kismet, and play with us. You can play on mobile or on desktop. Very, very fun. Very, very fun game. All right, turn that sound back on. Let's run up here. God, man, 3 hours have gone by already. Can you believe that? Holy moly. This game is just so fun. So you say Surrey every 5 minutes. Brainwash. There you go. Well, I make her do my math. There's actually a calculator in the game. You could actually do it in the game. But why me type it when I could just tell it to her and then she does it? She is a little feisty, though. Very much reminds me of my wife. She's a bit feisty. Sometimes, like, you ask her to do it and then she does something completely the opposite, or she does something different. And you're like, what are you doing, Surrey? Not what I asked you to do. Yeah, she gets confused. And then sometimes I say, Surrey, you're crazy, or something like that. And she's like, that's not very nice. You can actually, you know, yell obscenities at Surrey if you want to. I don't, but you're welcome to. Sure, it's yours, Surrey. Surrey is evil? Yeah, that's why a lot of times when I'm doing math, she'll come back with a result of like 66666. And I'm like, okay, Surrey, I don't know what's going on with you, brah, but pretty scary. Oh, hold on. She's listening to me.
No problem.
All right, shush. Shush.
Sorry, I missed that. Could you say it again, please?
Cancel.
There's nothing to cancel.
Never mind. There we go. Sometimes she's listening a little too close. All right, let's go, everybody. I went and collected a whole bunch of plastic and whatnot. Now, here's what we're going to do. We're going to run this over here, and we're going to see if this is tall enough for our train to get under, because I don't like things to clip. Now, your train's not going to ram into that and stop. They haven't added that to the game yet, though I feel like they're going to add it at some point. So best to just use it as is, right? All right, where's our train at? I think it's over here. No, it's actually that way. I is confused. Where's my train? Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's hiding behind the thing. It's off way over there getting the oil. We got our one up above coming across. We can see it there on the radar up there. That's how I found it. Yeah, there it is, way in the distance. Way up here. Bringing in that oil. Oh, look, the other one's coming too. Cool! Wait till we have a whole bunch of trains running. They're all coming and going and all sorts of fun stuff. Here it comes! Oh, Kismet got the skills. Now, I just happen to know that it's 3 up. That's my skills, everybody. So it's about 3 up to get up over your trains. All right, there we go. So we got that going. Let's run that down into there. And there we go. Our oil's going to start filing in. This has got power over here, right? We did a cross connection. Yeah, we got a cross connection. We told it what we want this to be. And so we go in here, and it should start to run that crude right in there. You're like, well, Kismet, you need a pump, man. You made that go up and then come back. I actually probably don't. And that's because I'm getting a positive lift from this coming down. And then plus I also have a pump up on the top, which is at 50, right? You can push very far, 50. I seriously doubt that I have an issue with it up there, but probably a good idea to check it up there at some point. But for right now, we'll go ahead and keep on keeping on with what we're doing. We're going to run all that down there eventually. Let's run this out. And our cool little ramp over here that goes up to our eventual alternate recipe up there, or hard drive. Come back to you later on, brah. Out the way. We got some work to do up in here. Got that old hyper tube that I still haven't taken out there. Clean this up a little bit as we go. This game is so awesome. Man, I wish I could do that in 7 Days to Die, man. I wish I could do that. It'd be amazing. Amazing. All right. We get this lined up. Offset it a bit. And let's say that. I always offset it and then I run the line first to see if it's lined up. But 2, to see if I can actually put a cross junction. No problem. No problem. All right, let's go to town. Get in there. This is a good time to use control. Oh, hold on. I love how industrial that sounds too when it drops, right? Sounds like you're really dropping a big factory there. Too cool. All right, again, hold down control. It's going to snap in there a little easier for you into these dual directions. Like, dang, Kismet. I was like, dang, that's some serious, you ain't messing around now. Nope, not messing around. Let's go ahead and offset this by one more, make it easier for me to run these. Attempt not to fall off. Alright. And use that control key. Get it turned the right way. Snappy McSnap snap. All of this is no longer being used. All right, take all that out. Take all that out too. All right, let's take out this road. No longer using that road. Oh, you can see the shadow of the train. Did you see the shadow of the train? That was cool. Yeah, you can see the shadow of the train way up there. Again, this used to be a road here, but I'm going to take that out now. That's why I have the yellow. All right, now it's time for some serious connectiones up in here. This is going to be so easy. So easy to do because we got it down big time. So boom. And all our junctions. It doesn't really matter if it's perfectly straight, but you know, I try to do my best. Keep it straight. Much easier way to align these junctions, by the way. Is to do all the junctions first and then run back, and then you're walking on the pipe itself. It's a little easier. You don't have to jump over the pipes over and over again. Always something. Now I'm out of sheets. Always something. Now we used up a lot of the resources that we had, which is great. I think I actually am making copper sheets over here. Hey, how convenient. I can run back and get a bunch of copper sheets, but I'm making them over here. Go ahead and grab all the excess. Okay, these don't have any excess. Those are being burnt up. All right, no problem. No problemo. At least we didn't have to run all the way back. All right, so let's go ahead and get this tied into here as best we can. We're going to need to do a little something like that. Get that tied over. There we go. That one's going to just go. Very nice. We'll come back to that other side. I'm already here, so I might as well do this side too. You can also use the thing that's there that's trying to show you the pipe flow. You can also use that to help you center. I just eyeball it somewhat. Now, none of these are going to start running, even though all of this fluid is going to start flowing. But none of these is going to run until I run power lines to them. Now, I can create a redundant overlap, but I don't need to, where I can run it out the back over to that side just in case, but really not necessary, so I'm going to avoid it. But I do like redundant lines, but these lines are really not going to get destroyed, so I should be fine. I don't know if later they're going to add where mobs can destroy your stuff. Typically they don't. Typically they don't do anything to your actual stuff. Alright, we're going to need a lot of foundations out here. We're going to find out where our actual power line is. It's over there on this side. So we'll line it via the center. Nope, we need to come out by one. And let's just take a guess of where straight is. Oh, that wasn't bad. All right. And you can fill in your foundations and supports and all that stuff. You go right ahead if that's your jam. Me, I don't really do it in early access. I mean, if I was in the full game, and one, if it required it to have, you know, real physics where it would fall down if you don't do it, I would understand it. But really, I don't do it in early access. That's more of a later game thing for me. Well, that would be a fun playthrough, to play it through as though it did have real physics and that it would fall down. You can always role play that. Play it however you want. I think these are all tied in. Yeah, so that's going to that's tied into my main power grid. So the second I run these lines, that's just going to start up. Remember, we only need one of these power out of the 8 per 3 of the refinery. So if we got, say, 3 of these running, right? 3 of these things running, well, then it's going to power all of the refineries over there. And then we're not going to have to worry about it. And that fuel, of course, is going to power all 24 of these. I'm in the center now. Oh, well. Do what I gotta do. Okay, those are up and running. And we'll go ahead and just bring this out. We know that's going to be the last one along the chain. Let's just say right there. And then we'll get in the front here so we can see how it is lined up in the front. Like that. There we go. I don't know about you, but that's super cool that you can just do that from way down here. That's super cool. Tying these together. Now we can cross tie this too while we're at it. So it immediately goes into our power. There we go. Cross tie that. Make sure you don't miss any. Otherwise you're doing a whole lot of this for nothing. tie that over? I did. Okay. All right, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. Now here's a little suggestion. Stuff that's really noisy like this, you don't want to have your main base right next to it. You don't want to have your hub right next to this noise. Where at first it won't be that big a deal, but then I find it starts to wear on me after a while. So I'm like, eh. Alright, let's say one in. Right there. And then we'll cross tie these. Even cross tie across here. All right, there we go. Just keep on going. So we got number 1 done. You're like, well, Kismet, what are you going to do with all this power? Whatever I want. That's what I'm going to do. And see, the biggest thing in this game is power. Once you have power, then you can just keep building your factory and building your factory. But what happens quite often in the game is that you're building and then you're like, oh God, I'm out of power. And then it's like your factory keeps going on and off and on and off while you're working. And so you want to take some time, especially at this stage, and go in and really go to town on your power. So that you know you're just not worried about it every 2 seconds. Another little cross line there. Not done yet. Got a whole nother side over here to run. Let's do it. Oh, it's the other side. Over here. I'm always looking this way first. Okay, it's in the center. So you get one direction and then you get the other, right? And it helps you kind of line it up as best you can. Sometimes it's not going to perfectly go straight up and down. Yeah, but you do what you can do. Make sure you got all these connected. Check every single one. You can also check the math later on that it equals the amount that you created. You want to probably check it beforehand and then check it after to see, okay, I added this many power things and this times how many ever power things I made. So in this case it'd be 150. This times 150 should equal the amount of power that I added. So you can do it by math, or you can just do it by eyeball. Make sure they're all running. Because this will act like it's running if I just run this up here. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's tied into the rest of my power grid. Doesn't do them any good if it's just sitting here by itself, not connected into the power. And so you want to get down a rhythm. Like run it up first, and then run it to the right. And so on. And there we go. That's 24 more power. Now, we don't want to check it back there. We want to go check it over here in the main part of our factory to make sure that it is back chaining. I could check it there, but I don't know if it's necessarily running way over here. And the way you know is you run over there and you check it. Let's go. Where's our power pole? Right here. And so that's running off our main connector there. And there we go. 8,100 power. Now, just so you know, this is only half of the oil that we have. So we could, in theory, do that all again. Do the whole thing again. Except for we could do 28. Or actually even more than 28. We could do, instead of it 3 times, 4 times, we could do it 5 times. We could do it 5 times. And there we go. So now we have double the amount of power that we currently need for our current factory. Now, it's basically just set it and forget, right? Set it and forget it. Hey, rigor mortis, what's up? Good afternoon to you. It's set it and forget it. Walk away. Don't have to worry about power. All my factory's running. I'm good to go. Now, again, if I need more plastic or I need more power or whatever, I come over here. I can queue it up. But right now, I feel like we're good. Now, we need to go ahead and shift gears again. Look at them all running over there. Now, one of my favorite things to do, and I did this in my last one, pretty much similar to this, is to stand up here and just look at the rows and rows and rows of these suckers from on high. Look at this. Look at this stuff. Awesome. Let's get over here a little bit. Oh, hand on that thing. There we go. Rows and rows and rows of stuff. I love to watch all the little things go up and down and all the stuff running at the same time. Very, very cool. Now, again, I can go in and do the math to make sure that all of this is correct. But that looks pretty correct to me. That's a lot of power, right? That's a lot of power running. I believe we did all of them. But we could go ahead again. Times it times 24 times 150. Hey, Siri. What's 24 times 150?
24 times 150 is 3,600.
So that's 3,600 power right there. Now, one nuclear plant does 2,500, right? So one nuclear equals about three quarters of what we're doing right here. So obviously, nuclear is going to be a much easier option, but oil doesn't produce radiation, which you can't get rid of. But we do have something that's producing over here. This will eventually stop because we're not taking care of the resin right here, right? So we got to take care of this resin. When it backlogs, look, that fluid's done. So it's actually running off of the fluid that's in the pipe. And you'll see the pipe start to diminish because it'll run out of that fluid eventually. Oh, there it goes. See it closing? It's eventually going to run out of that fluid. So what we need to do is we need to get rid of our resin. So our resin's coming out at 30 per minute. We've got 9 of these. So we need to go ahead and do that math a little bit. Hey, Siri, what's 30 times 9?
30 times 9 is 270.
So 270. Now, we have really fast belts. We have level 5 belts. That's not going to be a problem. We want to go ahead and merge all of this and run it into the awesome sink. Now, I could go ahead and run it to the awesome sink way over there, but I think we have enough power. We've basically doubled our power. We could build we could build everything that we've already built, right? All of this, and all of that way over there, we could build it all again. We could build the whole entire thing again and have enough power for both, right? That's a lot of factory right there. But we don't necessarily have to run that all back and run it all in there. We can just say, you know what? We're going to just go ahead and add one right here at the end just to make this super easy to run. I would definitely add a second one, even though it costs you like 30 power. I would just go ahead and add a second one right over here. Like that. Easy, right? And then just go ahead and run a power line to it. That one's full. Across there. There we go. Now our awesome sink is going. And then all we do is we just go ahead and combine it together and run it in the awesome sink at the end, and then this problem will be solved. We're going to do what's called an inline run. So you go ahead and run it in there. Now the last one, we don't need a merger on that one. We just need to merge these together, and then it's going to run into that one. So we'll go back to our main sets here. We'll go ahead and do our merger. And we'll make sure that it's going in the right direction. We got that lined up. All right. Now, I find that once you do the first one, you got it all lined up. You got it all perfect. You get up on top here, and it's a bit easier to do your merger lines. It's easier to line up. It doesn't snap, though. I wish it snapped to those when you put them down. It would also give you the other green line in the other direction. Be nice if it aligned to those, but, you know, we do what we can do. All right, we work the game mechanics as best we can. And again, this last one, you don't have to worry about it. This one right here is probably the easiest of all of them. It's just going to run straight into there. And then we're going to go ahead and run this down the line. Again, using those level 5 belts, which is 780, so more than double than what we need. And see, as you add mergers, the numbers keep going up, right? So it's 20, then it's 60, then it's 80, then and so on down the line. Now, you could use different speed belts as you go along if you're really hurting for resources. I typically don't. I just use the fastest belt I can use in the moment. There we go. That's going to run that out. Now, notice that all the rest of these are not moving. Why are the rest of these not moving and the one at the end is? And that's because, again, like I've said so many times before, that all of these need to come out of here and be put in last. So let's go ahead and give ourselves some room here. I would like to have an extra one just in case I run into trouble. But also so I can do this. So I can just kind of lean over a little bit and just hit all of these by holding down Control. And the one at the end I don't need to take out, so that worked out perfect. And then we're going to go ahead and bring it down. I like to bring it down from the machine. I feel like that's just easier to align it because, you know, it snaps to that one and then aligns down here. Snaps to that one, aligns down here, etc., etc. Easy. And there we go. And all the excess is going to start flowing down the line. Now, if you see this stop, there's something going on there, right? So let's go ahead and take a look down the line. All right, it's just trying to catch up because it's a little backlog. But that's going to crank all of that out at its maximum speed. And then all of our fuel generators are now going to start back up again, which is going to be awesome. And this will catch up eventually. Now, another great little trick, by the way, if you do have a bunch of this resin left over on you, and you're like, I don't want to build a box in front of there and do all of that, you just go to the one that's probably the most empty, and you put all of the resin into that one, and then it will run it out eventually into the awesome sink. Now, what we should see is that this resin is diminishing. It should be diminishing over time, not gaining. Like right now, it's going to go down to about 50, 49, so it is diminishing, right? And then as the awesome sink catches up and it cascades down the line, that will eventually just disappear out of there. Now, the one that's going to go first, of course, is the one that's closest, and that's this one way over here. This one should have pretty much emptied a good amount of it. Nope, still working on it. Oh, I don't have it. I don't have it back in there. I forgot to put that last one in. My bad. My bad. Glad I checked that. There we go. So the one at the end here should be the one. That empties first. There it goes. See how quickly it's diminishing? It's diminishing faster than it reloads. And so it'll diminish that one, then it'll diminish the next one down the line, and then eventually all of them will just come out at that rate. And they're only coming out at 270, and that's 780. So it's really going to run that into the awesome sink quick. Now, what does that do for us? What that does for us not only gets us tickets, but it continuously, perpetually runs our fuel production, which is going to perpetually run it into all of this stuff. Now, one of the things we do want to look at is our oil having trouble running that oil from up above all the way down into these different oil areas and then over there. And we're using the right side one, so that's the one we want to go look at the pump up there and see if it has too much of a head lift. If it does, then we need to add another pipe. So let's get over here. Let's just go skates real quick. We're going to check this first, and then we're going to do that battle. Let's go. 94 units ready to rock. Ready to get it going on. Up here we go. Boom. All right, we're doing some epic level stuff today. We're kicking some booty. Now, all that hard work from last time, getting all our oil together and getting it run and running all the lines and doing all the stuff and doing the trains and testing the train speed and doing all of that is now paying off in the long run. Doing that hard work there is always the tough one. Is going out there and doing all your lines and stuff. Because you don't see an immediate result for that, right? You spend all day doing it for 5-7 hours, and then that's all you did. But the next time is when you see the result, like this. Okay, so it's the left side one. So we're going to go ahead and say, oh, it's this one here. And so the left side one's the one that's running. Let's go ahead and check our pump. Our pump's head lift, 17.3. We got plenty of ability to run that pump. And that's why I run it at the beginning, because it's going to push all the rest of it all the way through. All right, start battle. Let's do it. Battle time! Oh, man. Oh, man, it is on. Uh-oh. Oh, no! Our little crew in the upper left corner taking one for the team. Nice job up there, though, guys. Hang in there. Fight to the last man. We're coming. We got you back. Oh, they took him out. Nice job. Nice job over there. All right, another win. Open the captain's chest. Love for all you guys. Grimshard, Thor getting some love. JC Hunter, Subi, at all getting the love today. Bet you're glad you came to the stream now. Subi, again, MVP with just 3 units. Wow, Subi. Wow, crushing it. Back to the map. All right, it's time, everybody. Step it up. We're going to go ahead and do a very hard one here. I'm just going to go straight for the Wasteland Tycoon here. Get in the big guns so we can get in there. Try to get you guys a win. Get you some loyalty tokens. All right. Back to the game. You can find that link right there in the chat. Everybody, it is a free-to-play game on mobile and on desktop. Feel free to come join us. Look at it bringing in the oil here. I seriously doubt we're even using up this oil. There's a lot of oil. Oh, I don't think this side's being used. It's the other side. Whoa, whoa, almost did it again, everybody. Almost did it again. Thought I had the jetpack. Almost fell down. Saved myself at the last second. So I looked over to see if I was in the jetpack. Close. Oh, yeah. See, that empty? That's half empty. But it's just going to fill right back up again here in a minute. Now, here's the thing. The hardest thing to figure out is the rate at which it is bringing that oil, right? It may be bringing that oil too slow, and so we're not really getting that 600 speed. And so that could be an issue later on, is that travel time, right? Grabbing it, bringing it back, so on and so forth. Now, we could combine both lines into a single line, but it's going to be too fast for our piping, but at least we'd have a backlog, and we could go ahead and make sure that our power's running. But this looks pretty consistent here. Look at that, 1229. And what you want to do is watch this and see if it's diminishing or if it's going up. Right, like right now, this crude oil is being drained out of this over here. I can tell you right now. That's being used over here. Now, by the time that train comes back, does this empty out? And so, we can go ahead and just take a look at it, right? It's at 1,000. It's at 900. It's at 8 things. So let's get up here so we can see our train coming. And I feel like that definitely is going to empty out by the time that train gets back. Oh, yeah, it's just pulling in the station over there. So, again, that could be too slow. Maybe we need 2 trains, right? One to go over there and grab it and bring it back because it's not bringing it back a high enough resource. But I would say if this goes down too much, you definitely want to add a second train. All right, let's look at it like that. All right, so what I'm going to do is let you guys watch the train and see if this is diminishing over time. We'll see if it fills up by the time in which it gets going. It definitely feels like I need a second train. I thought of that already last time. But let's just go ahead and let it run. I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break. Just going to get up, walk around, stretch my legs, And I'll be right back. Feel free to talk amongst yourself in the chat. Any games you guys are looking forward to this year, throw them in the chat. You can also suggest some games, by the way, on my Discord that you might want to see me play here on stream. I do have some already lined up, but if you guys think of some more, feel free to go on the Discord, or you can tell me in the chat, and I'll try to note it. All right, be right back, everybody. Go on, Stealth Boy. Oh, yeah. We're in trouble. So that diminished all the way down. And then we go up here and we look at this. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. That's not going fast enough. It's not bringing in the oil fast enough. So we got to go to it. We need another train. Now, what can we do to get 2 trains going at the same time? Now, I could just run it on the same track, because here in the early access version, it'll be fine, but we don't really want to do that. We want to go ahead and make sure that we do run this proper. So we're going to go ahead and cut out the end here. And we're actually going to go ahead, instead of making a push-pull train, we're going to make a round track. And if you have multiple trains on the same track, that's when you want a round track. And one that can just kind of turn back the other way. Now, remember when you're doing curves, you want to have one which is the center, and then you want to offset it by 3. 1, 2, 3. Way out here. Come on, fingers. There we go. You don't want it to be too sharp, but you want it to be nice enough to run. Now I'm going to go into my train set. Again, we're going to dive right into it. And then we're going to go ahead and turn. And it's going to give us, where we want to go and what way. So now we need to do this way 3, but we also need to do this way 3. So let's go ahead and extend this out in this direction. All right. And this is going to make it easy, because it's just going to let us do the turn. And we can do a really tight turn if we want. Again, remember, the tighter the turn, the more it's going to slow down. That's also not going to align itself as well to the thing. But we want a tight turn here. We want to basically get this thing turned around and go the other way as quick as we can. And so we'll just go with a tighter turn there, because it's going to be going slow already to start, right? So it's going to stop and then start to accelerate. So the best time to have tight turns is when it's just starting to accelerate. And then there we go. And let's go ahead and extend this out. What I do is I kind of overshoot a little bit here, just to give myself enough room to get this going. And again, we could try to bring this back and line it up right there. But I'm going to go ahead and try to line it up off of this one. Oh yeah, that's going to be nice. There we go. All right, pretty sharp turn there. And then it's going to turn back the other way. Now, I don't need to do the rest of these foundations, just this one right here. Now, before I get too far, I'm going to need a lot more concrete to make my way all the way back, and then create another rounded train. Now, I could have it go that way and go all the way around as well. But I feel like that's kind of a waste because it's shorter to go this direction. And so just turning this around and running it that way saves me more time in the train. Plus the train can just go forward. And then we'll do something other than a push-pull train, because I'm always doing push-pull trains. But so we'll just do a train that goes round and round. All right. We got that going. And what do we need? More concrete. Let's get some concrete over here. Now, I got a smidge of concrete over here. Just a teensy bit. In fact, whenever I take the concrete out of here, it automatically goes and makes more, which is great. That's why it's great to pull this out of here. Boom. Now it's just going to literally go make more of it for me and then fill that box back up again. And that's what I like to typically do with all the resources. Just have it make that, fill that item up, and then when it fills up that box, and then it makes the other stuff. And it's kind of cool to put that into your production line where it goes there first, and then it goes off to your production line after that. Or you can use smart splitters and advanced splitters. We'll do all of that more advanced stuff in a bit. But right now, we just want to make a bunch of foundations over here. Now, we're going to get into some crazy stuff, so let's get our jetpack on just in case. Because it's a long way down. And we already died once today. I don't mind dying, though. I'll die all day long. I'll go back, get my stuff, keep on keeping on. You're going to see me, like, break a keyboard or something a 5-year-old would do. I'll just keep doing my thing. Now, I could go ahead and run the line, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually just do all of the concrete stuff first. Just to make this go a little faster instead of stopping. I always find if you do the one thing a whole lot in a sequence, like if you're putting down splitters, put all your splitters down, right? It's just faster in the long run. Also, the cool thing is when we get to the other side, we can go ahead and we can go ahead. Oh, well, you know what we could do? We could actually, hold on, let's cut this closer. I just thought of something. Actually make this even faster. When we get to the other side, we can ride the train back. So it'd be just as fast. I just thought of another idea. Hold on. Let's go ahead and divert this. This way I can use the edge of the current existing thing so I can run the lines faster. Run the foundations faster. Oh, just a little too far. Oh, really too far. There we go. Now again, that's just going to keep running while I'm doing this. But eventually that's going to diminish to a point in which our power is going to kick off. So we definitely need to fix that. Let's go back here, and actually we'll fix this as we go. So let's go ahead and do this. From way over there. We'll get it right to here. I misclick a lot. It's not the game's fault. That's my clicking fault. And then we're going to go ahead and divert this so it's over here. Now the problem is you really just want to kind of do it at an angle. Now the more of this we have in here, the slower our train has a tendency to go. It'll really slow us down. Big time. Every time we put in a curve, every time we put in something that's going to divert it from that straight line. But we're going to do something kind of fun here. We're going to go ahead and divert this as best we can. Oh, nice. Divert that over there and not run it way out there. Take all this back out. Now, why do I want to run it over here? Right? So we got that circling around, coming back, and ended up in here. And we can even make this longer. A longer edge. So that it's not going to slow it down as much. Might as well fill the rest of this in. There we go. And so now that we have this edge over here, we know where we're going to. We can go ahead and work this a little bit. And so we can start it on a much more mellow angle, right? Much more, oh, I should have left the in part. Much more mellow angle, so it's not so extreme. So the actual curve starts earlier, and then again line it up over here as best we can. And I'm trying to line it up off of the foundation, so it's as straight as it can. See, and then it's kind of a more of a mellow curve, so it can speed up and go faster, right? So it can really start to speed up on that curve, and then it's going to get on the straightaway and go there. Now again, the reason why I'm going to go ahead and move it over here, I really don't need all of these now. Take all those back out. Actually, maybe I'll leave some of those in. Take these out. I like to leave the little curve edge in just because I'm walking along here. That'll make that easier. Don't need any of that. Bam. All right. That's looking good. Now again, the reason why I want to do this here is so I can do this. See how much faster I can add those? Really, really useful if you're running along a pre-existing line. I'm going to go ahead and take these out because I don't really need to walk on that side. I can walk in between the trains now. And so I can go ahead and run this. Go ahead and see how far we can run. Pretty close, yeah, there we go. Again, run that along the tracks. And line it up the best we can. There we go, take these out. And now I'm just going to go in and just add another row, basically, to the tracks I already have. It's going to go way faster. In fact, I'll put my skates on to speed us up while we're walking. There we go. Hopefully we don't fall off. But you never know. Okay, now I'm going to speed up a little bit, try to do this a little faster. Because this is going to be some work right here. For sure. Catch up on the chat a little bit. They meant 6. 6 what? 6 retweets? Oh, we hitting them retweets? Let's see. Ah, we're at 6 retweets. Look at you guys go. That's 1,000 kiss cats for everybody in the chat. Bam! There you go. Thanks for showing that retweet love, everybody. You're like, hey, Kismet, how do I get more of those kiss caps? Here's what you do. You click that second link. You go over there. You hit that like button. You hit the retweet button. We get every 5 retweets gets everybody 1,000 kiss caps in the chat. So the more people that retweet, the more love you guys get for future contests and giveaways. And I give away thousands of dollars worth of stuff here in the stream. I did see Rotisserie G's mouse pad that he got. Pretty awesome. Signed a mouse pad for me. That is way too big for his desk. That is pretty funny. Those things are massive. They were way bigger than I thought they were going to be. And I'm like, wow, these things are massive. But super cool because it's more like you got a mouse pad desk now, which is cool. This way you can put your keyboard under it and everything. I have 2 keyboards on mine. This is how much stuff you can fit on one of these extra large Kismet mouse pads. I have 2 keyboards. I have 2 mouses. I have a stream deck and the thing that holds my phone. Yeah, I'm not kidding. All flat on the mouse pad. That's how big those mouse pads are. They're massive. But big thanks also to Stream Elements, of course, for sponsoring the stream, allowing me to give those away. And also sponsored my merch store. You can go and buy some if you want to support the stream. They are amazing. They look fantastic on your desk. And they're going to also give you lots and lots of room for all your stuff. Why have just a little tiny mouse pad when you can have one that will cover your whole desk? You don't have to worry about none of that mouse pad stuff. All right, we're going to have to turn this corner here eventually. We'll come back and we'll do that. But let's go ahead and get the rest of this in. So we can get that done. So this is the largest part of this is this and then running the track. It just takes a long time to get this stuff done. We're gonna make a move on it. I feel like, you know, this kind of stuff where it's real repetitive, where you're doing the same thing over and over. You just try to find the most optimum way of doing it, and then you just go to it, right? And you just do it again and again, and then before you know it, bam, you'll be done. Easy peasy. And this is, I feel, is like the most optimum way to run these foundations. Now, I have also seen on some dev stuff that they have ones where... now, what I'd like to do is be able to hold down control, and then just move my mouse down, and then do the opposite of taking out, and that would actually scroll in. That would be amazing, right? So I just hold down control, scroll how much I want to make, and then stop, and then I let go of control, and it puts in all the foundations. It's like the reverse of taking it out. And there's some other ones in there that I saw where you can go ahead and put one in and say, okay, I got one here. I want you to do 25 in that direction. And then it makes 25 in that direction. That's cool too. A bunch of mods for that. Lots of different mods for just about everything under the sun in this game. Awesome modded community here in Satisfactory. I don't use mods at all. I typically play base, and the reason why I play base vanilla version is so that everything I do on stream you guys can do as well. I don't have to say, oh, this is how you install mods, and this is how you do this, that, and the other thing. We play the base version. I don't even use alternate recipes because I feel like at some point I'm going to have a recipe that you don't have and having trouble finding. And then you're like, Kismet, I can't do it. Now, I played through this game like 30 times, and I can tell you, you can play through this game without any alternate recipes at all. You don't have to have alternate recipes. It just makes it more efficient, makes it easier to progress or make a lot of certain thing that you might need. Certainly very effective later on when you're doing like turbo motors and stuff like that. But right now, we're just vanilla. No mods. Now, mods to me are more like something I would use in the later game, right? Played through the game 1,000 times. I've done everything they could do. Everything under the sun. Or I played it for thousands of hours. And I feel like, okay, I've conquered everything in the game. Now, time for mods, right? So I use mods like their DLC. Like, okay, what can I, you know, while I'm waiting around for them to come out with some new stuff, then that's when I use mods. And I typically don't burn myself out of games, especially early access games. You won't see me go and burn myself out by playing it 18 hours a day every single day. That's a fast way to burn yourself out on any game. Because you're burning through the content faster, at a faster rate than they can create it. I see people do that all the time. They're like, oh, well, new content out. Boom. Oh, no, look out. Woo, mama. Can we get back up there? No. All right, where are we? Oh, we need to go that way. All right, well, whoo. Actually, that actually worked for once. I need to get down here. And I need to get up and over that. How we get up there? Maybe this ledge right here. Okay, so now you gotta stop on the ledge so that you can jetpack to the next ledge, right? Let's hope there's no mobs up here who's gonna eat my face. And then stop. Now, that's a tough one. That's way up there. We'll give it a shot, though. Let's go. Now, when you start to run out, stop. And then just jetpack a little bit on your way down so you don't die. That's too far. Let's try over here. Any other ledges we can get to? I don't see any other ledges. Maybe right here. Oh, yeah. And then, bam, I get killed. That would be the exact moment I got killed. Now, look. Luckily, we already have some production down here. We have our hypertubes and all that stuff, which is our oil production. So if we do fall, and I actually saved myself for once, then we can go ahead and just go down here, and we have just enough, we have plenty of jetpack fuel, that we can just go ahead, and I'm just going to just tap spacebar, and it's going to allow me to kind of sail or glide my way across all the way over here. And I could have landed on that over there, but I actually want to go to the hypertube down here, and that's going to allow me to get all the way back up again. And we built all this out last time, which is all of our oil collection. We're collecting about 1,200 oil there. That's a lot of oil right there. Which equals a lot of power and a lot of resources. Like, all that. Oof, man, that activates the vertigo action. Just gotta roll with it, everybody. Sometimes, you know, gotta do what you gotta do. The alternative is to lay down and die, and I'll pass on that, thanks. All right, let's go ahead and get this side in. And look, we're almost done there. Man, that was some quick moves there. That was some quick moves. I think that's the only time that has actually ever worked, where I actually was able to switch my jetpack in air. Normally it doesn't work. Sometimes it gets like, you know, it stops working. You click on it, or you do click on it too much because you get nervous. And then it goes one way, and then it takes it back off again. And by the time you get it lined up, bam, you've hit the ground by the... But that actually worked. So there we go. Now we know that is possible. Oh, there's an extra one under there. I see you under there. There's an extra one right there. Ah, and then I put another one under there. Stop it. All right, hold on. We'll do that battle here in a second. Put the rest of these in. All right, nice. Okay, then we'll go ahead and run our line. Where's our train at? Train's at over there. Okay. So what I'm going to do is run over here. So I had my skates on so I could walk faster on the thing. But it doesn't help you when you're falling off the side. Again, it'd be nice to have 2 body slots. We'll get into all of that later on. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and do this battle while we wait for our train to show up. Get back to our jetpack. Let's jetpack up here. Oh, train coming back now. Hold on, we'll wait for the train, then we'll do the battle. Yeah, see, that one's emptied. So you can see it used all of that. Very rarely do you see an empty one, or you shouldn't see it empty. You should see it. You should see one there. You know, if that's empty, you know you're on diminishing returns. For sure, for sure. All right. While that's loading up and taking us to the other side, let's go ahead and run another battle. Let's go. Yeah, the Smart Foundation mod does like that. It's amazing. Yeah, that's what it's probably called, Smart Foundation. I've seen it on the dev stream before. If you fall off, can you get your jet back on before you splat? I just proved that is possible, Bo. I just proved it's possible. It's never worked before. That was the first time it's ever worked. But normally it's because I click it and then I'm double clicking it to try to put it on, but it's really a single click sometimes, and sometimes it is a double click. And then it puts the thing on, and then it switches back to the other thing that I had on before, and then by the time I get it right, bam, I've already hit the ground. So we now know that it is possible. There we go. Another win. Bam. Let's see. Bo, Rotisserie G, all getting some love there. Some epic scrolls there, too. And AK for Life coming in MVP. Nice. Let's get into the next one. Start battle. Right over here. Let's get the Centurion in there. How we looking? Oh, wait. Hold on a second. We got a quest done. Hold on. We got to upgrade our Centurion, who is 159 of 150. Did that not say 150? Oh, I need more gold. I need 300 gold. Okay. We got to do some battles. Wow, I've had all that gold. I could have saved it till this very moment. Okay, so we need to make some monies. We got to make some money. And then I go ahead and upgrade that, and I'll have my quest done. Awesome. All right, let's go ahead and get back to it. Boom. And here we are arriving on the other side. It's actually loading up that that oil up in there. Now, the other one does not loading because it's not using that oil right now. Now, I could do a little trick while we're waiting. I can go ahead and cross-connect these over here just so it keeps running if I want to, but that'd be fine for now, I think. And so we need to get another train running. So we got a train running that way, and we're going to go ahead and eventually run it this way and run it around here. So let's go ahead and get our blade runs on again. Let's get to our train set. Let's hope we have enough. And you know what? While we're here, let's go grab some more. We're going to run a long track. We're going to need a lot, and I have a feeling we're just going to have to run back. Oh, that doesn't have anything in it. Let's get rid of that one. Bam. Let's get rid of that one. I forget what's supposed to be in there. But it's out now. Okay, what do we need? We need pipes and our things. Beams and pipes. Oh, we're actually out of there. Oh, we actually used all of those. Okay, cool. No problem. No problemo. Back on the jetpack. Hoo-ah! Off the top rope! Dead again! Whee! Down on the train! Okay, I know we got a lot of this sitting around. Boom! Way too much. Way too much. Now we need to balance how much of this we have versus how many poles and beams we have. So let's go ahead and put our beams in. That's a lot of that. I feel like that's pretty good. Let's go with that. Got our radar up there, scanning the area so we can use our scanner to find stuff when we need to. That's really fun, the radar. The radar's more toward the end game. It's in that last tier, last couple tiers. Okay, we got to make some transport to come out here too. Hypertube or whatnot. Right now, we just want to keep on rocking. This way. Where's my vehicle? Probably should have brought my vehicle with me in case we lose power. But I think we'll be fine. Let's just risk it. Now, see, now once we got the foundations, running the railway is much easier. Much easier and faster. Okay, now let's go ahead and look at how we're curving here. Right here at this end piece. Anything over here? Yeah, we create a small piece there to connect that. Let's just create a long one, then we'll come back and do the corner. See if it works out. Now, those corners aren't always going to work out. I feel like the corners are probably the toughest thing in the game when it comes to trains. Because I'll go in, and sometimes they won't work out, so I just back it up just a bit. You can test it without running a long line like that. You can just run a short line. And then just keep testing those corners. So you hit one that you like. Oop. Missed it. Try it again. Yeah. Too sharp a turn. This one needs to go back by one. That's this side. There we go. Yeah, the way that's coming up, this needs to come back by one. That's what it is. Exactly what it was. That needed to be offset by one back, just to make that corner a bit easier. There we go. All right, onward. Now we'll take this one out. Now that we already got that in place. And then we'll run this. This way we've got one long instead of using a small segment. I don't like using small segments. again, if you're going to upgrade it or whatever, or if you have an issue with it, it's best to have as long of a track or long of a conveyor or long of a pipe or whatever it is as you can. It's just easier to troubleshoot. Also, I feel it takes less time. I wouldn't say it necessarily uses less resources, but I guess it could use less resources in the long run if you think about it. You do too many kind of small pipes, and then you got to do a lot more stands and a lot more extra stuff if you're running like conveyors and whatnot. Really, it's the side elements that's going to cost you more, but the main item will be exactly the same, whether you run it long or a bunch of small segments. All right, getting there. Now what we're trying to do is we're trying to do a rounded train instead of a push-pull train, which is what we have now. And this way, both trains can be running at the same time on the same track without hopefully running into each other. We'll find out. I'll keep that running down the center. By the way, you can merge these in if you want. Create yourself a little side track, right? A little switch track. So I could make it where if I time it just right, the other one's coming back on another thing and then merging into the main line and then going back again, right? So I could do multiple push-pulls if I want to on the same track. Nah, we're not doing that today, but that'll be something for another day where we use merging and signals and all of that other stuff. We're just going to do our basics. We did our push-pull, and now we're doing our ring around the rosies track. It's a lot farther than it looks, didn't it? It definitely is. It's way out here. Totally worth the time, though, because there's a crazy tons of oil over here. We might need 3 trains. We'll find out. So we got to keep our train, our extraction rate, at which it's, or collection rate, matching our extraction rate, which then is maxing the output on that side. One thing we should look at and see if that one's actually 600 or if that one's actually our 540, because there is one of these that is 540, so that might also be causing it to diminish. But we'll look at that here in a second. Let's get all this track in first. I just go until it turns red. It's easier than counting it every time. All right, now we're getting close to our thing here, so let's go ahead and push this out. Now here's a great trick. You can put it in between. If you ended there, you can put it in between the foundations, and that's going to add a little bit of an S. All right, a little bit of an S to it to help you control a little bit better when you're trying to come out there. The hardest thing is keeping this thing straight because it will get very, very crooked, but that works pretty well. Let's go ahead and push out this way. In printing and publishing, by the way, we call that an S-curve. An S-curve is really, really useful when you're adjusting color correction and when you're adding contrast to a photo. I go into a full-on Photoshop tutorial right now. It's one of the most powerful things in Photoshop, the S-curve. Using your curves and then creating an S-curve, man, adds contrast and makes it look beautiful. Beautiful. All right, now we need to take this right here. We need to convert it around as much as we can this way to get it to go around this corner. And we're going to just go do the same thing here. A little half turn. And then right there with our bit of a sharper turn. And connect that in. Yeah, it's okay. I don't know. I don't like this connection right here. I feel like this could be better. All right, so we can go in and just make that one single connection. It's going to make that a bit smoother. See how it comes back in and then it goes back out? Don't like that either. So more like running this along here, straight, along this edge, and then curving it back over there. So now you got it coming out. It gets that curve, goes a bit straight, hits this curve. Why not? See, the more weird angles you put in there, the more it slows down on those little weird angles. So you always want to kind of clean up those angles to make your train work a bit better. Okay, so we got a train going right now. Now we need to figure out which one of these trains, or which one of these lines, you know, this would be a great use for the coloring, is to color the one that's 600 a different color. But I don't remember which is which, so we're going to have to go down here and check it out. Let's go. I know it's the one that's connected to these ones that are close. Patooey! Whoa! Look how far it fired us away. We came out of that hypertube. All right, so I know it's this one right here that's connected to this one. And so that's going to run up, and it's going to be the right side one right here. And again, this is collecting all the oil from this whole entire area, pumping it all right to here, and then up this vertical lift that we got here. So it's going to be this left side one, now that we're facing this one, or it could be right side one if I'm facing that way. But it's going to be left side one. And it'd be a great time to have the thing to color it and say, look, boom, that's the one. So when we forget again later on, we'll know, okay, this is the one that is the 600. All right, so that's coming out of there. So it's going to be the second car. So it's going to be this one. That's our 600. The other one's 540. So if I kind of think of the train in reverse, when it goes back, it's going to be the opposite direction because the train's going to be facing the other direction. So this second one here, the second one that we're doing right now on the other side would be the 600 because we're doing a push-pull as opposed to when it turns around. So it's going to go this way and then come and turn around and then go that way, right? So it'll still be facing the same direction like it is now. But eventually we'll go ahead and change that. Okay, so we got to get our train back over here. Let's start another train. We're going to start a second train. We're going to start it out here. And this train's going to have one engine. And it's going to go that way, or not, because I didn't bring my beacons. No problem. Here's the cool thing when you forget stuff. Just come over here and make some more. Here it comes. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and make one that's going this direction. We're going to go ahead again, put 2 cars on it to grab some more oil. Oh, we're out of stuff. All right, let's get over here on this train. We'll have to go get some more stuff. Let's go, train. Or actually, we don't have to ride that train. We got our own train. Racia! Sucker! Later! That's one of the fun things about doing trains is that you can actually control the trains. You can ride on them and use them for transport. And the trains are the fastest thing in the game. They're incredibly fast. They're about 120 versus your vehicle, which goes about 50. So it's almost triple the speed. Very, very awesome. Plus, since it's on a track, you can just go full speed the whole entire time. As opposed to when you're in your vehicle, you're usually slowing down and speeding up when you're turning corners and stuff like that. Now, speaking of turning corners, we're going to get up here and see how much this gets reduced when we hit this corner. So about 5 miles an hour. Oh, look at this. Look how it's wavy. See, the tracks are wavy. Oh, I gotta fix that. I don't like that at all. I don't want the tracks to be wavy. No, no, no. Look, it's slowing us down by just a couple kilometers per hour because we're doing that little wavy stuff. We don't do that. We definitely have to fix that. All right, let's go ahead and stop. Now, the trains don't collide to each other anymore. or I mean at all yet, because they haven't added that to the game. So it's not like you're going to get run over. It just goes right through you, and whatnot. You can't get stuck under here. There we go. You can actually get stuck under there, and you have to wait for the train to leave and then get out of there, or you can take the train out if you get stuck, or wall, or whatever it is you get stuck by. We need some more heavy modular frames. Let's go get some. Actually, we can go in while we're walking and look at what we want to make. So I want to make 2 freight cars, not 20. Oh, I held down. Oh, I just learned something. Oh, if you hold down shift, it does it by 10. Ah, I did not know that. See, if you do it without shift, it just does it by 1. But if you hold down shift, bam, 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 you can do 10. I did not know that. I did not know that. That is cool. I love learning new stuff by complete accident. All right. No, I don't need 115 of those. Let's clear the list. I need 2 of those. I need 1 of these. All right. Now, a bunch of railway. Now, the reason why I do that is just to see how much roughly that I have. And then I don't usually just grab 13 of whatever it is. I'm going to grab a stack or 2 of that particular thing that I'm missing, like that. And then take the smallest stack and put it back. If it's got like 5, I'll put it back in there. And there's a bunch of beacons right there. I know I got some of those laying around somewhere. But I might have to make some more. But that's okay. Let's go look over here. Any beacons laying around? Because usually I have them laying around everywhere. But we'll make some more. More beacons. Cool thing is you can make beacons anywhere. If you got the resources, you can just put down a workshop and bam, you're good to go. Okay, let's do this. And probably don't even need the beacons because I already have the actual train over here. And so we're trying to get this in. How are we looking on time? Now we're going to be going about 3 o'clock, so we're going to keep going. So on a push-pull train, how many train stations you need for both stops? Just 1. They need to be facing opposite directions though, because this is for one train and this one's for the other train. So this train pulls it that way. And then when it gets here, then the train going that way, it pulls it the other way. So make sure trains are going opposite directions, like mine is. My train's going 2 opposite directions. Now what we're going to do is we're going to transition from a push-pull train to a looped train, right? And that's what we're doing right now. Setting up our loop trains. And that's going to go that way. Actually, let's put it out a little bit further. We definitely want to fix these wavy lines. Nah. So we're going to do that. We're going to go ahead and do this. And this. And that's it. See, now we don't need the one in the back. This is no longer going to be a push-pull train. It's only going to be a forward-facing train. Now, the name of this train, I don't even know. I forget how to check the name of the train. There's some way of checking the name of the train. Let's go into the thing and check it. Over here. You can actually name the stations, too, if you want. There we go. Locomotive number 2. There we go. Well, the other one, we know that one's already running. So, we'll say, what's the name of the station? Talon. So the name of this station is Talon. And then the other one, we left click, is Brenda C. So we're going to say this one's on there. And let's see if that one's on. Nope, that one's not on. And then we say, go to this one, autopilot on. And then that one should start to go. There it goes. Now, in theory, if we did everything right, it should come around this corner and start to go this way, right? And here comes our other train right now, too. You're like, because it's going to crash into it. Nope. But I wouldn't trust that, everybody. I wouldn't trust that for sure. For sure, for sure. You definitely want to fix that down the line. And so it'll still grab all the stuff and whatnot. But we'll go ahead and fix that here in a second. We're running our push-pull train. You see I've got one train facing that way, one train facing that way. Now same with your stations. Station facing that way, and the station way over there is facing in the opposite direction. And push-pull trains are great. They're really great because they're super efficient. They have to come to a stop anyway to unload. So it's just as easy for them to go forward or then to go in the opposite direction. So it's actually faster for it to go this way because we timed it. It's faster for it to just start going back the other way. But we want to keep multiple trains, and we don't want them to crash into each other. So we want that to keep going. Now, this particular train is stopped here and is not going to the next stop because it says, hey, I want to go to Brenda C. I can't get to Brenda C. And the reason why I can't get to Brenda C is because the station is facing the wrong direction. I have to turn the station so both are going in the same direction. If you're going to do a loop, both stations in the same direction, right? That way or this way. Doesn't matter if it's this way or that way, but they both have to be the same way. Otherwise, it doesn't work. That's why this is not working right now. And that's okay because I have to fix this. I can't. No. 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 Get out of here, curve. Get out of here, really bad straight line. All right, let's get that out of there. And let's make this nicer, right? We're going to make this nice and straight. Line that up on a big, long, straight line. Now, I don't mind taking everything out and redoing it. If it's all wavy and weird like that, and it's slowing my train down, like I've already actually built my base multiple times and taken it out multiple times. So now, what I did is I did this track first, so the track is straight, and then I connected the curve into the straight line, and then that'll set a precedent for the rest of that line, right? And then I can just do the same thing over here. I can take out the line I've already got, and then nice straight. Because sometimes what happens is that when you're running a curve, is that in piece is just offset just a little bit, right? It's offset like this or like that in such a way that then it's going this way, and then you're trying to recorrect for it, and it's going back the other way. It's just easier to make a nice straight one and then connect it to it to solve that particular problem. I didn't mean to do that problem on purpose, but that is a great problem-solving technique that you can use in your next build. Another awesome Kismet tip. Now, if you notice, I'm not connecting it to the pre-existing track because I want this just to run straight as can be. And if I run it to that other one that's there, it's just going to mess it up. And so I want to take out the one that's in front of me first and then put in the straight version. You notice that lag every now and again? That's it saving. They said they're working on that so it doesn't lag out as much when you're saving. And again, you want this to be as straight as possible. You don't want it, weaving back and forth. You want it to gain as much momentum as it can. Now right here into this curve, then it's fine. Right, because it'll just go straight to that edge now. Might have a little bit of a bend on this one when it comes around that corner. Be watching for this stuff right here. Look at that. It didn't quite reach. That's something funky chicken right there. I'd take that out. I don't like that at all. That's out. I would run that again. Alright. See, I'm always leery about corners when it shows a gap like that. I always assume that it's not working. So let's take that out. Again, don't like any of this. Run that first. It's showing a gap. I don't like it. I feel like that's going to trip me up later. See, that's got a gap. They're supposed to heal together. Best way to test it, get in your train. Ah, it's working. I don't think it should have that gap there. Might be just a redraw issue. I guess we'll find out in a minute, won't we? Oh, wait. I actually needed that train. We'll find out in a minute. Let's go. Going the other way. I'm gonna catch up on chat here. Yeah, smart foundation mods like that. It's amazing. Yeah. So on a push-roll train, how many train stations for both stops? One in each direction. I think there's even a way to adjust the amount by hand. Like you write 153 or whatever. Yeah, no, you can type 153 at the top. Yeah, I talked about that earlier. You just click in there, and then it allows you to type. But that's kind of cool. You hold down Shift, and you can just click the plus, and it goes up. I didn't know that one. Because sometimes, you know, instead of just typing it in there, you just press plus twice, and you make 20 of them. That's way faster than actually typing 20. All right, here we go. We'll see if we can get around this corner. I'm looking at the speed. I lost about 5 or 10 there. That's not bad. I love to just ghost ride it. There's something fun about that. Full on ghost ride your train. And I can't take it out until it stops. All right, there we go. Okay, so my biggest problem is that my station is now going the wrong direction. That's not too bad in the fact that I could just go ahead and fix it. One of the things I would do is go ahead and take out the corner, the curve, just because it's going to be in the way when you put the station back in again. But now we're going to go ahead and put in our station. Number 2 here. We're going to look at its direction. It's now going that direction. How can I tell which direction it's going? Look at the sign. What side the sign is on. If the sign is on that side, then you know it's pointing that way, in that direction. If the sign was on this side, over here, then you know that was going that direction. That's the best way to tell. All right. Then we'll go ahead and run our line in. Still too sharp. All right. No worries. We'll go ahead and do a little of this. Like that. And we'll take this one out. Okay, here we go. Here we go with it being feisty. Now see how it worked before, and then the second I take it out, now it's not working? It's because you got to find that middle ground of how you're running it. And it's really difficult sometimes to get this to do what you want it to do. We'll push it out just a little bit. Right to there. Now I'm going to take this out. I'm going to move this back just a little bit so we can kind of finish that up. Like this. Just to make sure that part is straight. And then this part's going to be a little wonky, but we'll live with it. All right, so it's going to kind of curve out a little extra now. Curve that way. Now this power right here, it's very important. I took my station out. I'm going to do that battle here in a second. Is that I re-put in my power. Otherwise, the power that runs all of the stuff down below is not going to have any power because it runs down through there. So the power actually comes through the tracks. So you can actually run power via the tracks. Now, here's what's going to happen. My other train is going to stop. And then my first train is going to start up and start going here in a bit. But right now, it doesn't have that stop because I took it out and put it in there. So I'm going to go ahead and tell it like this. And then I'm going to say next stop is Brenda C. And then we'll go ahead and let it rock. Like that. And then same thing here. We'll go ahead and take this out. We'll say Talon. Next stop, Brenda C. And let's see if we can get any of these trains. Come over here. Yeah, see, next stop, Brenda C. Now let's see if they actually end up coming this way. Oh, I can tell you already. I can I can see it going. Now we need to spread them out a little bit so they're not right on there. Oh yeah, look at them going. We need to spread them out a little bit so they're not right on top of each other. So what I would do is I would put the train down. The second that this train pulls out, then I would create the second train and I'd put it in there and then I'd run that one because it's going to take time for it to load and unload. And while it's loading and unloading, the other one's going to be traveling over there and loading and unloading. And then you can also wait for it to get all the way to the other side and start to unload and then get this one to start to load. And then it has the maximum distance between the two, right? So you don't have them running into each other. But eventually, you know, if you don't sync it well enough, they will run into each other. That's just the way it's going to happen because of the difference in how much it's going to unload and load and so on. Also, it could be a difference of how much is on the train, right? If I have 2 there and 15 on that one, well, that one's going to have a tougher time. See, now I really got to slow down on that curve. See, that's going to really hurt me there. Right, is that turnaround curve there? It's a real thing. Now look at that. Slow down so much the other train caught up. Now I wonder if this one's sitting in there, if that one stops behind it. That one just pulled straight out. Oh, I got the station on the wrong side. I had to fix the station side. That's my bad. My bad. All right. Yeah, my station side I have to fix. Yeah, because it has to go up and hit the station. The train in the front has to hit that front station for it to work. Oh, bad. Wrong side. Wrong side. That's my bad. There we go. We'll fix it. No worries. All right, now it's fixed. All right, then we'll put our track back in. Oh, too long. All right. All right, track back in. Now it's going the right direction. Too funny. Because we have to have it in the front of where our train's going to stop. It has to come in and stop there. Now we have a problem with back here. This is too sharp. That's why I don't like sharp turns, because it takes a long time for it to turn around. Let's go ahead and try to widen this just a little bit by taking all this out. And then we'll go ahead and widen this out a little bit. I need more. Need more foundations. I'll say right to there. And this way it's a little bit wider edge so it can swing out a little bit more. And then try to get in the track. We'll see how it goes. Now again, we've connected it over there. We got Brenda C in here, but we still got to fix it because now the second I take that out, guess what happens to my timetable? It always takes out the stop. So you got to put the stop back in, left click, Brenda C. That one's off and running. Now what I could do also is I could wait for that train to get over here and then start the second train. And we can do that as well. So let's get it over here. And again, these are should be set to load. And so not only do you have to have your train going in the same direction on a looped one, but you also need your containers to be in the same position. So there we go, 2400, 2400. Those are both on load. All right, let's see if that train ends up. Oh, I can see it already. It's on the way. So let's get it over here. Get it starting to get loaded. And then we'll tell the other one to come over here. All right. Well, we got a battle to do too. How long is this going to take? This is going to take another minute or two. Let's do this first, just so everybody can see this, and then we'll do that battle. We'll get it going here in a second. Here it comes. Yeah, see how it doesn't slow down as much? Again, so I went a little wider, so it doesn't slow down as much, and it slows down right when it gets into the station. Very nice. All right, here we go. And also slowing down less because the train station's on this side. Now it should stop and start to load. All right, epic. Okay, now other train. Second train, delete, add station, Brenda C. Go, baby. Off it goes. Now, sometimes it'll say invalid station. Just ignore that. If you know you got it right, just ignore it. All right, so that one's good. Getting loaded. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to collect more oil quicker because we're not bringing in the oil fast enough to sustain that 600 per minute because we want a surplus. Basically, we want to have more than what we need. Now, another thing you can do is just not use the maximum amount of that particular container it's collecting. And that works pretty good as well. Now, of course, since this is such a huge distance, we're going to have multiple trains. We might have a third train. We don't know. We'll find out. All right, now while we're waiting for that other train to come back, let's go ahead and do this battle. And we'll check in on it here in a second. So when they stop to load, you don't have to set time for pickup and unload. No, you don't set a time for pickup and unload. You just say go here and then go here. And then you set it to load or unload in the actual bins that it's collecting. In either the fluid or the parts collector. Or storage. Or station, I guess it would be called. What is it actually called? Platform. So freight platform or fluid platform. Comes that other train. Woo, it is coming in fast. Ah, there we go. Open the captain's chest. Bam! You guys getting some love. Mini Murph getting some love. Subi. Subulus getting some love. Man, when you said sub, made me think of... darn it, what's the name of that game? Underwater game. Subnautica. Made me think of that game. It's funny, I had the name of the thing, but it just wouldn't come out my brain. Rotisserie G coming in. Overall MVP with a 14 assists. Back to the map. Let's see. Let's go high side. I feel high side into the boss where it's not a mystery boss. Let's do it. Flying Rogue. I need to get me some 300 gold and I can unlock the thing. All right. Let's go ahead and join us, everybody. Streamcaptain.com /Kismet over there. You can just click the link in the chat. Come and join us. You can find me or Captain Kismet. Playing some stream renders on the side while we're playing some Satisfactory. Now, train just took off. Now, one of the things we want to do, though, is we want to obviously take that train off the end. Because you no longer need that, number one. And number two, it's actually going to slow the train down. Of course, more train things it has, the slower it's going to get. Now, it actually is going to go pretty fast because it's really a small train. There's not a lot for it to do. Now, we could go ahead and add another train to our thing here. But we don't really know if we need it or not. And so we're going to go ahead and test it out. What's the empty platform for? That's a great question, Tug. Now, imagine, what I've got is, you can see it goes all the way around, right? You can see I've got these platforms way out there, these foundations way out there, where I could run the train way along the outside and then way along here. Now, over there, I've got some more oil. So what it can do is it can go over there, and one of the cars is for the oil from over there, right? And then it comes over here, and maybe that car is the first car. Right? It's the first car in the train right here. This would be the first car in the train if the train was coming in and going that way, right? So you have the engine, you have the fluid, but this one actually is the one that it picked up from over there. So instead of it filling it here, we would need a blank one. Oh, perfect time. Your train just came in. We would need a blank one here because there's nothing for it to fill. It's already been filled from the one back there, right? Or it could be like it's picking up some iron ore or whatever. So that's why you use the blank ones. And so then you would have these two. And you'd have 3 of these cars, right? And then you could go ahead and move this forward by 1, put a blank one right here, and then it's going to pick these 2 up, it already picked the one up from over there, and then it takes all 3 of them and then runs it to your base. So that's why you use empty ones. Really great, because you could actually make the train really long. You could make it really, really long with picking up various different things from all over the world, and it just goes and picks it up, and then the next one it picks it up, and you have to figure out the logistics of all of that to make it work. But that's pretty awesome. All right, now we got 2 trains going, and the trains aren't running into each other. Now, this is a long track, so you could probably put like 5 trains on here, and if you synced them well enough, you wouldn't have an issue. But I like the 2 trains. You can see they actually meet each other on this line here as they're coming through. Kind of hard to see because it's way down there. But you're going to see it show up here in a minute. We need to take that locomotive off the end. And I might add a 3rd train. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Because we certainly could use a lot more oil over there. Where the heck do I get fabric? Oh, Power Man. I had that same problem when I first started playing. You got to find a certain resource at the early game, and you're usually going to run into it with your chainsaw. And then you got to research it in your MAM, right? Now, I don't want to spoil it for you because it's going to be pretty fun when you go discover what it looks like and where you can get it from. But that's how you get started. You use the chainsaw on some resource somewhere, just like you did in the very beginning of the game. And you probably got some on you right now that actually makes the thing. So go into your MAM and see what you can research in there. All right, we're going to take this train off the back. Oh, won't let me take it off the back. Why? Because it's not stopped. It's got to stop first. Then I can take that off. Oh, actually, it's got to be inactive. I forgot. It's got to be inactive. Hold on. All right, I'm going to turn that off. Hopefully I got the right train. I don't think you can name the automotives. Yeah, this one's docking right now. Can't remember if you can name... I know you can name the stations, but I don't think you can name the automotives. Yeah, that's to drive it. This is to check the inventory. But there we go. Okay, so I basically turned the auto thing off because it was putting the stuff in there. It won't let me do it, and then it's going to take off, so I won't be able to grab it. And we're going to have to resync that later on. Autopilot on. Did it not kick it? On. Oh, no timetable. Oh, it took the timetable back out. I think it's Brenda C. And then Talon. Okay, this is really annoying right there because you can't see what the heck you're doing. There you go. I'll fill it up a little bit more. Comes our other train. Oh, it's already full. It's already full. Won't let it do it. I mean, you could really fine-tune them like this and get this one pulling out just as that one's coming in. Right? That actually is really good. But the problem is on the other side, it's going to have an issue. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to bring this one in, and I'm going to tell this to turn it off. Now it's still going to go in and load that in. Sure, I did turn it off. Yep. And then in theory, it'll still come into the station. It'll stop. It'll load, but not go forward. Or did I stop the other one? Cannot dock outside of station. Which one's which? I got the right one. So I'm trying to let that other one go ahead. Just barely see it over there. Yeah, see, that one's still going. You can see it up in the radar. See in the radar? That one's still going. We'll let that one get, because it's got to have enough time to get to the station, unload, and then get back again. So we'll let it get to the station. We'll give it a minute to unload. And that's how we sync stuff. You sync stuff via that way. That's how you get it going on. And so we got to wait. A lot of waiting in this game sometimes. I can actually see it. You guys can't see it. It is so incredibly tiny. But on my monitor, I'm playing in 4K, so I can actually see the train way off in the distance docking right now. It's very, very tiny. I can also see if it's moving up there in my radar, whether that other train is moving. If it's really far away where you can't see it, you can always just watch your radar. Now, this other one moving over here is my other train that's running the other oil. I'm kind of waiting for it to unload there. And then start to move back. And there it goes. Now I can see it up in the radar. See it moving? It's turning around. Coming back the other way. All right. Turn that one back on. And that's going to be this one. There it goes. Okay, and then they should meet on the thing. Now, another cool thing is the second this one pulls out, I'm going to make another train going as well on there. So let's go ahead and just get our train ready. Let's say we can put it along this edge here after we get it going. Let's do 3 trains just to make sure. So yeah, it's funny because I've had forgotten how to get fabric in one of my last playthroughs. And you actually need fabric at the nuclear power level. So you will actually see me do it on stream here eventually when I get into nuclear power. But you're going to need a lot of it. I happen to know exactly where it is now because I did that advanced start. And then I learned where it was at. Very, very useful knowledge. Now see, it looks like it's going slow when you look at it from far away. Like, man, that sure is going slow. But you know it's not when it gets close. It's cranking, bro. It's cranking. All right, let's get it going. Put it on here. So I don't even like it to pretend that they run into each other. It's not snapping well. Let's move up. Yeah, see, that one's not really snapping in there. Let me take that out. There we go. So those should snap together. Oh, train going the wrong way. There we go. Sometimes it doesn't. It snaps weird. All right, train number 3 in place. Now, again, all I got to do is get up here, wait for this train to pull out a bit. And we'll wait for him to go, say, halfway. And then we'll fire up this other train. Now, while we're waiting, we can just go in here and we can actually add the connectors. What are we in? Brenda C is the first one. So we'll say, all right, this one's Brenda C and the other one's Talon, so that's easy. Now all we need to do is activate the autopilot the second that's coming back. So let's say, let's go ahead and say right there. And then autopilot on. And then that one should start up. Now we really got him. We got them synced, right? So they're not going to collide into each other. And now just running those trains around the track, right? Very fun. Now this one's got to fill itself up and get the heck out of here before the next one comes down the line. It's coming down the line right now. So let's see how it does. Now there is no collision in the game right now, just a heads up. But eventually they will add collision. Yeah, this one's getting close. This one needs to pull out faster. Get going, bro. Ah, no. Oh, perfect. Go, baby. Okay, now this one's a little too close for my comfort. So I'm going to go ahead and offset it just a little bit. Now, again, I don't know which train this is. So we got to see. Next stop is Brenda C. Next stop, Talon. This one just switched, so I'm going to assume it's this one. So we'll turn that off for a minute. We'll let it load. What we're trying to do is we're trying to sync all three of them so they don't run into each other. Okay, give it a minute. All right, probably good enough. That other one's going to show up here soon. All right, back on we go. Go, baby. Yeah, the other one's coming back. That one's going in. Next one going in. Probably could have waited a little longer there. I might even be able to get a fourth train in without them colliding. Now, that's going to be more than enough. 3 trains should be more than enough. 2 would be pretty close, but 3 trains for sure. How do we know? Well, we know by if this is empty, right? If this is empty and this is diminishing over here, eventually over here. Now, the problem is also is that this ain't going in there fast enough, right? It ain't going in there fast enough. I'd love to be able to make it go faster, but that's as fast as it goes at 600 into that thing. It's as fast as it can drain out of there. And plus, it's when this empties, it's pumping more up from down below. So the second this empties, it's already filled right back up again. Because we have so much pumping in. Right? So this doesn't fill by the time it gets around usually. So it gets about halfway. And we're going to watch this, see how it does. I'm going to get over here. And see, does that one fill up by the next one gets there, right? And then the next one, and then the next one. And whenever you do this kind of stuff, stay here and watch it running. Make sure it is actually working physically. You can see it working. You can see the numbers. You can see all that stuff going on. Or you will all of a sudden go off to do something else. You come back in an hour, and this stuff is doing nothing. I've done that many a time. So I always like to make sure that it is actually physically running, that I see it collecting, and then running off. And the next train is coming in, so that collected about 1,200. And then let's see how much this fills by the next train. Now, I could have just ran the pipe, by the way. It ain't that long. I could run a pipe all the way over there. And then, you know, you're getting that consistent 600 every single time. And then if if the power goes off, you know, it'll just spin right back up to 600. But trains is really tough. Because it's got to fill this up in a certain amount of time. It's got to, you got to figure out what it is. I felt like I'd almost put 2 of them into this one with that many trains. And then just have it run it out at a faster speed. So you could, in theory, put 1,200 running into here just so that it collects it faster. So that was about 578 there in what it collected. And now, see, the more it runs, the more equilibrium it's going to get, right? So one's going to be 500, one's going to be 1,000, one's going to be whatever. As it goes. Like this one right here, there's not going to be a lot of oil in there for this one. Right? It's going to be pretty low. And so we probably want to spread that one out a little bit. But eventually it'll equalize where they're all getting about the same amount. But this one right here could be stopped. Let's watch the timetable. And when it says, whichever one says Talon, this one, we'll go ahead and turn that off. We'll give it a little bit more time. along the track. So it'll let it build that up a little bit more. Now I'm just going to sit and wait for our other one to start come back a little bit. Let's say, and I'm watching. I can see it way off in the distance, just about to get to that curve. All right, there we go. Let's try a little bit of that, and back on. All right. Let's see how much it builds up in the time the next one gets here. So I'm aiming about 500 or so. We do have some extra over on that side too, so we already have it built up. But we're just trying to find out what the logistics are of using our trains versus just running a pipe. Now, pipe, you always know it's consistent. Same thing with conveyors. You always know those are consistent and that those are going to run at that speed. But trains are going to go pick it up faster than a lot of your lower ones. Now, does it go faster than 780 running or 600 per minute? Probably not. I would probably guess that it doesn't, because the consistency of it running versus waiting for it to come back and pick it up might be less. Oh, that's not bad. That's about 800 on that one. Or 900. 922. 922 on that one. And that one's not quite in, the one that's coming up down the line is not quite in the same position that this one was when the other one pulled out. So that one's going to be less. And again, we could slow this one down a little bit. This next one that's coming up. And let that fill back up again. I love this kind of stuff. I love the logistics and setting up your trains and running them all in there and doing all of that. I find this really fun. I love watching the trains run too, from here to there and all over the place. Very, very cool. And that's why I put my trains up really high, by the way, because you can just make it really flat and run it whatever. But you can also run it down and anything. You can run it through a tunnel if you wanted to. Whatever floats your boat. You can do elevated trains. You can do hanging trains. All sorts of cool stuff. All right, what's this going to be at? So I'm aiming about 500 on this train. And it's right about there. It's actually going to be a little bit more. Yeah, almost 600. All right, so that's good. Yeah, that one's going to be even closer on that one. Again, you want to let these run to find that equilibrium of where it's picking up and where it's dropping off and whatnot, just so you can figure out those numbers. I feel like this one's going to be pretty close to the same. Probably just under 500. The 400 range. Yeah. Pretty good guess, right? 485. All right, that's fine. That's good. Ready to rock. We'll let that run. Now we're going to get our oil over there faster so we can keep our power running. The suspense, right? Pretty good, yeah. See, I have a way of figuring that out because the last one was so far, the distance of the train in which I saw the other train coming in which this one was starting to load, and the distance of the other train, it gives you an estimate. Like right now, I can see that train. This one's pulling out, but the train just making that corner, which is going to be more like 800. Then this one, which hit that corner, started coming down the line before the other one pulled out. And by the time that one pulled out, it only left enough time for it to backlog about 400 or so in the thing, 400 to 500. But it'll equalize out after it runs for a while. Like this one might hit over 500 or so, and the next one will probably go down a little bit, and then that one will grab it. And you gotta get it all running first, and then the numbers smooth out a little bit. But roughly that's good enough. We got that going on. Time to move on. Now remember, we got a whole nother line of oil we haven't even done yet. That we can still tap into. What we really need to do is go check in on our plastic. See how our plastic is doing. It's cool watching other trains go by, right? Again, this is why you would have a circle track, because I have multiple trains, or you have a push-pull train for a single track. I'm out. All right. By the way, you keep that momentum, by the way, when you're on the train and you jump off, you'll keep that momentum going, which is really fun. I could actually launch myself clear across my base if I just stayed on there, and then I just hit spacebar and just kind of jetpacked across the whole entire thing. Totally could do that if I wanted to. All right, everybody. We got that done. We need to check in on our plastic. So let's jump for it. Whoop, whoop. Speaking of launching, woohoo! Launching off the side. Doesn't quite launch you like it used to. You get to the end and it just kind of slows your thing down. It doesn't just, you don't keep the momentum of those belts anymore. Which is a bummer. All right, now we're going to go over here and look, and if our plastic is backlogging, then we know it's looking good. So that's maxed out. Pretty sweet. Let's go over here and check our other plastic. Where's our other plastics? Over here. In front of this stuff right here. This is where we needed the plastic. Oh, it's maxed out. Oh, look at that. Our computers are maxing out. Wow. Our circuit boards, plastic. Oh, that's what you want to see, everybody. That's what you want to see. You want to see a lot of all of these babies backlogging down here. That means you're doing it right. Doing it right. Doing it and doing it and doing it well. All right, look at this. We got all of that running at maximum. It's running at maximum speed. In fact, I kind of feel like I could probably overclock that a little bit right now because it's definitely backlogged. I think our toughest thing would be our screws, but that's looking good. Again, we'll keep those computers running. Heavy industrial frames, looking solid. Again, how do I know if it's looking solid or not? If that number is below maximum, I know I'm having an issue. If it's like 5 of them in there, then I know it's not producing it at a fast enough rate. But it is actually producing it more than what we need, which is going to be useful later when we do some advanced splitting. But that's looking good. So we got our plastic done. We've got enough power. Now I could go and use that oil and make a whole bunch more power, but I don't need the power right now. Why take all the time to do all of that when I don't need the power? In the moment, I might need something else later on. Maybe I need more rubber, or maybe I need some other thing, petroleum coke or whatever. I could always use it for what I need it in the moment. And look at that. We got 8,000 power, and we're using like 3220 or 3260. All right, so now we're ready for our nuclear power, nuclear protection. Now, what we're going to need for our nuclear power are these supercomputers to get that going on. Now, very rarely do I ever actually make a production line of supercomputers. I usually just make them because you don't really need that many. But we're going to make it a production line of it. Let's go. In fact, let's make a transport, too, while we're at it. Let's make one back here. Huh, you know, we could just do... I just thought of something. gotta do the line first. I gotta do the line first, then I can merge. It's gonna let me. No merging for you, Kismet. Too sharp. Oh, this is right here. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's not gonna let me do that. I could probably finagle it. It does work this way though. Not working so much this way. There we go. What a crazy idea. As you do. So what I do is I create a sidetrack, and that sidetrack has a switch, right? So you can actually tell the switch which side to go to. Now in this case, I wanted to go to that side. Now the reason why I ran this track over here though, and then this track also is going to be left side, is because I just want to run a train down this little track here. And so anytime I need the train, I can just pop on the train. Use the train as transport. And literally go that far in the train. And I'm good. That's literally it. But it's fun. It does work, as you can see. Now, if I put the train back going in the opposite direction, I'll show you a little bit of track switching, too. Then you can also tell it to track switch if you want, but I have it set so it doesn't track switch. See, if I had to switch the other way, it would track switch over that way. Or in this case, it's just going to go straight. Now, also, what I did, too, on the other side, is I made it so this one doesn't track switch. I don't want it to track switch over there. And what you can do is you can use the same line and have a track switch, right? Just have it go, this one go around that way so they don't run into each other. Track switching is also a great way of preventing collisions as well. They do it all the time in real-life trains. All right, let's go ahead and do some battle action. Let's go. Man, we're getting a lot of battles in today. We're crushing it. Whoa, 128 peeps on that one. Let's do this. Oh, so much loot. Oh, get it. Get it, everybody. Get that loot. Oh, these guys are going to get annihilated. Look at that awesome position. Back there where they can't even get them. Good position there, LOC. Good positioning. All right, nice. Open the captain's chest. Give you guys some love. Rotisserie G, Reaper, and Power Man getting some love. Red Cop coming in MVP with the 8 kills there. Very nice. All right, let's just go straight up, boss. Now I don't mess around when it's boss time. I bring in the big boy, the Wasteland Tycoon. Now I'm going to offset myself a little left here. Just because I'm not going to go for that power up. I'm just going to go right around that, try to get to that boss, have you guys' back. Cluster up, everybody. We got this. Come on now. Come and join us for some Stream Raiders. We're on a boss battle, so you definitely want to come in for that. Click on that, streamraiders.com. Go ahead and find me, your Captain Kismet, and come and join us for some fun Stream Raiders all day long. We got a couple more battles. I think this battle, one more battle, we'll try to get in. And then we're going to head out. I'm actually be moving my my time up from now on for the time being to 3 p.m. So I'm going to be heading out at 3 p.m. now, just so I can get some extra rest, so I can then help out with the family and all that stuff. Because after the stream, it doesn't look like it just be that draining, but it is very draining because you're always constantly rotating, right? Constantly thinking of something, right? You're like doing the chat, you're doing the thing, you're reading the integrity feed, you're trying to make sure that all the requests are done, make sure your recording is done, and you're doing that for 5, 6, 7 hours. See, when you're at work, and I was talking to my wife about this, I said, when you're at work, like as a graphic designer, I would go to work, or I'd be working out of my office if I was doing freelance, but I would go until lunchtime, and then I would stop, and then I would take like an hour break, right? And then you come back, or you might take a 15-minute break every couple hours, walk around, do whatever you need to do, take a little break, go in the break room. But you don't do that as a streamer. So it's very dangerous. Very dangerous to sit for 7, 8, 10, 18 hours without getting up and stretching and doing all of that. Though I've done that many times as a graphic designer because I get way into a project. But normally at work, you got like a break, right? And you gotta, that's why I try to take a break every, 2.5 hours or so. So that I don't end up, not being able to walk or some other mal issue. I've gone 50 years without that happening. I've been on the computer since I was like 7 years old, so like 40 years or so, 40 plus years on the computer, and I'm still doing okay. I don't have carpal tunnel. I don't have, problem with my legs. At least, I'm getting a little older. I'm getting that problem with my legs. But I'm not, I don't have like I can't walk kind of thing, right? That's not good. That's not a good thing. So make sure to get up, keep those blood vessels, pumping, keep those, keep that circulation going. Because what can happen, you sit for a long period of time and it cuts your circulations off to your leg and your back and your thing, because you're in a really odd position. That's why a lot of people have stand-up tables too that convert from a sit-down position into a stand-up table. And those are actually way better for you if you're actually standing up and doing your stuff standing up. You get really tired, obviously, from standing up, but after a while, that's actually your default position, is because your body's aligned for that, right? Your body's not really built to sit a lot. It wasn't like, hey, let's design this to sit, thousands of years later. Because you got to think, when we were starting off, we did not have chairs. We did not have chairs. We did not have all of that. We were climbing around trees and bushes and who knows what kind of craziness we were doing in caves and whatnot as a species way long ago. And I'm not going to get into any kind of deep religious discussions about that. That's a touchy subject right there. And that's another one of those subjects that just goes in a circle. It's like a dog chasing its tail. People believe what they believe, and that's their option. That's what's great about being a human being, right? You get to choose what you believe. And sometimes people try to force you, but it's always your choice. You choose what kind of music you like, what kind of stuff you want to do in your life, what kind of thing you do. And sometimes, you're forced into it for whatever reason, economics reasons, or wherever you're born or raised or whatever, or your family members or whatever. But you have a choice, and those choices sometimes come with ramifications of whatever you choose, right? But you always have a choice in what you want to do. And sometimes my kids are like that. Well, I did have a choice, whatever. I said, you always have a choice. You made the choice. You made the choice to do the thing, and then this is the result, right? And that's the great thing about being a human being is that you have the ability to make a choice, right? A lot of things don't have the ability to make a choice. People do, at least most of the time. Most of the time, depending on, of course, where you're at in the world and the government and all that other stuff that goes along with it. And that's another subject we don't want to get into because we'd be chasing the tail on that one too. Round and round we go. All right. Let's see. We got that done. We got the other thing done there. What are we working on? We're working on our supercomputers. And so let's go ahead and create ourselves a little play yard over here, as I like to call it. Go ahead and put our manufacturer down. And let's go ahead and see what we got in here. We got to get to our turbo motors. Those are probably the toughest thing in the game, is the turbo motors, even more than the nuclear power. Turbo motors, just massive amount of resources you got to put in there. And I have enough of a good amount of this stuff to get it going. But I still got to do radio control units. And we got to do supercomputers. Now, supercomputers are going to be nice because we upped our plastic, which we're going to need. We're going to need AI limiters, which we need to get that going. Now, I would probably start with the AI limiters. We have computers going too. But I'd probably start with the AI limiters because those are fairly easy. We just need some cadmium and we need our other stuff there. And I think that's why we were using that before. I think we might have did that before. Let's go look. Let's go see if we already got that going on. Oh. Did not mute it in time. I tried. I tried to mute it in time. All right. I remember it was out there somewhere. All right. Let's go. Let's go all the way over. See, now it doesn't seem very far when you're in your train, but when you're running, it's definitely far. Right? It's a long way to run. But see, also the problem with the train is it has to speed up to that speed, right? Where normally your car is like, bam, it's at high speed. There we go. And again, we could use that instead of our hypertubes. Just use the train to get from wherever we want to go. But I just think I just did that just to be silly. Okay, over here, what do we got? We got our stuff rolling out. Now, again, that's what we were working for. So this is coming up on this side, bringing that copper in, running down to here. Let's see where that's ending up. Oh, it's feed lining this way. And that's heading way back over there. Okay. Way back to the other side. Hold on, let's get our train out again. I think this is funny. I think it's funny to build literally a train that long, right? But I guess it's there just a little faster. Booyah! I should get on the train. Let it launch us. All right, let's go. Let's get our skates on. Go a little faster. All right, so that's running way over here. And I can't quite remember, but I'm sure it's useful. Whatever we're making way over here. All right, I think... No, it's not that, actually. This is not this. Which is our crystal oscillator, which I probably have a bazillion of now. Where are we running at? Not there. Hey, this is my biggest problem. I have a memory problem because of my medical conditions, so I don't remember. It was like a week plus ago. But that's okay. We can just track them down. There they are right there. They're running along here, and they're running up into that. Put jetpack back on. And this is producing... Oh! Circuit boards. How convenient. Alright, so that's cranking out some serious circuit boards there, and then that's what we were working on earlier. So, look at it go. Oh, I love to see it backlogged when it comes to circuit boards. Okay, so circuit boards is the thing that we got going. Now, our assembler... Oh, we're out of... We're always out of something. We're out of, wire. Wow, we're getting down there now. There, we're out of cable. Hold on, let's get on our train. It takes a long time to get up to speed. I just love ghost riding it though. Ghost ride! Because it doesn't go off the end of the track. It actually stops. I have a feeling they're going to add it where it goes off the end of the track. It's going to be the funniest thing ever. Because all the people who built it and then didn't know it, and all of a sudden the train just goes, woo! And then you go, woo! Along with the train. I think that's going to be funny. Bless you, Kismet. Oh, thank you, JC Hunter. Appreciate it. Appreciate the love. All right. Oh, now I'm walking back. Get my thing on. All right. Well, we're working over here anyway. So we got those going. And we got a bit of a road going through here, so let's put in our stuff here. looking good. I love to fence that stuff off, you know, like a little safety thing. All right, and again, assembler down. And let's take a look. Okay, so we're trying to do our AI limiters. What do we need for AI limiters? Copper sheets and quick wire. Now, we're already creating copper sheets for this over here. I seriously doubt we made extra. Though these are maxed right now. We'll have to look at the numbers on that. But we need to make some AI limiters, making it 5 per minute. And what do we need? Let's just put that right in the middle of that track. What do we need for our things we're trying to do? High-speed connectors that we're doing? I can't remember. I can't remember. I think that's what we're doing. High-speed connectors. High-speed connectors is something else. Oh, supercomputers. Supercomputers is what we're trying to get to. Let's do supercomputers first. So we need 3.7. Oh, we need high-speed connectors too. So 3.7 for our AI limiters. I'm going to write down some of these numbers. 3.7 something, probably 7.5. We'll just say 3.75 AI lim for supercomputer. And then for high-speed connectors, we're going to need 5.625. Now notice these numbers are getting really funky chicken now. This is a good time to start ignoring numbers, but you can make them perfect. You can actually definitely make them perfect. You can actually make it be exactly 5.625. It requires a lot of work and usually not worth it. But there you go. 5.625. Now what we got to do is figure out how many AI limiters we need to do high-speed connectors. So let's go high-speed connectors in here. Oh, sorry, it's over here. Another manufacturer. Just going to throw it right here in the middle. High-speed connectors, we're going to need 3.75 per minute. It's going to output at 3.8 per minute. And we need it to be 5.625, so we're going to need at least 2 of these. So let's round it up to 4. 4 is going to be 8. So we're going to need double this. So we're going to need 6, 7.5. 7.5, which is about right. Circuit board. All right, so we need 7.7. We need 7.5 circuit board to keep up with this because we're going to have 2 of these. Cable, quick wire is not going to be a problem, but that's going to have to be at 400 per minute. We're definitely going to have to upscale all of that. But this is when the game gets really tough. You're going to need a lot more resources to run these. Plus, you need a lot of power, which we already solved that problem. But we're going to need a lot of room to do that as well. Do not see enough room right here. Not enough room probably over here to do that. That's going to be a lot of work. We might be able to squeeze it in over here on this side. But I feel like it's not going to be worth it to put it there. Where is our quick wire? I think our quick wire is being done over this way. We don't have any extras there, I don't think. The rope created its own thing. There's some quick wire coming out of here. Do we have that diverted somewhere? Coming out, it's going into there. Thought we diverted our quick wire. Apparently not. That's interesting. Hold on a second. That's giving me a red flag. How can we not be using our quick wire? Maybe we haven't got to that yet. This over here is just using copper sheets and plastic. Yeah, we haven't diverted our quick wire yet. Awesome. So that means we got quick wire right there. And we could utilize that. Kind of feel like going next level, right? Let's go next level, everybody. Let's do it. And we can just bring that quick wire up right there. Hello, my big open space. Let's do that. All right, assembler. Let's say right here. And we're going to start with our AI limiters. We're going to need quick wire and copper sheets. Now again, how many AI limiters do we need? 3.75 for supercomputers. And we need circuit boards for our high-speed connectors. Okay. And we'll just put our, again, this is just going to be down for a second. That's what I call the play yard, where I just throw it down and I look at what I want to do. You can also look it up by hitting X and all of that. We're trying to get to supercomputers. So we need AI limiters, high-speed connectors, and so on. High-speed connectors are going to be in this one. Where do you go? High-speed connectors right there. So we need quick wire, cable, and circuit boards. And so back here, these are AI limiters, but we also need circuit boards. Right there. So we need copper sheets and plastic there. And that's 7.5 on the input. And that's going to be, we need 2 of those, right? Yeah, we need 2 of those. So circuit boards need to be 7.5. And then high-speed connectors will be double. That'll be 7.5 as well, right? Yeah, circuit boards. This is going to output circuit boards at 7.5. All right, so that's all we need is 1 of those. What I'm doing is figuring out the math of how this all works out. So AI limiters need to be at 5, or coming out at 5. Over here, high-speed connectors, we got that. AI limiters coming out at 3.7 is what we need, and we have 5. I'm not going to do double one of these. Probably 1.9 per minute is going to be enough. Now this is a giant undertaking. When you start doing supercomputers, this is why I typically don't do them. I just go make them myself. Way easier to just make a bunch of AI limiters and high-speed connectors and then grab some computers and plastic and just make them yourself. You don't usually use that many, and it takes a lot of power and a lot of line running and all of that stuff. But we're going to make it work. We're going to make it work in this particular one. Now, the supercomputers are the last part of the process here. So we're going to have high-speed connectors basically in front of that. So one of the things that this is going to do is literally run out of this one into this one. It's going to run out of there into there. We're going to try to line that up. Definitely not lined up as best we can here. Let's say something like that. And then we can go ahead and try to run that in there a little bit more right. There we go. Ah, perfect. There we go. So that one's going to run into this one. So again, high-speed connectors here. This is going to be our supercomputers at the end. And again, we're starting from the end and working our way backwards. High-speed connectors, AI limiters, right? So high-speed connectors, again, is what we got going here. Let's see, what was the other thing? Computers. Actually, let's have a little bit of fun. Hold on. We're going to go ahead and take this out. I got an idea. Let's actually put this in order. Line that up now. Put this in order. So the second input is going to be... oh, actually, it should be third input. All right, whatever. Whatever, game. Get this going. Third input. Let's do this. Third input. There we go. Okay, supercomputers, high-speed connectors. Okay. AI limiters and computers. Now, computers we already got going. They're actually running down below, in which we can go ahead and run those up into here. Because we're just running them into a box right now, which we don't really need to do. We can go ahead and run them over here now. We got plenty of computers. So that's going to be pretty easy. We'll run that from underneath. Again, AI limiters. Take the assembler out. We'll go ahead and put our assembler right up toward the front here. Something like that. AI limiter. All right, that's what number 2 was. Yep, AI limiter. And then the output of this. We go into the second one. All right, nice. So we got to get copper sheets and quick wire fed up into there. Actually, probably be better if I move this back. This way, when I'm bringing up the resources, I can bring it all up in a straight line back here. Now, here's the thing. Right down below here, there's a bunch of manufacturing. So I'm going to have trouble bringing those lines up. So if we want to bring the lines up, we need to offset it a bit and be able to bring those lines from down below. Now, we got some stuff running down here. But I'm thinking right about here, probably a good line run, say right here, right there, and then see directly above us is probably right there. All right, so if we get all of our lines to run here, and then we'll run them up above, and we can go ahead and move over by one. Let's see if we can get that to be our jam right there. That's going to bring it all the way from down there. Okay, so now we're going to take these back out. Got a kind of an idea of what we want to do. And we want to line them up off of here. Yeah, I do a lot of stuff that's just temporary. Just temporary stuff so I can align stuff. There we go, and then our assembler. Oof, that's just barely going to fit. Let's test it. Oh, yeah. Okay. AI limiter. Copper sheets and quick wire we got to bring up. And then this one over here is high-speed connectors, quick wire cable. And then we need circuit boards. Now, circuit boards, probably just want to do that off to the side here and feed that in the reverse direction. So let's go in, make an assembler that's going to reverse feed. Probably offset it so it didn't interfere with the thing there. So let's say something like that. And this is going to be circuit boards. And again, we just need copper sheets and plastic. Now we got the problem of how we're going to feed this. Make sure it's not in the way of something else. It is in the way. So we can't feed it that way. Something else already below. Alright, well, we got some room here. Are we looking down below? Maybe. Maybe if it was backside. Try to work that in right there. So maybe right here. Alright, good enough. Dang, that's good. Can't afford. Put all my aluminum back. Gotta go get some more. I can totally afford it. Alright, let's keep going. Bless you, thank you. How many hours do you have on that world? I can't even remember. Let me go think. I gotta think also that some of the time I'm just letting it run off stream because I'm explaining something. 176 hours. on this one. So almost about 200 hours in there. But you got to think they're not all active play hours. Some of those like 4 or 5 hours here and there were me just letting it run. So that it can make so many plates or so many things or so many other things that are going to get us to the next stage. That kind of stuff. Let's see. What did I come up here for? I got distracted. Aluminum. That's what I came up here for. Aluminum. Get a bunch of it. And when I get a bunch of it, you know what it does? It goes and makes more. Okie dokie. Alright, so we got that running up there. This is actually going between 2 levels now. So we're going in that lower, we're getting much more complex now. Going in that lower level. And then running it to this upper level. Which is then going to run it into this one. So one of these lifters don't even need to be here. Let's assume it's that first one, though that's going to be kind of a tight turn to turn back. No, we got it. Awesome. And that is going to be, I think it was circuit boards. Let's double check. Circuit board, yeah. We actually don't need the other one because it's only 3. So we can take that out. Maybe fine tune that a little bit into that one. There we go. All right, so now we need 2 other resources for this, 2 resources for that. Back here, we need copper sheets, we need plastic. All right. Let's go down here and see what we got. Okay, now our plastic is running way over there. And that plastic is backlogged. Sweet! Alright, so let's do this. Let's grab this. Again, where we're trying to go on this plastic. Right here. I gotta remember. Let's go up and look. Ah, jetpack right out. That happens. Get up there. There we go. Okay, what is it? Plastic and copper sheets. God, I forgot it that quickly. Okay, plastic and copper sheets. The plastic, if it shouldn't be too hard. Go ahead and bring this forward. Bring that up. Splitter. Divert it to the second one. Second one going forward. Or actually, I should have probably put that on the... No, I want to put it on that side because I can run the copper sheets over there. And then this one. We'll hang it a little high up there so it's easier for us to get under it. There we go. All right. Plastic underway. Now copper sheets. Copper sheets. Where are you at? Right there. That's a tough one. I have that going out of there. It makes it, it's blocking my copper sheets. I knew that was going to end up blocking. I just sense it. Okay, this one wants to go here. Take this out so we don't accidentally put something on that line. Move that over. Take this out. Put this on the inside one. Now you should take this one out because it's going to have plastic on it. And then it will screw up your run. So you definitely want to take that entire lifter out. Put it back in again just so it removes all the plastic off that side. And then we'll put this in here. Run that to here. And then we're going to divert the excess. Oh, battle time. And then we're going to divert this excess stuff here too. So splitter. That's going to be a tough one too. Maybe a little higher. No, it's going to be in the way no matter what I do. Maybe a little lower. I'm trying to get it to split where it doesn't go right into it. Yeah. Here's what we'll do. Where's that going? Hey, that's going through the middle of there anyway. Oh, that's because I added it. I added it after. I was like, wait a minute. I normally don't do that. I normally would not do that. All right, let's do a splitter down here. We'll get to that battle here in just a second. Coming in this side. And then we'll do 2 angles. So, coming in down here. And then we'll do 1 that's going to the second one. And then this one, which is going to the first one. And now that's going to split those up. Perfectly! Ah ha ha! We're off and running. Yay! Alright, that was easy. Again, this was so nice about having the underruns. Now, you want to come back and clean that all up, everybody. Once you have it down where you want stuff to do your factory, you want to come back, clean up all those lines, run them all straight. But when you're trying to figure out the logistics of where you're putting your actual factory and where you're putting your lines, I find fixing all that underline stuff is great if you have planned it all out in advance. But if you're figuring it out as you're going along, it's better not to spend a lot of time doing that. For sure, for sure. Yeah, now we'll go ahead and what do I do? I want to bring up a wall for our power. So let's do our wall power right over here. Put this up nice and high. There we go. And I'll put one way up there. And we'll go ahead and bring it out. See, I don't want to bring it from my transport. I don't want to do it from my transport because I might have to turn this whole side of the power off. So what we're going to do is going to run... We got to have one over here. Yeah, there we go. We'll run a line from way over here. Stay to that corner. And then from that corner up. There we go. Now what it is, it's all part of my production. So if I turn my production off by the main cord over there, this side will turn off and not be connected to my primary power over there, which is my transport power. All right, so that's good to go. And then let's make this the higher end one. Let's go ahead and make this a double. We'll again do that in a minute, that battle. And then this should just start right up. There we go. Circuit boards are underway. And so we've got element number 1 going. What else do we need? Quick wire and wire. Okay, so where do we got some quick wire? Now, I don't know what the numbers are. I'm just running them as I find them down below here. We can go ahead and figure out the numbers and all that stuff later on. I'm just going to see if we can get it up with, get it going with the excess. Oh, quick wire is right below it. That's right below it. That's easy, what? It's literally right here. Okay. So instead of bringing that just up, we'll go ahead and also divert that with the splitter. Stay right here. Take all that out. Again, we'll get to that battle here in a second. Don't get too crazy, everybody. Don't get too crazy. Put that there. And so what it's going to do is going to run some of it up. And then when it stops, it will then put all of it along this line. And bring that forward. And then our quick wire wants to run itself over to one of these coming down. So we're going to go ahead and just... See, now this is where you want your mess to be. Down here where no one can see it. Right? I know it's there. You know it's there if you're watching my stream. But no one else would see it ever. Unless I actually pointed it out to him. Yeah, this definitely needs to be cleaned up. Let's go ahead and try to work this a little bit. Let's try this one. Go ahead and take this and run it just a little bit higher. There we go. Again, back over here to our quick wire. Oh, it's that time again. And I'm going to do something I rarely ever do. And that is line this up. And then actually use my lifter just a little bit. Like that. I rarely ever use those, but it'd be very useful in this case. And again, we're trying to run it to here. So we can go ahead. We can probably utilize this down here. Actually, I just run it underneath. Better idea. Better idea. Like this. Oop. Dropping resources. So we'll go out. Say there. Back that up by a couple. Really? Oh, that's because I got that other resource. Just pick that resources up. This here. What can I throw away? I don't throw any of that away. Beacons. Those are easy. I hate boxes on the ground. I can't stand it. I don't like. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. I'm diverting the wrong thing. And now it just dawned on me. Wait a minute. I'm diverting the wrong thing there, Kismet. Wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. Yeah, wrong again. Oh, God. I'm glad I looked at that. Where the heck did my wire go? Alright. Get up here. It's over here. There's my wire. Alright. Right there. Oh, wait a minute. We can do this. Into there. Again, you want to stay, when you're doing this kind of logistics, you want to stay on target. You get distracted and then you'd be like, oh God, what did I do? All right, see, I got distracted there for a second. I was running the wrong thing. All right, good. Okay, now we're ready for a battle. I got that squared up. Ivan, thank you very much for coming in, dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of Teamwork Tycoons. Welcome. Thank you very much for hanging out. Okay, so I can get my train to go one way, but it won't come back. And it says it can't find the station. Make sure these stations, are you doing a push-pull train or are you doing a loop train? Let me know in the chat. All right, open the capture slash. Whoa, a whole bunch of love for you guys. Reaper we got Red Cup, all getting some love. And Icy Diamonds coming in overall MVP with a 35 kills. Nice job there, Icy. All right, that's a boss win. How we looking on time? Oh, man, we ain't got that much time left. Not going to start another battle. We'll come back. We'll start that next time. We'll come back in the morning, start some more battles. Because it always makes me run over, and then I just run until the time I would normally run. So I'm not going to do it today. I really got to go on time today. All right, I got to try to get it back into like a schedule because it's throwing me off. I can get out of wonky schedule, and then I'm missing streams. I don't like it. It makes me dizzy, makes me have trouble doing what I'm trying to do. All right, let's get back into it over here. So what I did is I connected the top parts here. We've got some elements in there now. Are running. We got this one running. Now, we don't know if it's running at full speed or not. It might be more than enough. If it's maxed, then it's more than enough. That's running at more than enough there. This is coming in and waiting, so we're waiting on cable. We've got quick wire, run the power cord, so it'll start to feed in there. Over on this side, what do we need? Quick wire and copper sheet. So quick wire is probably a pretty easy one there because we already got the quick wire running right there. So we could, in theory, just go ahead and bada bing, bada boom. Split that baby out of there. Run that sucker Whoa, hey, look out. Whoa, almost went for a free trip. Yeah, look out, hypertubes. And then run this across like that, and just run that into there. All right, now we got quick wire over there. Again, what was this other thing? I can't remember. Oh, sometimes you just barely make it. Oh, man, my attention span's like that long. Copper sheets. Well, how convenient. Because we're running some copper sheets over here. So, which one's copper sheets? Right one. The right one is copper sheets. Okay, so we got to get those copper sheets from over here that we're running over to there. Again, see, this is where your spaghetti starts happening if you don't come back and fix up all your lines. And that's okay. We're having fun. That's what's important. Having fun running our lines, running all of our stuff. Okay, so how can we get those copper sheets out of there? Let's have a little fun here. Let's go ahead and put a splitter here. Let's take this. Let's see if we got a spot we can run this to. Now, that's going to all interfere with that. That can kind of come down, I guess. We can go ahead and do a little loop-de-loop back. Now, see, this is why you don't really want to do too much building in the moment. You want to kind of think it out first before you do a lot of this kind of building, because it'll come back to bite you big time. Because I'll definitely end up coming back and fixing this. Or I may never fix it, one or the other. But I would think that I would fix this, hopefully. That I would come in and say, nah, I can't handle it, it's got to go. But there we go. So we're using some things to help us divert it up and run it wherever it needs to go. In this case, we want it to go this way. And you can see we got it there, and we want it to end up right there. And so we want to go ahead and take this again. Now that we know what we want. Attach it to the back of there. And then we want to eyeball where that is and where this is. And try to adjust it a little bit higher. Like that. So we can get this into there. And there we go. And again, this is the biggest advantage of having all underrun. Is that you can then divert the stuff in which you need it in the moment. In this case, we need to divert those into here. Hopefully I have it in the right one. Yep. Starting up. And then there goes AI limiters. And we got AI limiters done. And then we'll go ahead and put our other one forward here. And we'll make sure we leave a space so that we can go ahead and this way we can run up stuff from down below here. But one of these is going to be this one. Run that straight. And then again, we're making supercomputers, so those AI limiters are going to start going in there. We're going to need some power. Let's get our power over here. We get this going. That would be phenomenal. We got all that other stuff going and this too. That'd be amazing. We'll give it a go. This one I'm going to make a little extra high up there. And we'll switch around just so we can get our double wall outlet. There we go. And we'll run ourselves a line over there. Over here. There to there. Okay, now that's going to start this up, and it will start to feed those AI limiters in there, so I can kind of backlog them in there. High-speed connectors, which is what we're doing over here, right? Oh, no. AI limiters. Wait a minute. Where's our high-speed connectors? What do we got over here? Oh, these are circuit boards. Circuit boards. High-speed connectors are here. Okay, yeah, okay. We got that. And we'll go ahead and put that. I don't know. How are we looking down here? Yeah, that's going to be trouble. Let's go ahead and say we're not going to run it like that. We're going to run it from back there. We're going to find a little spot where we can get it from down below and run it up into here. But for now, we're going to say, okay, we got this on the lock. Let's actually put that one over there. Okay, so now we need computers. We need plastic. Now, by the way, I can just go right into this and just feed what I got into there, and it will go ahead and start up, but I definitely need to get the cable there. And our cable is way over here. Our computers are way over here. We got to get all of that going, too. Now, I could create a separate line for the cable if I want to actually have a bunch of pure nodes, like 7 pure nodes running from over there, which I'm not even using. But again, if I'm not using my wire of what I currently have, there's a lot of excess, then I might as well utilize that wire. And so let's go ahead and run this wire. And we see we've got a diversion of wire there. Got that running down and being used in our stuff there. Now let's go ahead and track down where this diversion of wire is going. Oh, that's going all the way back to the other side. Oh, wow. I'm just following the line. Yeah, it's being run along this outer side. Sweet. Okay. That's being run in as well. It's being run across here. Now, we got a general idea where that's running, but where do we need it to go is another question. And it's this one right here. We got all three of those, so we need the wire. Yeah, the cable in this one. See that? That's what happens. You don't have them organized. Now look, it's blocking. It's all this stuff is now blocking my stuff. But that's okay. I'll put another one of these in here. I'll go ahead and take this out. Again, I'm a big fan of improvising, but you really shouldn't. This is what you should not do. Kids are showing you what you should not do, but I'm going to do it anyway. All right, we're going to run that into there. Now we need to get our cable to line up to that particular one, the middle one. We know we've got the cable over there. We need to get it over to here. Let's go ahead and put in something like this. Let's see if we can get this to go up into that middle one without clipping anything. I don't like it to clip for any reason. Nah, if it clips, no, it's gone. No, no, no. We don't clip. So this needs to move over a little bit. Let's try it from right here. Oh yeah, perfect. All right, so that's where we need to get our cable. And it just so conveniently happens that this one right here is our actual cable. Very, very cool. And then we'll go ahead and split. And here's a great little trick when you're splitting here. You can go ahead and do a lifter if it's going to let you. Now, this is actually under my road. So I would not take out this. But if it wasn't under my road, I would just take the one out above and then just do a lifter. If you can't do a lifter, just run a belt. And then we'll just run the belt down. And then turn it around. And there we go, everybody. Again, it's kind of fun to do that. Definitely should come back and fix that up. It's going to trigger some peeps, but it's going to make it work. And since we only have 8 minutes, we're going to try to get as much of this running as we can. All right, that's good. That is running. Now, I don't know what speeds it's running. I don't know none of that. But I know it's running, and I know I don't have to feed the stuff in there manually. So that's good. Oh, and I'm out of jetpack. I just ran out of jetpack stuff. Let's go ahead and switch to this now that we don't have any jetpack stuff. That's going to allow us to jump down. There we go. Where's our fuel at? In here, in both of these. There we go. A little bit more jetpack fuel. More in the jetpack. All right. Now, if we could get this going, that would be insane. Got basically 8,000 power running. And all we need to do is get 2 more things in this right over here. We got to get computers and plastic. Now, plastic, I'm sure I've got down below here, but how are we going to run it? Probably from over here. Run it from over here to over there. Because look, this plastic's coming up right here. All right, so what we can do is we can divert that plastic when it comes up here and then run it into both of those. So I'm going to do this, which is going to be tough. That's not going to work. Let's see. Let's move that over by a little bit. I feel like that's the move. Move that over by just a bit and have it run up into a conveyor pole. Something like that. Now, if you didn't know, you can actually use a conveyor pole to start your lifters. You go ahead and do this, run that down, like that, divert this, and then run that. Oh, I have it going the wrong direction, it's my bad. I've got to fix the direction up on the top. Get up there, jetpack. Oh, just barely made it. How do I fix the direction at the top? I just do this. I just set the direction of it before I put the lifter on it. Like this. And now I've already set the direction so that when I do the input down there, it'll be correct. Oh, why did I put it down so low? Too low. Come on. There we go. And then I can put it up a little bit higher. It doesn't need to be down here where I'm walking. Allow me to get up and under all of that stuff. All right, here we go. This is getting real spaghetti now. It's fun. It triggers my chat big time. And sometimes I do it on purpose, and sometimes I don't, but usually on purpose, just because it's funny. All right, we're going to go input on this side. We're going to split that way and this way at the same time. So right here. Oh, a little too close. Actually, we just do this. Better idea. Let's just do a splitter forward. We just plug it into the splitter. This way. That's what we'll do. Too far forward. It's very hard to tell whether this thing is going the right direction, if it's lined up or not. There we go. All right, now we can just take all this out. Let's just do this the easy way. And we'll use a... no. Not going the right direction. Let's do it the not the easy way, apparently. There we go. And we'll change the direction of this. This is inputting on that side. There we go. All right. Now we got this going. We got to take that line out down there because it's going to be blocking. We're going to use our splitter there. Bring this down. Just try to get this done. Get up there. All right, and then this back into there. There we go. And then this. Change my mind. You go there. You come in. You go there. Right? Plastic. All right, that's going to fire that in there. And then one last thing. How much time we got left? 3 minutes. 3 minutes to make this happen. That's going to be easy because it's literally right here. It's literally right here. All I got to do is just divert it from the output of going down and just have it going up. Too easy, everybody. Too easy. Up to this level. Let's go ahead and do something like this. And then we're going to run it. The center line there. Now, we're going to fix all of this later, everybody, but we're going to do it just to get it started up. Because I definitely won't be able to handle it. Not only do I trigger my chat, but I'm triggering myself. Because I can't handle it. I can't handle it just running along the ground like that. Well, we'll live with it for a minute. All right, get in there. Come on, I know you go in there. Get in there. Bring those computers in. Really, only 2 computers? Huh. Why did it have so few computers in there? Put the computers we got. I don't see the computers coming down the line. Why is it so few? Oh, there's one. Oh, probably because it was backlogged into the thing. Now, what's happening, by the way, is everything that's connected to this and everything that's connected to the beginning of that, all of that stuff is now starting up. Because now it's got to make more circuit boards and more cables and more plastic and more screws and all of that stuff starting up on top of the stuff we just added. So you're not just going to see a small rise in power. You're going to see a huge rise in that power. Speaking of, let's go see if we can catch it before it goes past the point. Where we put that pole at? It's over here. Let's look at that jump in power. Oh, we missed it. It's definitely going to be a pretty big jump. And actually, you'll see it kind of ramp up. Oh, look, there it goes. So you're going to see it start to ramp up in time. As those other ones start to kick on, you'll have a higher average, which right now is about 4,000. And so that's a Reddit. That's a GG, everybody, with a minute to spare. With a minute to spare, like nobody care. All right. Oh, God, that's all got to be cleaned up. And then, of course, we don't want to forget the output. Here comes the computers. Now, computers are probably the slowest thing in there. Now, I can go in and put my box of computers that I have in there. But I'm not that big of in a hurry, and it outputs 2 of them every minute. So it takes goes pretty fast. But let's go over here and just so that it will create a whole bunch of extras. Now, what I can do, again, this is so cool about this game, is I could just AFK. As long as it's putting any in there at any speed, it will produce that particular item and just continue to produce it. And if it does run out, it'll just go slower, right? Because it's not running at full speed at 3.75 per minute. I can tell you the computers are definitely not doing that. That's going to be our biggest limiting factor. So let's go over here and see what it is. We need 3.75, and this is 2.5. So those are definitely going slower. And that's going to be one of the things. It could be other ones too, because we didn't really look at all of our numbers when we were doing it. But here's what you do. You go, you know what? Hold on a sec. Hold on a sec. I want to add a little entry point so I can manually enter some computers along the way, should I need to, which I am going to do. And so I'm going to basically add a box. That's a little too far. A little too far, it happens. So I'm going to add a box instead of a lifter. Or instead of elevating that thing. So add a box. Now we're probably too far from this. Yeah, too far from that. Alright, we'll go ahead and bring it down. Say it here. Did it turn it? I hate that when it just like decides to turn it even though I didn't tell it to do that. See, it just like does that by default. Just makes it turn just a little bit. Alright, there we go. So, what I can do instead, since I do have a crazy ton of these, is I can go ahead and just manually feed them in here, and it creates a little stop point between your production. So you're like, Kismet, where are your computers at, bro? They're over here. Let's go get some computers, and we're going to give you guys some love. Push-pull! Okay, you're doing a push-pull train. Okay, first thing about push-pull trains, the train stations need to be going in two separate directions. Make sure you've done that. Make sure your track is well laid down, so there's not any gaps, there's not any things blocking it, right? It's not wavy or anything weird like that. Make sure to check that. Now, when you go to put your train station in, you got to left-click the name. Otherwise, it doesn't show the other track. If you try to right-click it, it doesn't do nothing. I always, when I haven't done trains in a while, I always forget that it's a left-click, not a right-click when you're doing your schedule, right? So let me run over here to my train station. I'll show you what I mean. Look at it go. Keep bringing that oil, bro. Now we're going to look at our oils to see how our oil is doing. It's full again. Yeah, it's cranking that oil out faster than it's using it up. Awesome. So yeah, here in our station, we go to the timetable. Again, when you go here, you left click, and then we'll give you the option. Right? So make sure that it has two different names, and that you have the option, and that this train station is facing that way, and then the other train station is in the opposite direction, right? The arrow's facing the opposite direction. If you have that in there, and then you run some power to it, and then you turn it on auto, it should run. Let me know if that works. See ya, Thor. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. I can get my train to go one way, but it won't come back, and it says it can't find station. Yeah, you gotta have the trains facing in two separate directions, and you gotta have the stations facing in two separate directions. And if you're having an issue with it, you know what I would do? I would take out the train stations first, and remove any track that's close to the train station, and I would put the train stations in one way, and just leave it default name. Don't change the name. Default one way, and then the train station facing the other way, and then you put the track in between. In fact, here's what you do. If it's not working, make a small version of it, right? Put a train station down here, make it long enough you can put your train on, and then put a train station down over here, and then run a track in between them, and then put your trains on, right? You put one train going one way, one going another, and you got to make sure they snap together, and then you put your cargo cars in between, and then see if it just goes back and forth there. And you've got, again, remember to left click on the track name or on the station name so you can choose so doesn't have the same train names in there. So test that first. See if that's working. If it's working, then you know it works. That's the power of knowledge, right? If you know it works, then you're good. And then you go to your other station, and if that's not working, take out all your track, rerun your track. If you know you got your stations in right, you got your trains in, you know you got your schedule, it says two different names, then you go and you check your track. Right, that's the first thing I would do. Take the track out, rerun the track. Because remember, it's early access game. So it's going to be funky. And mine get funky all the time. It's going to get funky at some point. It's going to be not working the way you want it to work. I would just keep doing those kind of troubleshooting techniques until you get it functioning. It does work. See, the thing is, you know it does work because I'm using two of them right now. This one's a push-pull train here, and then the other one's a push-pull train. Right? So here, I'll show you. We'll see if this train's coming in. Yeah, this one's train's coming back. Okay, so this is called Venray right here, and this one's facing this direction. Right, and what it's doing is it's going over there and it's collecting a bunch of bauxite. Right, that bauxite goes to my aluminum. And so you'll see it come in, and it won't be fluid in this case, it'll be an item. So it'll be a storage container. Here it comes. And you can see I've got this train, which goes along with this one, going in this direction. Right, that's the Venray train. Now this one in the back is facing in the opposite direction. Oh, wait, look out! Wait for me! And that's facing in the opposite direction, which is the train that goes with the other station on the other end. Now, this ain't very far. I could have ran a conveyor. At least it doesn't feel very far to me. But it's just kind of cool to do your trains, because you don't have to do long conveyors. You don't have to do lots of resources. You don't have to keep running back and forth for resources. You can just run it over here. And then you can see this one, S. Herbach. This train goes with this one, and it's facing in this direction, because you can see that the sign is on the outside, right? That's going to help you a lot. And you're like, well, Kismet, why is that not picking up any resources? That's because it's already maxed out. It can't build anymore. So there you go. That's how you do a push-pull train. And you can see I'm using it here. I'm using it down below to go get oil. Push-pull trains are probably the easiest of all the trains, but sometimes they're confusing. Sometimes they don't work right. So again, start with your stations first. And again, when you do your stations, make sure you take out the track in front of it first. Take your trains off. Take this little bit of track out. Put your station down. Take your station out. Put your station down. Unless you have this, by the way. Unless you have your freight platform. If you have a freight platform, then you can leave your line. But I would definitely take out the track. Definitely take out the station. Put the station in. Make sure it has power. Right? Make sure you run that power into there from wherever your main power is coming from. And then it should power the station on the other side. And check all of that stuff. Should be good. All right, now speaking of being good, we got that going. Let's get these computers. Let's pop them in there so we'll be ready for next time. And we can just let them run. I feel like computers are going to be probably the slowest thing that's going to slow that down. And I got a whole box full of them over here, right? I got a lot. In fact, let's just go ahead and throw down one of these real quick. We're just going to do this. And we're just going to go boom. Now, that might be a little too much. A little too much there. Let's go ahead and keep ourselves some extra. I don't know if I need this much extra, but we'll say maybe half a box, right? And look, they're feeding in here too. You can see them going up, right? So all those computers that were along that line that had backlogged because it filled the box is now feeding in here too. So it's splitting the amount. So it's even less now because it's also going this way. So it's half of whatever it is. But once this box fills, then it will then take all of the resources and divert it the other way. But that's okay. We're going to go ahead and take that, and we're going to put it in over here. Oh, I need my jetpack fuel. Probably be a good idea. Oh, come on. There we go. How are we doing on time? Oh, running over. Let's go. Show you a little trick, too. Get down here. Using that momentum to launch me up into that upper level, because I came out of the hypertube and then jetpacked up, and then that momentum brought me up. Very nice. All right, boom. All right, that ought to hold it over for a minute or two. Again, I don't even need that many supercomputers. You don't need 5,000 of these suckers. Remember, I'm not going to be doing that much. We already got 20 of them. So we're styling. We're already styling. Now, again, we're like, Kismet, what are you doing that for in the first place? Well, we're doing that because we're going to start getting in to some nuclear power. I'm going to get the right thing. We're going to get some nuclear power. Now, out of all the things that I'm making, the supercomputers are the most complex of nuclear power. And so we've got that going, or at least among the things that are most complex. Look at that. Ooh, man, that's freaky deaky. It's showing me all my stuff down below. So we can go ahead and grab our resources back. We have plenty of resources to make that happen. Now, before you get into nuclear power, though, there's a whole bunch of steps that you have to do before there, sulfur and all that, and this is all going to get revamped anyway. But you never want to start your nuclear power until you are ready, because you are going to get radiated like crazy. So You don't want to be doing that. Now, this is one of the great times to be doing all the radiated stuff by your actual extraction, because you're going to get radiated anyway. You're going to get radiated by your uranium nodes. So you might as well do all your uranium stuff real close to that node, get all that stuff so you know when you go in that area you're going to get radiated, and then convert it into stuff that's not going to radiate you as much, right? That's less radiated down the line. And I'll show you all that next time. We'll go ahead and stop right there. We'll go ahead and say nuclear protection. Little Fallout reference there. There we go, everybody. Let's go to my office. Let's show you guys some love. Let's go. Gotta press some buttons and flip some switches. Let's go. That's the type of game I can play all day, every day. That is so fun. So fun! All right, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and head out for the day. I'm going to go ahead and first and give you guys some information. Right here in the chat, you go ahead and see I stream every day of the week, Monday through Friday at 9 a.m. to about this time. I'm going to be moving my time a little bit earlier, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then Saturday, 9 p.m. until we feel like stopping. We're going to have double Horde Night this Saturday, by the way. Now, tomorrow, which is going to be Thursday, we're going to have lots of fun playing some Fallout 76. We're going to do storyline in the morning and then group a play in the afternoon. And then on Friday, No Man's Sky. And again, Saturday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're going to be doing some 7 Days to Die. So, if nothing goes off the rails and everything works out, I will be back here in the morning. Let's hope so. Let's hope so, everybody. Now, I'm going to go ahead and give you guys some love. There's 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 for being awesome. And you guys did a good try on those retweets, so there's another 1,000 for you, show you some love. There you go. You're all set. I actually remembered it before I pressed the in-stream button. I actually have an in-stream button on my stream deck over here, which is cool. It does a whole bunch of macros and turns my lights off and does all sorts of cool stuff. Much love to Elgato and the stream deck. Probably the best thing I've ever bought for my stream because it's so cool. I do a bunch of macros. I can press one button. It does a bunch of stuff, right? It does all the work for me, which is what you want, right? You want to automate a lot of that stuff. Now, again, everybody, thanks for the follows today. Thanks for the resubs and the subs and all of that. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. Appreciate each and every one of you, and I will see you all next time. Bye, everybody. Hey everybody, Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.